Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Planting Trees for All, 3 consecutive SSS-level talents at the beginning. Chapter 51. Roar. The Western Demon Bull King suddenly let out a roar. The other demonic cows also followed the demonic Bull King and launched a barbaric collision towards Lu Shu. Hostility perception. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. When he senses the Western demonic Ox King, this boss can sense dangerous hostility. Therefore, the effect of night concealment is invalid. Thousands of Western demonic bulls launched a brutal collision against Lu Shu, and the whole earth trembled. Pikachu, spread out in all directions. Form a circle around the demonic cow. Use shock fruit. Lu Shu immediately commanded. Pikachu uses its extremely agile speed to easily fool the Western demon bull. They will just stupidly charge in a straight line, just like a bullfight, and can easily attract all the cattle to form a circle. When 100 Pikachus complete the encirclement of the Western Demon Bull. Yumi, release the final chapter of the grimoire. Lu Shu said. Above Yumi's shadow, a golden secret grimoire book appeared. The next second, endless golden magic power spreads like a tide towards the Western demonic cows. All the demonic cows were attacked by magic power, and their bodies were temporarily imprisoned. Then, 100 Pikachu activate the power of shock fruit. Boom. The ground cracked instantly. When Yumi possessed Pikachu, the S-class mental power unleashed the shock fruit's ability. The Western cow in the circle was devoured by cracks that opened like crazy. You killed the Western Demon Cow, Special Grade Beef +1. You killed the Western Demon Cow, Special Grade Beef +1. 14. The Western Demon Bull King let out a deafening roar. Feeling the death of a large number of his kindred around him, the demonic Ox King of the West became completely angry. The demonic Ox King of the West launches the demonic Ox Roar and enters violent mode. The attributes of the Western demonic Ox King have received a double increase. Pikachu, keep attacking, Lu Shu said. However, when shock fruit's damage fell on the Western Demon Bull King, it made a ding sound. The demonic armor of the Western demonic Ox King resists physical damage. Yumi, use magic missile, Lu Shu said. The golden fishing missile, under the control of Yumi, flew towards the demonic Ox King of the West, producing bursts of golden explosions. The demonic armor of the Western demonic Ox King, resistant to magic damage. Can even magic be counteracted? Lu Shu frowned slightly. The effect of the demon armor is beyond my imagination. The demonic Ox King of the West launched a charge at great speed. Its attributes are already very high, and after entering the violent mode, it also gets a double attribute increase, and its speed is much faster than the ordinary Western Demon Bull. Pikachu, get out of the way, Lu Shu said. Yumi immediately gave a strong energy. A green light curtain emerged above Pikachu's head. Strong energy not only restores health points, but also has an acceleration effect. With the help of acceleration, Pikachu avoided the attack of the Western Demon Bull King. At this time, Lu Shu took out the Holy Grail. Drop the holy water with the power to purify demons onto the rainbow sword. A series of sword lights with a purifying aura slashed towards the demonic Ox King of the West. Reaching the Shantian realm, each of Lu Shu's sword lights can span hundreds of feet, and the damage caused is extremely exaggerated. Click, click. After being attacked by several sword energies, the Demon Bull armor on the Demon Bull King of the West cracked open with a burst of shattering sounds. Sleep. The Western Demon Bull King was a little scared at this time. After calling his bluff, he wanted to run away. How could Lu Shu give it a chance to escape? This is a boss that took a lot of effort to deal with. Pikachu, use shock fruit, Lu Shu said. Boom. The earth cracked open again. At this time, without the physical resistance of the demon armor, all the power of shock fruit was released. The Western Demon Bull King could no longer avoid the fate of being killed instantly and died on the spot. You killed the Lord of the Demon Manor, the Demon Bull King of the West. Get Top Beef X 100. Get the Scepter and Torch +1. Get Demon Armor X1. Key to the Guest Acquisition Holy Land X1. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on the demon armor. Devil Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Platinum Level. Attributes, Defense 410, Magic Resistance 220, Durability 500, Resistance +30. Devil's 8-piece set. Sad face 1/8. Set effect. None. Description. Armor made by demons. In Castlevania, maybe I will have other opportunities to gather more advanced armor. Lu Shu thought. The effect of the 8-piece set of Dead Souls is indeed a bit insufficient. Moreover, boss usually has special resistance. Lu Shu realized that if he wanted to kill the Lord Boss of Castlevania, he might have to find some key equipment. At this time, his eyes suddenly focused on the key to the Lost Holy Land. What's this? Lu Shu clicked on the item description. Key to the Lost Holy Land. The demon cows in the demon farm are not raised for food. The meaning of their existence is to guard what is behind, and the forgotten past may be the key to killing the demon king. The thing that guards. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Is there a special area behind the devil's farm? Do you want to use the scepter torch X1 to light the fire source? Yes. The next second, the fire source of the scepter torch became much brighter. Like a holy fire in the dark night, it disperses the gray fog. Lu Shu's field of vision increased from the original 65 meters to 80 meters. Set up an exploration formation. At the command, the Pikachus immediately dispersed, with each Pikachu being 8,000 meters apart. In this way, Lu Shu's field of vision expanded to a radius of 8,000 meters. Able to effectively observe nearby environment. The scope of Devil's Farm is huge. There is nothing but wasteland here, and there are not many reference points to refer to. Lu Shu left a teleportation array in place. Although this is a Castlevania, it is a neutral zone, and after the demon bull king of the west was killed, this place became a safe zone. A save point is left here. Subsequently, Lu Shu took out the destiny pointer. I want to find the location of the Lost Holy Land. Soon, a prompt 2 popped up. Do you want to consume primary soul X1 to give a guide? Yes. The next second, the pointer of fate moved slightly and chose a direction. Lu Shu led the large army of Pikachus and shrunk the formation, so that each Pikachu was spaced about a meter apart. After all, the distance of 80 meters is too far, and if something unexpected happens, it is impossible to quickly concentrate the troops. After the formation is set up, continue moving in the direction pointed by the pointer. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. In front of him, portions of beef appeared. I killed thousands of Western demonic cows in the Devil's Manor, and I can get as many of these ingredients as I want. The warehouses of clones and main bodies can be shared, and the same goes for equipment. Lu Shu took out the top quality beef, got some ingredients from those magical plants, and started making today's delicacies. Just have a jam steak. With a thought, Lu Shu made a jam from the primary spiritual energy fruit and used it on the steak. The taste of this fruit is extremely unique and can be matched with all kinds of food and cooking methods. It can be described as the top delicacy in the world. Use haute cuisine. A beautifully colored, full-flavored, medium-rare jam steak is finished. Take a taste first. The chewiness of the beef and the flavor of the jam blend together perfectly. Satisfied, Lu Shu finished tasting it herself before putting today's portion on the shelves. Trading panel. Seller. Lu Shuren. Item. Special marmalade steak. Type. High-end food. Quantity. 100 copies. Condition. Exchange for primary fertilizer. Not even a second after it was put on the shelves, all these 100 ingredients were sold out. It didn't take long. The chat box was filled with the sound of a foodie wailing. I didn't get the delicious food from Lushu Boss this time, I feel like I'm going crazy. If I don't eat the delicious food of Lushu Boss for one day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Upstairs, your problem now is not that you should eat delicious food, but that you should eat vigorously. Take good care of your body. Ha ha ha, I got the delicious food from Lushu Boss again, hurry up and take a bite. Oh my god, this smell feels better than last time. LWOW. The ingredients for this beef are so awesome. I'm afraid you haven't noticed that the transaction interface has confirmed that the ingredients produced by Mr. Lushu are high-end ingredients, and the type at the auction cannot be misidentified. It's sour. I managed to grab it yesterday, but today I missed Lushu's high-end delicacies. This taste is nothing to brag about, but as long as I taste it once, I feel that my life has been worth it. Tree-laying boss, YYDS. Boss, are there more delicious foods? I can't wait to grab them. You are buying other people's things. Why does it feel like grabbing a red envelope? After a long time, Lu Shu did not release more delicious food again. About 100 servings per day will increase the stickiness of the market, and then let the customers who cannot eat top-quality beef join the customers who are still hungry for top-quality beef. This feeling of not getting it will only make their desire to buy stronger and stronger. Then completely develop the habit of grabbing delicious food every day. In this way, when they want to add money in the future, they will even accept it without hesitation. Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, the handicapped party will have to use their money skills. Hurry up and find Lushu to trade. Releases a pack of advanced fertilizer. You got a special jam steak. Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath, solemnly cut the steak in her hand into a small piece, and put it into her mouth. Those meticulous movements are like performing a sacred ritual. When the taste of steak, accompanied by the familiar jam, melted in Mu Yu Tingfeng's mouth, her eyes suddenly turned cold. It's that kind of fruit. Mu Yu Tingfeng had eaten a lot of primary spiritual energy fruits and was very familiar with the taste. However, but she never thought that this kind of fruit can actually be made into jam, and it goes perfectly with the taste of steak. Different from the strong taste of black pepper, the fragrance of jam and the chewy texture of beef, paired together, will make you unforgettable. The quality of his ingredients is also very high. Mu Yu Tingfeng enjoyed it a lot. Then, I set my sights on Lu Shu's special beef and fell into thinking. I have explored so many dungeons, and it seems that there are very few places where high-end ingredients can be dropped. Quote. He is already conquering the abyss-level dungeon. Mu Yu Tingfeng was suddenly surprised. Now, even the top experts at the top of the rankings are just exploring difficult-level dungeons. Lu Shu has actually reached the abyss-level copy. This level of difficulty is completely different. World Public Screen. This ingredient from Lushu Boss is very powerful. It seems that only abyss-level dungeons can produce it. Is it true or false? Boss Lushu has already reached the abyss-level dungeon. Isn't this strange? Before the invasion of the Grey World, the boss had already achieved the first kill of the difficult boss. Isn't it normal to start fighting higher difficulty dungeons now? Oh my god. When I played a hard-level dungeon, I was already dying, but the big guy Lushu actually started playing an abyss-level dungeon. The gap between people is really too big. Worship the boss. A difficult level copy. At the foot of Dark Night, lies the body of a difficult level boss. He opened the World Public Screen and saw the chat on it. His eyes moved slightly. The location of the tree lifter is around 42-43. That place, the only abyss-level copy, is the demon realm. Unfortunately, it is too far away from my coordinates. It will probably take a long time before we can meet him. The location of Rakshasa is very close to this location. His eyes moved slightly. Dark Night, Rakshasa, the location of the tree raider appears in the Castlevania at coordinates 43-41. Go there and look for opportunities to see if you can capture the tree raider. If there is no chance, inquire about him first. With your abilities, if you can complete the mission, I can give you the highest reward. Rakshasa. As you command, Lord. Coordinates 44-44. Rakshasa led several masters from the Dark Knight Alliance to form a team and successfully cleared a difficult level dungeon. After the invasion of the Grey World, most of the surviving sacred tree masters had something, and after figuring out the monsters in the Grey World and the dungeon, their strength also increased slightly. Rakshasa grinned. Follow me and go to Castlevania. I'm really curious about what kind of strength that person in the list has. By the way, if you have the chance, you can even steal his first kill. Recently, there have been reports of boss killing in the Grey World. Many sacred tree masters in the Dark Knight Alliance have Dao and stealth skills. A lot of things like grabbing and killing boss were done by them. After clearing a difficult boss, Rakshasa suddenly felt that he could do it. He led several of his accomplices and rushed towards the Castlevania. After one day, in front of Lu Shu, the ruins of a civilization appeared. Tip: there is a special area ahead, the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Exploring there may lead to unexpected gains. IV. Special Zone. Lu Shu instantly realized that he might have found the key location to break through and conquer the Castlevania. Last time in the ghost town, Lu Shu found a way to kill Red Mei Li from the prophecy. Castlevania is obviously much bigger than Ghost Town. According to the prompts, this ruined city has clues to clear the Castlevania. Enter the ruins. It's a wreck here. In the past, ancient and magnificent buildings collapsed into ruins. Broken walls and ruins, in ruins. Set up an exploration formation. Lu Shu arranges all Pikachus to be 80 meters apart from each other, so as to obtain the maximum view of the ruins most effectively. Exploring for a while. Tip: there is a prophetic stone tablet here, which seems to record ancient legends. Lu Shu followed the directions and walked forward. The language on the stone tablet is automatically translated by the system void before your EYES2. Ancient pioneers once again made correct predictions. The devil will wreak havoc on the world and bring disaster. The holy city, blessed by God, is the last line of defense against the invasion of demons. Only the holy sword in the hand of the god of war can kill the devil. But it is a pity that the god of war is only a mortal after all and cannot defeat the curse of the devil. Since then, disaster has spread to the holy city, and all civilization here has been reduced to ruins. The dead soul of the god of war was sublimated and survived, but was cursed by the devil, fell into a desperate situation, and lost his mind. But the devil cannot kill the god of war. It is afraid of the holy sword in his hand and the aura of his immortal heroic soul. The devil sealed the god of war to the ruins of the ruins until everyone forgot about him. After reading the prophecy on the stone tablet, Lu Shu's eyes moved. 050. No wonder the site of Castlevania looks so much like a human city. It turns out that this was originally a human city, an ancient holy city. But after encountering the invasion of demons, all the humans in this holy city died and became a demon city. According to the prophecy on the stone tablet, if you want to kill the cursed demon king, then the holy sword is an indispensable piece of equipment. The holy sword should have a strong restraint effect on demons, and this sword is still in the hands of the god of war. It's just that the god of war turned into a dead soul and was imprisoned deep in this ruins. Understand your surroundings. Lu Shu immediately took out the destiny pointer, looking for the location of the dead soul of the god of war. Do you want to consume primary soul X1 to give a guide? Yes. The next second, the fate pointer trembled on the dial and pointed to the west. Assemble into battle formation, Lu Shu said. All the Pikachu quickly gathered together, and the distance between them was reduced to 10 meters. With the guidance of the destiny pointer, there is no need for such a large scope of exploration. Lu Shu walked toward the depths of the ruins. At this time, suddenly a voice came to his ears. Ding, you got a devil fruit. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. Boom, a wave of air rolled up around him. After this period of practice, Lu Shu's cultivation has also exceeded the second level of Shantian. Originally, at this stage, the speed of cultivation would slow down. However, Lu Shu obtained the Spirit Gathering Tower, Tianmen and Tianji Array, which increased her cultivation speed to another level. Therefore, the speed of cultivation has also become faster. As the devil fruit ripe, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, looking towards the sacred tree. Now, the sacred tree is a bit taller and thicker than when it first arrived at the intermediate spiritual tree. Among the golden branches and leaves, a fruit shining like golden light grew out. Unbelievable, this is devil fruit. Those who didn't know thought it was another fruit of life. Lu Shu stepped forward and gently picked the fruit. Sparkling fruit. Type: devil fruit. Function: obtain the power of sparkling fruit, which can release flash to attack the opponent, causing great holy light damage. Good stuff. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Sparkling fruit is also an extremely powerful devil fruit. In the Sacred Tree game, this fruit is more prone to long-range damage, but it has holy light attributes. Lu Shu knows very well that holy light has a purifying effect on demons. And if this fruit is given to Yumi, it would be very good. Plant first. Lu Shu buried sparkling fruit in the soil. Soon, a sparkling fruit tree sprouted from the ground. Sparkling fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: fruit of life. Period: 0.6 days 365 550ths. Production times remaining: 1. It only takes half a day to wait for the sparkling fruit tree to fully mature. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with anticipation. At that time, bring back the troops exploring the gray world through the teleportation array, and let Yumi swallow the sparkling fruit. Devil fruit. There is no defensive fruit until now, such as the phoenix fruit. In terms of attack, Lu Shu's body already has the second-level innate cultivation and the profession of shadow assassin. In comparison, devil fruit's bonus to him is not that great. But if it is given to pets, the power multiplied by 100 is still quite terrifying. Not to mention that Yumi is a pet with high innate mental power. With sparkling fruit, her combat ability is even better than before. Although the power of the fishing missile and the final chapter of the grimoire is not small, they are all magic damage, and the devil has a strong restraint effect on magic skills. If the ability of sparkling fruit is unlocked, Yumi's role in clearing dungeons will be improved by more than one level. Next, Lu Shu opens the Sacred Tree panel. Sacred Tree. Stage. Intermediate Spiritual Tree. Sunshine. 240 per day 2.3x 100. Aura. 220 per day 2.1x 100. Remaining capacity of subspecies Spirit Tree, 9 total 10. Products. Life Fruit, Growth Fruit x3. Production Cycle. 3 days 1655 150ths. Growth Points. 12,325 13.1x 100 equals 1,300 per day. Next stage. Advanced Spiritual Tree 20,000 growth points. After resisting an invasion of gray fog, the area of the Sacred Tree Island has increased. Coupled with the blessing influence of various mythical buildings, the sunlight and spiritual energy absorbed by the Sacred Tree every day have increased. The growth points gained every day are 1,300, and the growth value has also reached 12,000. After the devil fruit matures, the next product will be the Fruit of Life. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. During this period, subspecies of spiritual trees such as Tianling fruit and advanced spiritual energy fruit have reached all production cycles and have all been decomposed into high-grade wood by Lu Shu. There are still many subspecies of spiritual trees left unused. In addition to the Fruit of Life, this time the Sacred Tree also produced 3 more growth fruits. All these growth fruits can be buried in the soil to get 3 additional growth fruit trees. Lu Shu guessed that this growth fruit has a high role in promoting the growth of pets. In addition to being able to be swallowed by Yumi and Pikachu, if you have extra, you can also feed the golden dragon koi. Mythical creatures that can increase luck must be raised. Lu Shu feels that the reason why she was able to find the ruins of the Lost Holy Land so easily this time in Castlevania is also related to the lucky attribute attached to the koi. Open the Character panel. Figure. Divine Tree Master. Tree Raider. Powers. Resonance, Teleportation, Clone Technique. Occupation. Shadow Assassin Master Level 2. Skills. Advanced Carpentry, Advanced Mining, Advanced Decomposition, Advanced Disguise, Advanced Cooking. Cultivation Level. Shantian Second Level. Talents. 100 times increase SSS-Level, Fruit of All Realms SSS-Level, Spring Resurgence SSS-Level. Luck. D+. Spirit. A. Sacred Tree. 2. All that is left to do is to practice, become stronger, and then wait for the fruit to mature and become stronger again. Gray World. Castlevania, the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, an ancient altar appeared. The floor of the altar is covered with Madara's sword marks, and it looks like it has been through a great battle. Tip. 80 meters ahead, the dead spirit of the god of war appears. When Lu Shu approaches the altar, suddenly, a soul emerged from the altar and looked at Lu Shu with cold eyes. God of War Revenant. Category. Cursed Soul. Risk Factor. A+. Sensing Range. 100 meters. Force. 610. Speed. 430. Defense. 310. Skills. Holy Sword Judgment, Holy Sword Guardian, Holy Sword Sweep. Description. He was originally the most respected god of war in the Holy City. Unfortunately, in the final battle, he failed to defeat the cursed Demon King. Instead, his consciousness was eroded and he gradually turned into a revenant monster that was difficult to kill. Devils, die! The dead spirit of the god of war roared angrily and drew out the holy sword from behind. There was an evil curse lingering around his body. It can be seen that after being cursed by the cursed Demon King, the god of war has completely lost his mind and turned into a monster who only knows how to kill. Lu Shu calmly stared at the dead soul of the god of war. Although the demon did not kill the god of war, that was because the god of war still had the holy sword on his body. His essence was still a dead soul. As long as he had the right method, he could definitely kill him. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Attack the dead souls. Lu Shu directed. Since it is a dead soul, thunder and lightning have a strong restraining effect. Under Yumi's acceleration, Pikachu immediately formed an attacking formation. After so many battles, Pikachu now has a strong sense of combat. He quickly understood Lu Shu's plan and cooperated with each other in an orderly manner. Even without Lu Shu having to say more, Yumi knew when to release her strong energy and when to use the fishing missile. Sizzle, sizzle, lightning flashes and thunder dragon roars. The god of war revenant sensed the fatal restraint attack and quickly blocked the holy sword in front of him. The spirit of the god of war has activated the holy sword guard. Resistance to all types of attacks. Lu Shu took out the dead soul sword. Activate the magic sword Thousand Blades. Thousands of blades, carrying the aura of holy water, attack the dead soul of the god of war. Righto. Even this kind of attack that restrains the dead souls, when the attack reaches. When the dead soul of the god of war was on his body, a prompt still appeared. Immune to purification attacks. Lu Shu couldn't help but frown. The dead soul of the god of war is in the form of a spirit body and is immune to physical attacks. Originally, its weakness should be its fear of purification and lightning attacks. However, the soul of the god of war possesses this holy sword, making him invincible. The holy sword is immune to purification attacks, and thunder and lightning cannot have any impact on this sword. This means there is no way to kill him. The situation was temporarily in a stalemate. Although the spirit of the god of war was suppressed by 100 Pikachu and Yumi, it was unable to even resist. However, the special attributes of this guy make it difficult for Lu Shu to kill the opponent. Sizzle, sizzle. The huge current caused the body of the dead soul of the god of war to continuously retreat. Suddenly, the god of war revenant seemed to be aware of some danger and hurriedly jumped to the side to avoid the fire suppression of thunder and lightning in Lu Shu. Subsequently, returned to the center of the altar. The god of war revenant once again entered a defensive state. After several rounds of attacks, suddenly, Liu Bei discovered a pattern. Whenever the Pikachus launch an attack and push the soul of the god of war to the side of the altar, the opponent will realize the danger and immediately jump back towards the center of the altar. What does this mean? It is very possible that the god of war revenant is not completely invincible. His existence depends on this altar. If it leaves the range of the altar, the soul of the god of war may be in danger of being killed. Therefore, at the risk of being hurt by restraint attacks, 2.2 jumps towards the center of the altar. Pikachu, launch a fan attack. Yumi, use the final chapter of the grimoire to suppress vitality. Push the body of the dead soul of the god of war outside the altar. After seeing the battle situation clearly, Lu Shu immediately adjusted the battle plan. After receiving the order, the Pikachus immediately jumped away in all directions. Adjust position. Release. 100,000 volts again. Sizzle, sizzle. The thunder dragon-like lightning spread out in a fan-shaped arc and flooded the soul of the god of war. At this time, the dead soul of the god of war was pushed towards the outside of the altar by the fan-shaped thunder light. And, in this case, the soul of the god of war has no angle and can jump back towards the center of the altar. As long as it dares to do this. 0.01004222 Philu 154,082,220. Not only does he have to face 100,000 volts x 100, but Lu Shu also has the Thousand Blades, a magical sword purified with holy water, which has long been waiting for the dead soul of the god of war. As long as he dares to jump, he will face the fate of being killed instantly. The lightning-like lightning waterfall pushed the soul of the god of war out of the altar. Devils, you demons, sooner or later, the holy light will purify you. The dead spirit of the god of war roared unwillingly. Finally, when his figure came outside the altar, he suddenly turned into a cloud of gray mist and disappeared. Success. Lu Shu smiled. At the same time, several prompts pop up in front of you. You killed the special boss of the Lost Holy Land, the god of war revenant. Obtain the god of war soul ×1. Get the Holy Sword of War X1 Holy Weapon. Acquire the inheritance of the memory of the God of War. Lu Shu thought about it. Immediately checked the attributes of several items obtained. God of War Soul. Type. Gain consumables. Function. Gain the power of the God of War that lasts for 10 minutes. Power of God of War. Attributes. Attack power plus 610, speed plus 430, defense plus 310. Skills. Holy Sword Judgment, Holy Sword Guardian, Holy Sword Sweep. Description. The power of the God of War allows you to temporarily possess the power of the God of War, which can lead you to destroy demons. This thing can play a certain boosting role when I deal with the boss of Castlevania. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Using Soul of the God of War is equivalent to superimposing a God of War power buff on yourself. Of course, this item can only be used once. You must choose the most critical moment to use it, otherwise it will be wasted. Second item. Lu Shu shifted his attention to War Holy Sword. War Holy Sword. Type. Weapon. Grade. Sacred Artifact, exclusive for demons. Attributes exclusive to demons: attack power plus 1100, attack speed plus 610, soul restraint plus 110, critical hit rate plus 50%, durability 9999 plus. Skill. Holy Sword Judgment. Description. This holy weapon has endless power. Of course, in order to prevent the holy sword from destroying the peace of mankind, the angel stipulated that this sword can only be used against demons. Is it exclusive to demons? But this attribute is too explosive. It's a pretty good weapon. Lu Shu nodded. The attributes of the sacred weapon are quite high. In the setting of the Sacred Tree game, it is a weapon blessed by angels. Of course, its only drawback is that it can only be used on demons. However, once this weapon is used to deal with demons, the effect will be completely explosive. Lu Shu set her sights on the inheritance of the memory of the God of War. A prompt pops up in front of you. Do you want to accept the inheritance of the memory of the God of War? Yes. The next second, a picture suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind, passing by in front of his eyes like a horse and a horse. This memory records some fragments of the God of War's life in the Holy City, including various buildings in the Holy City: Temple, Observation Tower, Library. The cursed demon king of Castlevania is currently located in the temple. Observation Tower is a very special area. As long as you come here, through a special mirror, you can penetrate the gray fog and see the entire Castlevania. To put it simply, this is a special place in Castlevania. Standing there, you can get an infinite view. If I arrive at the observation deck, I can clearly see all the current conditions in Castlevania. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Besides, in the memory inheritance, there is also the memory of the battle between the God of War and the Demon King. In the screen, the cursed demon is able to use a wide range of debilitating effects and curses. Although the Holy Sword can restrain the cursed devil, there are 4 demon guardians beside the devil. The Demon Lord Protector is made of stone statues. Its strength is second only to the cursed Demon King. Its function is to share the purification damage of the Holy Sword. Since the Demon Lord Protector is not the body of the devil, but a special life form made of the strongest magic stone, the Holy Sword has no restraint effect on it. The God of War lost the battle because the Demon Lord shared the damage of the Holy Sword and was unable to resist the curse of the Demon Lord. We have to find a way to deal with these demon guardians. From the memory inheritance of the God of War, Lu Shu immediately learned the key to clearing this instance. Demon Lord Protectors can share the damage of the Holy Sword. As long as these Demon Lords protect the cursed Demon King, they are equivalent to having Holy Sword immunity, and purification type attacks cannot cause effective damage to them. However, how to lure away the Demon Protector is the next problem that needs to be solved. Let's head to the observation deck first. Lu Shu pondered for a moment, then led the mighty Pikachu troops away from the ruins of the lost Holy Land. After the previous exploration and sweep, there is no need for Pikachu to form an exploration formation. The Western Demon Cow has been basically cleaned up. It only took Lu Shu half a day to return to the main city of Castlevania. Cast, Night Concealment. Pikachu gathered around Lu Shu and gained a walking state. As long as you bypass Demon Castle and Main Palace, you can avoid the Lord level monsters in Castlevania and reach the observation deck. Lu Shu knew the general situation of the entire Castlevania from the God of War's memory. When it comes to the Abyss level dungeon, the boss here usually has the skill of hostility sense. If you get close, you may be in danger of being discovered. There are too many monsters in Castlevania. To capture the thief, capture the king first. As long as the cursed demon king is killed, many of the demon soldiers and generals here will disappear completely. Tip: 80 meters ahead, a demon guard appears. Tip: 80 meters ahead, a demon general will appear to protect you. Tip: 80 meters ahead, a demon general appears. Go up from the passage on the side of Castlevania's main city. Lu Shu had the memory inheritance of the God of War and avoided all dangers with ease. Plus the Marauder's map and Night Hide skills. There were no risks along the way. Of course, there may also be lucky, improved attributes in it. After half a day, Lu Shu came to the observation tower of Castlevania. There is basically no trace of demons in this place. It belongs to the former ruins of the Holy City. It's relatively safe here. Lu Shu glanced around, and what was strange was that there were basically no demons guarding the area near the observation tower. Feel it and go. I found that using the mirror of observation tower requires some mental energy. Perhaps it's because the demon race has no spiritual power. They're just a species born out of chaos. Therefore, it does not yet have the thinking ability and wisdom of humans. Since there were no enemies near the observation tower, Lu Shu drew a teleportation array here. At this time, a voice came from Lu Shu's ear. Ding! Your sparkling fruit tree has reached the production cycle, sparkling fruit plus 100. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Coming. It's finally time to mature. It's time to turn my Yumi into a shining Yumi. Soon, the teleportation array near the Sacred Tree Island lit up with a ray of light. The large army in the Grey World can come back for supplies after exploring for such a long time. Little guys, come here to eat. Lu Shu followed a little later, and white lights appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the extremely delicious jam steak appears in front of Pikachu and Yumi. When these little cuties smelled the fragrance, their eyes immediately opened up. Damoy damoy. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the steak on the plate was eaten. Several Yumi and Pikachu came to Lu Shu, acting cute in all kinds of ways, with little stars in their eyes and a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. Pulling on Lu Shu's little sleeve. The expression on his face is alluding to, "I still want it." Lu Shu smiled and said, "It's really delicious." But he didn't mind it either. After all, he had killed thousands of Western demonic cows and had more food than he could eat. These little guys have worked so hard, so of course they should be rewarded. Yumi, go eat that fruit. Lu Shu pointed to the sparkling fruit tree and said. 100 Yumi blinked and walked to the side of the sparkling fruit tree. Looking at the fruits on the tree, they suddenly became happy. They love this fruit. Pikachu looked on with jealousy. Lu Shu touched their heads. You have already eaten this fruit, you cannot eat it again. I'll give it to you to eat next time there are good fruits. When Pikachu heard Lu Shu's words, he immediately nodded obediently. It only takes a moment. 100 Yumis have already eaten the Dao Dao fruit. Now, Yumi's body glowed with flashes of golden light. It's like turning into a shooting star, so dazzling. Lu Shu opened the pet panel. Yumi, type, magic cat. Powers, continuous hit and block, fishing missile, Yumi possession, strong energy, the final chapter of the grimoire, sparkling fruit. Physique laughing face, speed, C, spirit, A, comprehensive potential, S. Other basic attributes haven't changed much. However, after eating sparkling fruit, Yumi's comprehensive potential has reached level 5. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This shows that Yumi and sparkling fruit are really compatible. Suddenly, Yumi in the distance turned into a stream of light and immediately flew to Pikachu. Pikachu, who was eating steak, jumped up instantly and was startled by Yumi. The little eyes were flashing with great doubts. When did it become so fast? Yumi came out of Pikachu's body with a smile on her face, a playful and joking expression on her face, feeling quite happy and satisfied that she had succeeded in teasing her this time. This scene made Sang Shu's eyes light up. Good guy. Yumi's speed has become so fast. Now Yumi, even if she comes out of Pikachu's body, her single body combat ability is very good. Lu Shu immediately realized that after Yumi gained the ability of sparkling fruit, she might be able to unlock new ways of fighting. Eat and drink enough. Rested for a while. All mental strength has been restored. Pikachu and Yumi set out again. At this time, Lu Shu also separated into two clones and headed to the Grey World together. He sent the second clone there to see what other effects it would have. The light curtain of the teleportation array descended. Soon, the large army exploring the Grey World reappeared near the observation tower. At this time, one of Lu Shu's clones stayed at the observation deck, watching the situation nearby. Because Lu Shu has the power of resonance, both her clones and her own pets can share their vision. Therefore, just leave one clone at the observation tower. It's like lighting up the entire Castlevania map. One of Lu Shu's clones walked to the mirror. Communicate spiritual power into the mirror. Finally, the whole picture of Castlevania is displayed in front of Lu Shu. Main Hall. The huge body of the cursed demon king is almost as high as the magnificent palace, and his whole body exudes the aura of curse. And not far away is the demon castle. The 4 demon guardians stand in every corner of the castle, paying attention to the surrounding situation at all times. Almost all demon guardians have skills similar to calling generals. Simply put, as long as you offend a demon protector, you will basically be hunted down by the entire Castlevania. The same goes for going to kill the cursed demon king. Except for boss and lord monsters. Various numbers of demon soldiers and generals are stationed in various corners of Castlevania. The total number of these magic soldiers is probably between 20,000 and 30,000. Although their individual combat effectiveness is not very strong, when gathered in such terrifying numbers, they can consume the intruder's mental energy to death. Generally speaking, dungeons have specific strategy routes. Either it is a top-level dungeon team, specially forming an elite group to attack the dungeon. It's really difficult to conquer this dungeon with one person's strength alone. Lu Shu frowned slightly and fell into thought. At this time, his eyes moved slightly. Castlevania, a remote northwest corner. Several figures suddenly transformed into the night and came from a corner to kill. Its other sacred tree masters. The nearby demon soldiers and demon generals were immediately killed by the black mist. It can be seen from the techniques that these sacred tree masters are very strong, and they appear to be well prepared. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of the hidden figure made him feel familiar. Open the Marauders map and take a look. Sure enough, there is someone who teamed up with Johnny last time. The corners of Lu Shu's mouth curled up slightly. He clearly saw someone coming, but the Marauders map could not show the other person's name. It means that this person is the Crow and Grey Crane who teamed up with Johnny last time. Although I don't know who it is, it must be one of them. In this case, the team that came to Castlevania is definitely a team from the Dark Knight Alliance. Lu Shu was thinking about how to deal with the other demon guardians without alarming the entire Castlevania. After all, the demon protector also has very high attributes, as well as hostility perception. It is basically impossible to kill him directly before calling the demon general. The arrival of the Dark Knight Alliance and others suddenly made a bold idea appear in Lu Shu's mind. Do you want to consume Primary Soul X1 to disguise? Yes. The next second, another clone of Lu Shu turned into the form of a demon guard and moved in the direction of Demon Castle. Castle of Demons. In Luasha's hand, a black shadow was summoned. The next second, a black monster turned into a shadow and quietly came to the side of several nearby demon soldiers, instantly killing them with a throat stab. Luasha looked at the demon soldiers lying at his feet, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems that this abyss-level copy is not difficult. The first place on the list can get 2 first kills, perhaps just because he walks faster than us. Follow me, maybe you can also get a first kill achievement. Yes, you were right. The people next to him flattered him. Ruksha showed a confident smile. With stealth skills, you will not be discovered by these monsters. Next, just go directly and kill the boss and it's done. Follow me and find the location of the boss. Ruksha was very confident. He felt that if his team found the location of the boss, they could go there and kill it instantly. What abyss-level copy is just a cloud? Ruksha was about to walk towards the main hall. Suddenly, there was a roar from a demon commander behind him. There are intruders, catch them quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the footsteps of thousands of demon soldiers followed. At this moment, it seemed as if the earth all trembled. What's going on? The faces of these people turned pale instantly. How did the demon soldiers discover them? Don't they have the skill of hiding? Rakshasa suddenly turned his head and stared at the man hiding in the darkness next to him, shouting, "Grey Crane, didn't you use the skill of hiding?" Grey Crane said with grievance, "How is it possible? I must have released the skill of hiding. Then where did these demon soldiers come from? How do I know? Run quickly, or we will die in the here." As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, thousands of demon soldiers and demon generals have already killed in front of this group of people. Among them, one person was pulled behind. "Wait for me," the man shouted. Result, Rakshasa ignored the other party, summoned a black shadow, and then flew away with the help of the black shadow at a very fast speed, without looking back. The other teams just looked back at the accomplice with indifferent eyes. The screams behind him lasted for a short moment and stopped abruptly. A mob, quote, not far away, a demon commander suddenly shook his head. That's right, this demon commander was Lu Shu, who used the camouflage skill to disguise himself. The demon commander could command the demon soldiers, and he announced the information of Luasha and others' invasion to other demon soldiers and demon generals. Soon, Lusha and others were chased by a group of demon soldiers. According to Lu Shu's calculation, judging from the direction surrounded by this group of demon soldiers, if Luasha and others wanted to escape, they had to enter the demon castle. At that time, this group of people could attract the firepower of the demon lord's guardian for themselves. Unexpectedly, another team suddenly rushed out from the side of the demon castle. Lusha and others were surrounded. Hurry up and form a defensive formation. It's too late, why are there so many demon generals here? You useless things, what's the point of asking you to come? The team was full of voices of mutual rebuke. Suddenly, after the team had a conflict, the combat coordination collapsed instantly. Lu Shu watched from a distance and couldn't help being speechless. I originally thought that even if they couldn't defeat so many demon generals, they could at least escape. But now it seems that I still overestimated this group of people. Although Lu Shu will kill the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance sooner or later, it is not now. They cannot die for the time being and need to shoulder the great mission of attracting the firepower of the Demon Lord to protect themselves. Pikachu, go help them, Lu Shu said helplessly. At the moment, apart from sending Pikachu to help them temporarily solve the crisis, there is nothing else they can do. Pikachu's face was full of reluctance, and his eyes looking at Rakshasa and the others were full of disgust. But there is no way, the strategy requires them to attract the fire calendar of the demon protector alive. Pikachu turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the magic army. The next second, the battlefield was suddenly covered by lightning. Rakshasa and others are surrounded by demonic soldiers, and they are about to lose their support. Although I don't know what skills Rakshasa awakened, he can summon black shadows with good combat power. However, under the siege of tens of thousands of demon soldiers, the black shadow of Rakshasa was quickly shattered by the blade of the demon soldiers and generals. The Dark Knight Alliance team is now in a desperate situation. At this time, sizzle, sizzle, on the battlefield, a thunder dragon suddenly roared. In front of Rakshasa and others, yellow-skinned rats wrapped with thunder and lightning were reflected. However, in the dungeon, these yellow-skinned rats are like gods of war, easily killing all nearby Guangbing demon generals in an instant. Rakshasa suddenly opened his mouth. Yellow-skinned mouse .. Everyone else was also stunned. Is there really a yellow-skinned rat? Didn't I say that this legend was made up by those idiots? I didn't expect it to be true. The yellow-skinned rat is too fierce, isn't it? Suddenly, Rakshasa realized something and said ecstatically. The big guy on the list, the tree man, may have been lucky enough to get the help of the yellow-skinned rat, and he was able to achieve the first kill of 2 dungeons. We only need to follow the yellow-skinned mouse, and maybe we can easily clear this instance. Ha 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 ha, God really helped me this time. Several other people also showed expressions of disbelief. Could it be that this time it was really their turn to be lucky and encounter a yellow-skinned mouse? Legend has it that as long as you meet Ratguan Gong, you can easily get the first kill of the instance. Do such good things really exist in the gray world? Sizzle, sizzle. At this time, Pikachu has electrocuted most of the demon soldiers and generals on the field. Then, Pikachu turns into yellow lightning and moves quickly towards the demon castle. Quick, follow these yellow-skinned rats. Their strength is really great. This time, the first kill of the dungeon will definitely be ours. Rakshasa said with envy. The Dark Knight Alliance team hurriedly moved in the direction of Demon Castle. In the field of vision, several yellow-skinned mice were walking quickly towards the front. Through a few angles, Rakshasa and others could see that this was a deep passage. And in this passage, there seems to be something terrible being imprisoned. There seems to be a very powerful monster inside. Do we really want to go there? Grey Crane couldn't help but ask. Haha, look at your fate. Rakshasa looked at Grey Crane sarcastically. There is a first kill achievement in front of you. Don't even want it. You deserve not to be able to even get 100th place in the rankings. At this time, the door of a great hall appeared in front of me. Rakshasa rushed over almost without thinking. This should be where the Demon King is. As long as we follow the yellow-skinned rat, we can get the first kill of the Abyss-level dungeon. When the time comes, my name will appear in the system announcement. A smile appeared on Rakshasa's lips. It was as if the reward for the first kill achievement was already close at hand. The next second, when the door of the main hall is opened, everyone was stunned. The yellow-skinned mouse has disappeared. In the main hall, there is only a huge stone statue of the demon god, standing in the deepest part of the hall. When Rakshasa and others broke into the hall, the demon stone statue suddenly opened its eyes. Devil Protector. Type: Demon, Stone Statue. Risk Factor: A+. Sensing Range: 100 meters. Force: 500. Speed: 450. Defense: 520. Skills: Indestructible, Demon Lord Protective Formation, Damage Sharing, Hostility Perception, 4 lords from the same origin. Intruder: Die. The Demon Protector suddenly opened his eyes. That moment, Rakshasa and the others felt their hearts go cold. Hurry up and release your skills to kill this monster instantly. It can summon the other 3 stone statues. If the battle is delayed too late, we will all die. Rakshasa shouted angrily. The Sacred Tree Master in the team immediately released his skills and attacked the Protector Demon, but it had no effect at all. Immune to undead magic. Seeing that the attack is ineffective, the faces of Rakshasa and the others turned pale, and their hearts froze. Isn't this the elite monster in Castlevania? Why is it so strong? That monster's attributes are basically the boss of a difficult level dungeon. Where are the yellow-skinned mice? Where did all these yellow-skinned mice go just now? Only then did everyone realize that the yellow-skinned mouse that had just entered the hall had disappeared to nowhere. However, before they had time to think about what was going on, the Demon Protector has come to kill you. Go quickly. The Rakshasa started running away without thinking. The situation is no longer the same as before. The Demon Lord Protector is not at the same level as the ordinary demon soldiers and demon generals. Not only is the resistance more terrifying, but the movement speed is also not comparable to that of ordinary Sacred Tree Masters. It didn't take long. The slowest runners in the team were about to be overtaken by the Demon Protector. Wait for us, they shouted in despair, but Rakshasa paid no attention to his accomplices who asked for help. But not for long. There was a scream from behind. Phew, not bad. Those guys slowed down this monster. As long as we re-enter the hidden state, we should be able to avoid the pursuit of these monsters. Rakshasa looked at the demon guardian who was going away, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to a corner, suddenly, the figures of 3 demon guardians appeared in front of them. The 4 deities have the same origin, which makes the minds and hearts of the Demon Protector all connected together. If one is attacked, the other 3 will immediately come to support. And the hostility perception makes Rakshasa's stealth skills completely equivalent to a decoration. This moment, Rakshasa finally felt what an abyss-level dungeon is. It's like entering an abyss of despair with no room for escape. Castlevania. Main Hall. The figures of Lu Shu and 100 Pikachu suddenly appeared from the night and came to the door. In fact, Pikachu did not enter the main hall of the Demon Lord Protector at all, but left quietly under the cover of Lu Shu's night concealment. I was originally thinking about how to introduce this group of people into the demon castle, but I didn't expect that Rakshasa believed in the legend of Radguan Gong, and decided to follow Pikachu. That being the case, Lu Shu also took advantage of the trick and introduced Rakshasa to the location of the Supreme Demon Protector. As expected, with Rakshasa's IQ, he actually thought that if he could meet the Radguan Gong from the Grey World, he could be easily taken away and get the first kill of the copy. Honestly, Lu Shu was a little doubtful as to how this person got on the ranking list. But no matter what, after today, Rakshasa will disappear from this game forever. The Demon Lord Protector has been lured far away. It shouldn't be a problem to kill the cursed demon during this period of time. Lu Shu made some calculations and judged that the chance of winning this battle was very high. In addition to the Holy Sword of War and Soul of War God, obtained from the ruins of the Holy Land, Yumi swallowed the sparkling fruit and her potential increased to S level, which was also the key reason why Lu Shu dared to challenge this instance. After all, sparkling fruit has holy light attribute damage, and it has a certain restraint effect on demons. After the demon protector is diverted away, all the holy light and purification damage on his body will have a considerable attack bonus effect on the cursed demon king. Boom. The door of the main hall was slowly pushed open by Lu Shu. Tip. 250 meters ahead, the final boss of Castlevania, the cursed demon king appears. After Lu Shu's clone arrived at the observation tower, De Jiaohao, his field of vision was no longer as simple as 80 meters. Therefore, you can get hints about the cursed demon king in advance. The moment Lu Shu pushed open the door of the hall, the cursed devil suddenly opened his eyes. Stupid intruder. How dare you break into my fortress? You are asking for your own death. The next second, in front of Lu Shu, the boss panel popped up. Cursed Demon King. Type. Demon. Risk factor. S. Sensing range. 200 meters. Power. 910. Speed. 630. Defense. 810. Skills. Curse of Decay. Decay. Spiritual Intrusion. Blood of the Demon King. Fury of the Demon King, Demon Lord Guard Formation, Blood Demon. Description. Everyone thinks that this demon is a demon that comes from the abyss and brings disasters to the earth. People are afraid of its power and existence, thinking that it is invincible. However, no one knows that in the real abyss, the so-called devil is just a despicable vampire who was expelled. The moment the panel pops up, Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, quickly launch a siege formation. Use shock fruit and sparkling fruit to suppress. The words just fell. In Lu Shu's hand, a sword radiating with holy light appeared. Fight the holy sword. Double the next second. A ray of sword light struck towards the cursed demon king. The cursed demon king instantly felt a severe crisis. In front of it, a decaying black mist was immediately summoned. The cursed demon king has activated the curse of decay. The cursed demon king has activated decay. The black mist spreads around the cursed demon king. Facing such a tyrannical attack, without the nearby demon lord protector to protect him, the cursed demon king could only be forced to activate his skills to offset the fatal concubine's light damage. The nearby thunder, flash, and all the sword light withered in this corrupt atmosphere. However, this aura cannot be maintained for long. The next second, Lu Shu took out the purifying holy water and combined with the power of the holy sword, attacked the black mist together. Under this fierce bombardment, he soon became unable to hold on any longer. Why? How do you have that holy sword? The cursed demon king said in horror. Lu Shu naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the opponent and continued to strike with his sword. Nearby, hundreds of Yumi used the power of sparkling fruit, constantly causing a lot of damage to the cursed demon king. The cursed demon king retreated continuously and couldn't help roaring. The cursed devil has launched a spiritual invasion. However, how could a mental attack have any impact on Pikachu and Lu Shu? With Yumi's blessing, Pika's spirit has reached S level. Not to mention that Lu Shu is still playing the same trick as cultivating immortals. The aura has the effect of protecting the mind and is completely useless to him. As flashes of light continued to light up in the hall, the cursed demon king received critical damage from the holy light system one after another, and his condition declined rapidly. You have completely offended me. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight crack suddenly appeared on the body of the cursed demon king. Black demonic blood seeped out from its skin. Next second, the aura of the cursed devil rose instantly. The cursed demon king activated the demon king's blood, gaining physical resistance, magic resistance, and holy light resistance temporarily. The cursed devil has launched the devil's rage, all basic attributes are doubled. The cursed demon king activated the blood demon effect, gaining 100% blood sucking. When the cursed demon king releases all his power, the aura on it climbed to ultimate, becoming bloodthirsty and terrifying. It seems like everything will be torn apart at any time. If a weak divine tree master stood in front of the cursed demon king, he would probably be frightened out of his soul, and even those with consciousness of fighting would almost forget. Lu Shu was very calm. From the memory inherited by the god of war, he had long known that Cursed Demon King 803 had kept these skills and trump cards unused. However, what I didn't expect was that the Cursed Demon King actually chose to break the jar and activate all the buffs. This is the rhythm of fighting to the death. Yumi, release the final chapter of the grimoire. Pikachu, use shock fruit. Suppress the cursed devil with all your strength, hold on for 10 minutes, don't let this guy have any room to move. Lu Shu said coldly. At this time, the attributes of the cursed demon king are so high that they explode. You must suppress them until they can't move, and wait until the buff on the opponent disappears before you can continue fighting. If it were other sacred tree masters, they could only run around the hall desperately at this time, praying that they would not curse the demon king to kill them. If others see it, Lu Shu actually fights attack with attack, trying to directly suppress the opponent when the cursed demon king is at his strongest. I'm afraid it will shock you to the point of doubting your life. The next second, in the final chapter of Yumi's grimoire, traces of magic erupted like waves, lapping towards the cursed demon king like a tidal wave. And shock fruit crazily squeezed the cursed devil's body, leaving the opponent with no room to move at all. The cursed devil is going crazy. This is when you are at your strongest. So he was suppressed and beaten like this. Isn't it too embarrassing? With the attributes increased by various buffs, the resistance of the cursed demon king at this time is extremely terrifying, and these attacks are basically unable to damage its fur. However, the buff time is limited. Validity period, 10 minutes. As long as the buff gain effect ends, the cursed demon king will enter the weakening stage at this time. By then, it's time for Lu Shu to fight back. 10 minutes passed quietly. The power of the cursed demon king also becomes weaker and weaker as the buff time gradually passes. Finally, a prompt popped up in front of me. The buff time of the cursed demon king has expired and he has entered a weak state. It's now. It's time to use that trump card. Lu Shu immediately took out the God of War Soul. Are you sure to use the God of War Soul? Yes. The next second, a ray of holy light landed on Lu Shu's head. At that moment, his figure was like the god of war descending to earth. The holy sword of war in his hand seemed to trigger some kind of induction, and it started to tremble, making a buzzing sound. You have received the blessing of strength from the god of war. Attributes: attack power plus 610, speed plus 430, defense plus 310. Skills: holy sword judgment, holy sword guard, holy sword sweep. In a blink, Lu Shu's figure has already arrived in front of the cursed demon king. That speed is so fast that it is difficult for people to react. The monks in the Shantian realm have good combat prowess, and they have also awakened a profession that focuses on mobility, shadow assassin. Combined with the added heaven-defying attributes of the god of war. Hard to imagine. Lu Shu's current attributes are so high. He raised the holy sword of war and slashed at the cursed demon king. Suddenly, a ray of holy light stretched across the sky, drowning the entire body of the cursed demon king. Several consecutive sword rays struck down. The breath of the cursed demon king continues to dissipate. At this time, the boss has entered a weak state, and the effect of any damage will be doubled. Using the God of War Soul can just kill it instantly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the main hall door behind me. At this time, the 4 demon guardians finally returned to the cursed demon king. Pity. It's too late. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have killed the cursed demon king. Get Demon Soul X1. Obtain the Demon Skill Illustrated Book, Curse Elementary. Get the top skill illustration, minor. Get demonic staff extraordinary level X1. Get search torch +1. Obtain the cursed devil's handwriting X1. The moment the BOSS was killed, the 4 demon guardians also collapsed instantly. They were originally life forms created by the cursed demon king. Once the body of the cursed demon king dies, these created existences lose their original support and will naturally collapse. Only broken stones were left. Focus on the panel. Lu Shu's eyes were dazzled by the dazzling array of rewards. The role of the demon soul is similar to that of the god of war, except that it temporarily possesses the power to curse demons. The scepter torch is much stronger than the scepter torch. Once used, the field of vision can be increased by 50 meters. This way, my field of vision will reach 130 meters. The devil's staff is also a weapon in the devil's suit, but it requires the special profession of mage to use it. For the time being, it has no effect on me, so I will keep it for now. Next, Lu Shu focused on the 2 skill illustrations. Would you like to learn the top skill illustrated book, minor? Yes. Would you like to learn the demon skill illustrated book, curse? Yes. Suddenly, a skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Devil's curse. Level. Junior. Effect. Put the target into a weak state, and reduce the figure attribute by 100%. It is quite effective in dealing with the divine tree master. Lu Shu commented simply. If you encounter a sacred tree master in the wild and have an encounter CCCB, giving the opponent a weak point may catch him off guard. However, it is not that effective against most demons. After all, it's just a basic skill. But if you can upgrade to advanced, it will be very useful. At last, open the Handbook of Cursed Demons. The messy handwriting on it briefly describes the life of the cursed devil. By flipping through handwriting, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. According to the content of the handwriting, the cursed demon is a monster from the abyss. When it came to Castlevania, it was indeed an invincible enemy here, but in its hometown, that is, the abyss, it was a weak existence that was eliminated and expelled. What kind of advanced copy is that abyss? Lu Shu suddenly realized that the world was much larger than he thought. There is also a unique civilization and history here. No one knows the origin of the Grey World. After reading the handwriting, a special reminder not only rang in Lu Shu's ears, but also popped up on the entire world public screen. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for obtaining the first kill of the Abyss level boss. Reward. Devil Contract Special Skill. Lu Shu's eyes flickered and he looked at the special skills revealed as first kill rewards. Devil Contract. Grade. Special. Function. Sign a devil's contract to bind the soul. If anyone violates the contract, the soul will suffer eternal backlash. To put it simply, this is a contract skill. It might have some effect in the future. Special skills are useful on special occasions and will not be repeated with ordinary skills. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Successfully killed the boss of Castlevania. The monsters here have become clean. This place has also become a safe zone. However, this doesn't mean it's over. Next, Ashu plans to kill someone. When this prompt pops up, world public screen. Oh my god, Boss Lushu has obtained the first kill achievement again, and this time it's an abyss level copy. Awesome. I was in a difficult level dungeon and was chased by monsters. The tree-lugging boss had already cleared the difficulty level and was directly promoted to S-level dungeon. There is nothing to say except worship. The first one on the list is the first one on the list. These first kills are all genuine kills. They are so powerful. Originally, I wanted the boss to take me, but I thought that the place I was going to was an abyss-level dungeon. A place like this might be contaminated by the aura of mobs, and I was going to die, so I better not go. Horror. Have I fallen to the point where I can't even lead the big guys on the list? When the achievement reminder in front of him fell in front of Rakshasa, he was immediately petrified on the spot. That's right, Rakshasa is not dead yet. When he was about to be killed by the 4 guardians, Lu Shu happened to push open the door of the main hall. Sensing the crisis, the cursed demon king withdrew all the 4 demon guardians, leaving only the demon soldiers and demon generals to hunt down Rakshasa. With Rakshasa's strength, surrounded by demonic soldiers and generals, he could barely survive. Just when he was dying. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for obtaining the first kill of the Abyss level boss. When this notice appeared in front of him, the surrounding demon soldiers and generals all fell down and turned into black mist. This Abyss level copy. Has been cleared. Saved. What happened? Rakshasa muttered to himself. Until now, he is still in a state of confusion. Inexplicably being chased by a group of monsters. Inexplicably, I was saved again. I still don't understand what's going on around me. However, at this time, in the gray fog, a figure suddenly walked out. No, not just one person. There are also 100 familiar yellow-skinned mice. Me, there seems to be a cat hanging behind the yellow-skinned mouse. See that person. The moment I saw the yellow-skinned mouse. Thinking back to when Lu Shu achieved the first kill, there was a legend about the yellow-skinned mouse. At this time, no matter how stupid Rakshasa is, he has already guessed the truth. Are you a tree lifter? Your ability is to control these yellow-skinned rats. Did you bring me here? Rakshasa wanted to say something else. Lu Shu frowned slightly. You know too much. Cast Devil's Curse. Rakshasa's body was suddenly surrounded by a cloud of cursed black energy. After the battle just now, Rakshasa's combat effectiveness was already very low, and he was already running out of gas. Plus the debilitating effect triggered by the curse. When Rakshasa wanted the apostle to escape, he found that his body was ridiculously slow. The next second, a sword light flashed from Rakshasa's throat. Rakshasa never expected that the opponent's attack would be so fast. However, even if he could react, with Lu Shu's current strength, he couldn't block a move at all. Rakshasa slowly fell to the ground, his face full of resentment and unwillingness, his eyes staring at the sky, as if he still couldn't believe that he would die like this. When he died, he could not imagine that the gap between his own strength and others would be so big. He was so big that he couldn't even resist a single move and was instantly killed. It seems like I want you to come here. Lu Shu sneered. Rakshasa is not a good person. Since the Dark Knight Alliance has provoked him, he does not need to be polite to any member of this organization. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the Sacred Tree Master, Rakshasa. Get the Undead Magic Tree. Sacred Tree +1. The next second, in front of Lu Shu, a new Sacred Tree panel appeared. Sacred Tree Undead Magic. Stage, Primary Spirit Tree. Sunshine, 130 per day, 1.3, x 100. Aura, 120 per day, 1-0.2 x 100. Product, Undead Magic Fruit. Production Cycle, 2 days 1100, 550. Growth Points, 2200, 7.4 x 100 equals 1100 per day. Next stage, Intermediate Spiritual Tree, 5000 growth points. Necromancer is also a profession. This way, my demonic staff can be used. Moreover, the necromancer can also control the undead, which is very useful in the dungeon of the Grey World. No wonder Rakshasa's brain can also clear difficult level dungeons. The necromancer can control the undead, which gives him a lot of convenience. You can't control such a powerful profession, so let me do it. Lu Shu smiled lightly. In fact, Rakshasa's death was also within his own calculations. Through the observation tower, Lu Shu saw from the prompts that Rakshasa had awakened a professional fruit-type ability. Although this guy's IQ is not very high, his awakened professional fruit talent is really good. Turns out to be an S-class necromancer. Lu Shu happens to have an extra demonic staff, which requires the profession of mage to use. Among these people, Rakshasa's sacred tree is of some value to me. Therefore, Lu Shu kept his life alive for a while until he killed him with his own hands. Killed Rakshasa. Lu Shu also did not forget to search the corpse. As a top player in the rankings and a member of the Dark Knight Alliance, Admiral, this guy has a lot of treasures. A platinum level soul wand. There is also a silver level soul suit. And a map. The revenant staff and revenant suit are of no use to Lu Shu now. They can be directly uploaded to the trading interface for auction. Developed to this stage, most of the Sacred Tree Masters produced a lot of fruits, exchanged them to become stronger, and entered the Grey World to explore dungeons and upgrades, which can be regarded as making some money. At this stage, equipment becomes particularly easy to sell. The whole people developed a craze for exploring the Grey World. Transaction interface. Seller, Lu Shuren. Products, Revenant 6-piece set, silver level, Revenant staff, platinum level. Condition, exchange for a higher level superpower fruit. Hang all the equipment dropped from Rakshasa to the trading interface. Next, Lu Shu set his sights on the map. Would you like to light up the map? Yes. The next second, on the gray world map, the gray fog located 10 coordinate points in the distance suddenly revealed its true face. Dead Soul Town. Coordinates, 47, 49. Risk factor, B. Boss, Revenant Guy, difficult level. Items, intermediate skill illustration, search torch, soul set, accessories. Abyss of Dead Souls. Coordinates, 53, 55. Risk factor, S. Boss, Nightmare Revenant, Corruption Revenant, Undead Soul, Abyss level. Items, Evil Soul, Book of Sages, Revenant Skill Illustrated, Top Skill Illustrated, Scepter and Torch, Holy Grail. From this map, Lu Shu quickly determined that Rakshasa arrived here after conquering the town of Dead Souls. However, the span of this map is a bit large. In addition to the town of the dead with coordinates 47, 49, there is also the Abyss of the Dead 10 coordinates away. It should be a map related to the Dead Souls. Lu Shu guessed. The map of the Grey World is not completely followable. Some maps are relatively incomplete, and this phenomenon of large spans will occur. Abyss level Dead Soul copy. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. As you can see from this map, the rewards in the Abyss of Dead Souls are quite generous. Me, awakening the necromancer profession, Lu Shu can now control the undead. If you can clear the dungeon, what will it be like to control the Abyss level soul boss? The location of 10 coordinates is a little far away. Lu Shu frowned slightly. I am still in the Castlevania with coordinates 43, 41. To go to the Abyss of Dead Souls, you need to go through a lot of distance. Take out the destiny pointer. The nearest Abyss level dungeon location nearby. Lu Shu thought about it. The next second, the pointer trembled slightly. The direction pointed was actually the Abyss of Dead Souls with coordinates 53, 55. Suddenly, a message broadcast by the system echoed in Lu Shu's ears. Warning, Grey Fog will invade your Sacred Tree Island in 7 days. All Sacred Tree Masters please pay attention to the time spent exploring the Grey World and return to the Sacred Tree Island before the Grey World invades, otherwise you will face the risk of death. Countdown. 7 days. ... When this prompt sounds, all the Sacred Tree Masters exploded out of their diving state. The chat box was extremely lively. World public screen. Hey, why was it prompted so quickly that the Grey Realm was invading? It seems that last time it only gave us Judean time, right? Normally, our overall strength has become stronger. It will take you 2 or 3 days to explore a difficult level dungeon, but it will take you 7 or 8 days to complete the Abyss level dungeon. Indeed, if someone were to be invaded while exploring the Grey World dungeon, wouldn't that person be in trouble? So, it turns out that Mr. Lushu cleared the Abyss level dungeon and got the Grey World prompt so quickly. Otherwise, Mr. Lushu just cleared the Abyss level dungeon, why did the prompt sound immediately after? The rules of the Grey World will depend on everyone's status. If someone reaches the level of an Abyss level copy, then the Grey World will determine our overall progress in advance, so the prompt time will be longer. Perhaps originally the progress of the difficult level dungeon was notified 5 days ago, but Boss Lushu cleared the Abyss level dungeon, so the progress was notified 7 days ago. Holy shit, is there still such an operation? The tree rolling guy is awesome. YYDS. This is too powerful. One person has improved the progress of 1 billion of our Sacred Tree Masters in the Grey World. With the 7-day reminder, we can better judge how to design the strategy copy plan and calculate the progress. This can greatly reduce the missed class rate of our plan. Oh my god, this wave of tree plumping bosses has simply benefited 1 billion divine tree masters. Many Sacred Tree Masters, through some small details, immediately judge the relationship between Lu Shu's first kill of the Abyss level dungeon achievement and the appearance of the Grey World invasion prompt. There is always a group of people who are willing to study the rules of the Grey World to find ways to survive and solve more problems. Since the first kill achievement is included in the system prompt, maybe there is a progress in the Grey World that no one can see in the hidden settings. This progress will not necessarily be based on average strength, and may not look at the person at the front. Simply put, Lu Shu has raised everyone's average. At this time, world public screen, suddenly someone discovered a new product on Lu Shu's shelves. The boss of Lu Shu has listed items on the trading interface again. I must grab these 100 pieces of delicious food today. Hey, wait a minute, it seems that what Mr. Lu Shu is putting on the shelves this time is not food, but equipment. Everyone took a closer look. Turn out, the products listed by Lu Shu are a platinum level weapon and a 6-piece silver level revenant set. Equipment of this level is worth a lot in today's trading market. The requirement is also a high-level superpower fruit. This made many sacred tree masters give up their thoughts. Sorry, platinum level weapon plus suit, I don't think I'm worthy of redeeming this kind of thing. What level of development have the tree-playing bosses reached now? They sell platinum equipment. Isn't this too far ahead of others? Terrifying. I am still using silver level weapons now. People don't want silver suits anymore. Platinum level weapons are sold as soon as they are offered. I really can't help but admire them. Hey, this platinum level equipment turns out to be the wand of the dead. Upstairs, what happened to the Wraith staff? I remember this equipment, it seems to be the equipment of Rakshasa. His profession is a necromancer. The soul suit and the soul staff are his standard equipment. Does this mean that Mr. Lu Shu actually killed Rakshasa, and then took this equipment to the trading interface to exchange for fruits? Don't tell me, this seems really possible. Isn't Rakshasa the top guy in the rankings? He seems to be from the Dark Knight Alliance, and the big boss of Lu Shu will kill him whenever he says. Who knows, maybe this mad dog bit Mr. Lu Shu for no reason. Anyway, I think there is something wrong with this man's brain. This is really what happened. Our team passed by in such a good way, but after encountering Rakshasa, these crazy people attacked us without saying a word, as if they wanted to kill us. Fortunately, we ran fast enough. Tuan escaped the pursuit of these madmen. Holy crap, are the people in this organization sick? I heard that they are specially organized to hunt down sacred tree masters, just to get other people's sacred trees, and they also say that they only want high-quality sacred trees, not inferior ones. This kind of organization is really created by the devil, please let them die. Well done, Boss Lu Shu. Even if the rules of the sacred tree game are cruel, I hope they die as soon as possible for this kind of cancer. Dark Island. It was pitch black and no sunlight could be seen. Dark Knight's eyes opened slightly. He looked at the chat public screen and immediately tried to send a message to Rakshasa. The response I got was just a cold reminder. The sacred tree master, Rakshasa, is dead. Failed to send, and Yi's eyes suddenly became cold. This tree-lifting man actually killed Rakshasa. Is the difference that big? And Yi's expression was gloomy and uncertain. In his eyes, although Rakshasa's brain did have some problems, there were Wei and others around him, and his stealth skills were full. In addition, he had the professional ability to control the undead. How could he? You should have some fighting ability, but you can't run away if you can't beat him. Moreover, in the mission he issued at the beginning, he did not ask Rakshasa to actually kill Lu Shu. He just asked him to explore the information and see what kind of skills the other party had. Such a terrible enemy. Of course, Yi chose to take action himself. Result: Rakshasa died in Castlevania. In the copy, all the equipment on his body was sold by the tree lubber on the trading interface. For a time, the Dark Knight felt extremely irritable. Rakshasa is a member of the Dark Knight Alliance, Admiral, and his strength is pretty good. To die in the hands of others like this was like a slap in the face of his Dark Knight. What's more, this matter was also revealed by other people on the world public screen, which even embarrassed the Dark Knight Alliance. What the Dark Knight Alliance needs to develop is a high-quality talent strategy, and it does not want some novices, rookies, and sluggish players. However, masters generally have their own arrogance. Seeing that the Dark Knight Alliance is so weak, who would still want to join it? If it goes on for a long time, it will be a huge blow to the development of the Dark Knight Alliance. This brainless thing, why would you really mess with him when he has nothing to do? The Dark Knight felt extremely irritable, watching the constantly scrolling world public screen. Above, a certain sacred tree master with the ID, Lu Feng, was laughing wildly. It makes Dark Knights even more annoying. Lu Feng, Ha 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 ha, Rakshasa is dead. I didn't expect him to be here today. Lu Feng. Alas, this guy just had this piece of platinum equipment and treated it like a treasure. But in the end, he was killed and fell into the hands of others. Lu Feng. Don't grab it from me. This piece of platinum equipment was lost to me in a bet that Rakshasa had planned for a long time ago. After what happened above, many Divine Tree Masters have lost a lot of favorability towards the Dark Knight Alliance. And after Rakshasa died, many Sacred Tree Masters exposed various activities of the Dark Knight Alliance, causing everyone to despise them. At this time, Lu Feng took the opportunity to promote Muyu Pavilion on the world public screen. Lu Feng. Brothers, if you are interested, you can come and consult our Muyu Pavilion. Lu Feng. Our Muyu Pavilion upholds the principles of equality, mutual help, and love, sharing information about the Grey World, distributing guild benefits, forming teams to pass dungeons, and having bosses impart cute teachings. Closing square bracket. Lu Feng. This is much better than that Dark Knight Alliance. Although there will be a battle between the Sacred Tree Masters sooner or later, alliances still exist. Otherwise, many Divine Tree Masters would not even be able to defeat the monsters in the Grey World, let alone wait until the 10 days of fighting each other. Many people also realized that Muyuj and the Dark Knight Alliance were in a hostile relationship. And there is also a big boss behind Muyu Pavilion. Some people are doubtful, some are waiting and watching, some people take the initiative to consult, and some people directly choose to join, because Muyu Pavilion does not seem to have big problems for the time being, and the most important thing is, it can help you beware of these lunatics from the Dark Knight Alliance. Anyway, today is the day when the Dark Knight Alliance collapses. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body is sitting cross-legged and practicing. Get a new sacred tree. Next to him, another golden divine tree teleportation array appeared. Let's go and see how the new sacred tree looks like. Lu Shu stood up. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. The Sacred Tree Master, Lu Feng, invites you to conduct a transaction. Qian. Chat window. Lu Feng. Boss, can I trade with you using the superpower fruit? Tree Raider. What kind of power? Lu Feng. Illusion fruit. To put it simply, this fruit can have the effect of creating illusions for others. If your mental power is high enough, you can also interfere with the boss's actions. Boss, you killed Rakshasa, you should get the profession of necromancer. This kind of mage profession usually has a spiritual bonus, and that guy has an S-level talent, so the bonus effect is even better. My illusion fruit is just right for you to use. The tree lover. Let's make a deal. Ding, you have obtained an illusion fruit. In Lu Shu's hand, there was a dreamy colored fruit. The quality does not look very low. During the transaction with Lu Feng, several Sacred Tree Masters also came to Lu Shu to trade, but was rejected by Lu Shu. Lu Feng is a master of Muyu Pavilion, and his fruit grade must be higher than that of ordinary Sacred Tree Masters. It now appears that Lu Shu's judgment was not wrong. Swallow the illusion fruit. You have gained a new power, hallucination. Hallucination. Level. Advanced superpower. Function. Activate mental power to create an illusory space for the enemy. This kind of skill, if your mental power is higher than that of your opponent, can play a very good role, and can even turn the opponent into a chess piece of yours. Even if you can't control the enemy, you can still interfere to a certain extent. If the level is high enough, you can even use illusion to kill people, causing the enemy to get lost in the illusion space you created and lose consciousness forever. Lu Shu nodded. The effect of the illusion fruit is quite practical. If Lu Shu had such an illusion skill when conquering Castlevania, there would be no need for the 430 trouble to find a way to introduce Rakshasa into Demon Castle. Just use illusions to control your opponent's mind and you're done. After completing the transaction, Lu Shu teleports to the new Sacred Tree Island through the Sacred Tree teleportation array. In front of you, a scary-looking tree surrounded by dead souls, like a tree that would only be planted next to a haunted house, stands in the center of the island. Is this the undead magic tree? Lu Shu stepped forward. Use spiritual power to communicate with the sacred tree. Suddenly, a residual mental power still wants to bite Lu Shu back. The ghost lingers. Lu Shu sneered. He took out the Holy Grail in his hand. The next second, The purifying holy water immediately completely removes the residual soul thoughts left here by Rakshasa. Since then, this sacred tree is completely connected to Lu Shu's spiritual power. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding! Your shadow divine tree has grown into an intermediate spiritual tree. Sacred tree, dark night. Stage, intermediate spiritual tree. Sunshine, 140 per day, 1.4x 100. Aura, 130 per day, 1.3x 100. Product, dark night fruit. Production cycle, 2 days, 1,100 550ths. Growth points, 5,500, 11.4x 100 equals 1,140 per day. Next stage, advanced spiritual tree, 20,000 growth points. Has it grown into an intermediate spiritual tree? Lu Shu murmured. After so many days of growth, the shadow divine tree has also grown from a primary spiritual tree to an intermediate spiritual tree. Use teleportation array. Soon, Lu Shu came to the island of the shadow god tree. The shadow divine tree has finally grown a lot taller. No longer as short as before. 2 shadow-like fruits grow on the tree. One of the shadow fruits is relatively small and was produced before the spiritual tree was upgraded. During the dungeon strategy, I produced 1 shadow fruit, but I haven't swallowed it yet. The other shadow fruit is a bit larger. It is a fruit produced after evolving into an intermediate spiritual tree, and is of a higher grade. Lu Shu stepped forward. Eat the small fruits first, then the big ones. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Swallow 2 fruits of the night. Your shadow assassin is upgraded to master level 3. Your shadow assassin is upgraded to grandmaster level. The next second, Lu Shu's career panel was updated immediately. Profession, name, shadow assassin, level, grandmaster. Attributes, attack power plus 100, speed plus 300, dodge plus 70. Skill, shadow movement speed LV2, transform into a shadow, movement speed plus 70. Integrate into the night LV2, in the dark, blend into the night, immune to 85% of physical damage, movement speed plus 20. Shadow escape LV2, teleport within a range of 200 meters. Magic knife 1000 blades LV7, the blade of your weapon can be split into 1000 fragments, each fragment causing 22% damage to the enemy. Night concealment LV2, in the night, summon the dark night to cover the surrounding area with a radius of 10 meters. At this time, you will obtain the stealth effect and cannot be sensed. Launching an attack will exit the stealth effect. Shadow kill LV1, summon a shadow, gain 30% of the body's attack power and full stealth effect, and assassinate the enemy. Available skill points, 5. The basic attributes have improved a lot. Some skills have also been enhanced. Moreover, I also gained a new skill, Shadow Kill. Lu Shu glanced at the panel and felt quite satisfied with the upgrade of the Shadow Assassin's profession to the master level. Shadow Kill. This is another skill similar to a clone. However, the difference is that Shadow Kill can achieve full stealth effect. Simply put, even if the enemy has hostile perception, he will not be able to detect the existence of the shadow. Because shadows have no emotions. It's just a summoned killing machine. Hostility perception is the perception of an opponent's murderous intent. But when the shadow kills people, it can even hide its murderous intent. Moreover, even if the shadow's mission fails, the enemy will not be able to find the location of Lu Shu's body. This is a perfect assassin. The only drawback may be that the attack power is a bit low. I have 5 skill points. Lu Shu thought for a moment. Increase shadow movement speed by 1 point. Demon knife 1000 blades adds 1 point. Shadow kill adds 3 points. The reason for increasing the shadow movement speed is because Lu Shu is going to the abyss of the dead next and needs to rush to run the map. At this time, speed is time, and time is life. Back and forth, speed is almost priceless. The attributes of the 1000 blades of the demonic sword have almost reached their upper limit, so I just need to add more points as I see it. Shadow kill is an excellent skill. If used well, it can kill people thousands of miles away without being seen, and it can also be used to explore paths. Soon, the skill panel has been updated again. Shadow movement speed LV3 transform into a shadow, movement speed plus 100. Magic Knife 1000 Blades LV8. Your weapon blade can be split into 1000 fragments, each fragment causing 24% damage to the enemy. Shadow Kill LV4. Summon a shadow, gain 45% of the body's attack power and full stealth effect, and assassinate the enemy. Next, 2 more days of waiting. Lu Shu will be able to harvest the first professional fruit of the necromancer and the maturity of the fruit of life. Gray World. Lu Shu moved towards the direction of Abyss of the Dead. Period. He threw some useless equipment and materials into the trading interface and exchanged them for a map of the route to the Abyss of the Dead. According to the map information collected, within the movement range of these 10 coordinates, Lu Shu will encounter a total of 3 difficult level dungeons and 7 ordinary level dungeons. Apart from the Abyss of the Undead, there are indeed no other Abyss level copies nearby. Lu Shu plans to explore all the dungeons he passes along the way. As long as the scope has been explored, when the Grey World invades, one's own Sacred Tree Island will be invaded. Lu Shu is too lazy to conquer these difficult level dungeons one by one, so she might as well run through them all. When the Grey World invades, she can finish them all in one pot and get a lot of defense points at the same time. Anyway, the rewards are pretty much the same. The items produced by difficult level dungeons no longer have much appeal to Lu Shu now. He is more concerned about the output of the Abyss level copy. DXZ. Is it possible to use undead magic to control several Abyss level bosses? Use Shadow Movement Speed. Lu Shu moves very fast. It originally took 7 days to go from Castlevania to Abyss of the Dead. However, Lu Shu's Shadow Assassin has been upgraded to the Grandmaster level. The time required for this journey has changed from 7 days to 5 days. There is also more room for error and exploration, so you can see what's going on around here before the next invasion of the Grey World comes. En route, Lu Shu passed by the dungeon and saw some dungeons that produced ingredients. At that time, new recipes will be unlocked. 2 days later, Lu Shu opened her eyes. A strong wind appeared around him. In these 2 days, without the pressure of conquering the dungeon, Lu Shu can focus all her energy on training. Although his current mental strength can be used for 2 purposes, when conquering the dungeon, Lu Shu still focused all his attention on the dungeon, so his practice was delayed for a while. I'm on the road these 2 days. Lu Shu swallowed the remaining Tianling fruit. It seems that after being trained in battle, the breakthrough came naturally without any difficulty. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Shu's cultivation has now broken through to the 5th level of Shantian. I broke through several small realms in a row. His strength is much stronger than before. And the cultivation also faintly reached the threshold and began to slow down. When the Tianling fruit reaches this stage, the role it can play is relatively limited. At this time, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, 3 prompts popped up in succession. Ding! You have obtained a life fruit X1. Ding! You got 3 growth fruits X3. Ding! You have obtained a undead magic fruit X1. Coming! Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Look up. Unknowingly, that small sapling has now grown into a giant tree. The lush branches and leaves, as the breeze blows, send out a wave of sand, like a rising tide. Sand, sound. Among the branches and leaves, a golden fruit and 3 orange fruits grew. They are the fruits of life and the fruits of growth. Lu Shu jumped over more than 10 feet and landed gracefully on the top of the sacred tree, as light as a falling goose. He picked them casually, and 4 ripe fruits fell into his hands. Carefully bury the fruit in the soil. With the blessing of 100-fold increase, the 4 subspecies spiritual trees instantly rose from the ground and broke through. Fruit Tree of Life. Variety. Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product. Fruit of Life. Period. 0.6 365 550ths. Production times remaining. 1. Growing fruit tree. Variety. Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product. Growing fruit. Period. 0.6 365 550ths. Production times remaining. 2. At this moment, the remaining time for advanced fertilizer is almost over. Lu Shu reused all the high-grade fertilizers in the warehouse, and then went to the transaction interface to exchange for another pack of high-grade fertilizers. Not urgent, although Lu Shu now has 3 sacred trees. Anyway, the high-grade fertilizer lasts for 3 days. You can exchange it slowly. Then, Lu Shu passed through the teleportation array of the Divine Tree and headed to the island of the undead magic Divine Tree. A ghostly fruit grew on the sacred tree filled with the aura of dead souls. This fruit looks like the head of a deceased soul, but it has no nose, no mouth, and no face. It's hard to imagine whether you will die if you eat such a fruit. Lu Shu took a deep breath. A true warrior always dares to face the bloody reality. Pick off the undead magic fruit, close your eyes, and bite it. Turn out, this fruit has no flavor at all. It's like chewing air. How to say? As long as it's not unpalatable, it's a novel experience, right? After eating the fruit of the dead, the next second, in front of Lu Shu, a new profession Nanban appeared. Profession. Name. Necromancer. Level. Advanced level. Attributes. Spirit plus 30, Perception plus 10, Magic plus 200. Skill. Undead Sense LV1. You can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 1000 meters. Undead Control LV1. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is below sea level. Undead Magic LV1. Consume spiritual power and magic power to summon an undead with a B-level danger coefficient. Undead Control Professional Exclusive. Defeat an undead, completely control it with spiritual power, and cultivate undead monsters. Available skill points. 10. Rakshasa's sacred tree has reached the intermediate level of spiritual tree. If you eat one of the fruits produced, you will directly enter the class. Lu Shu thought for a while and quickly made a choice. Add 1.2. Undead Sense. Undead Control. Adds 6 points. Necromantic Magic. Adds 3 points. Soon, the Professional Skills panel was updated. Undead Sense LV2. You can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 2000 meters. Undead Control LV7. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is below S level. Undead Magic LV4. Consume spiritual power and magic power to summon an undead with a danger coefficient of A. After Lu Shu's judgment, undead magic looks more useful, but it actually doesn't mean much. Now that the undead are summoned to fight for themselves, the improvement to the overall combat power is too small. On the other hand, undead control can interfere with the actions of other undead and even control them. If there are undead that you want to control, such as the S-level boss in the abyss of the undead, defeating them directly, and then using the undead to control them is not as good as directly. Is it more important to answer the call? After getting the new profession of mage. Next, Lu Shu set her sights on the extraordinary Devil Staff. Demon Staff. Type. Weapon. Rank. Extraordinary. Attributes. Magic plus 500, Spirit plus 100, Magic Penetration plus 200, Durability plus 2000. Demon 8-piece set. 2/8. Set effect. Demon Restraint plus 10, Demon Perception plus 15, Demon Gain plus 10. Description. A staff made by a demon. In addition, Lu Shu also has a diamond-grade Magic Sound Holy Harp. After unlocking the mage profession, this weapon dropped from the Magic Sound Saint can also be used. Although the rank of Magic Sound Holy Harp is not as high as Demon Kwang Fakyun. But after I unlock the hallucination ability, if I use it with the Magic Harp, I can increase the effect of the illusion. Musical instrument weapons are originally weapons that tend to attack the mind. Lu Shu nodded. Unlocking the necromancer profession really has many unexpected benefits. In this way, neither the magic harp nor the devil staff will be wasted. And it can also enhance the effect of illusion power. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding. Your life fruit tree has reached the growth cycle, life fruit plus 100. Ding. Your growth fruit tree has reached the growth cycle, growth fruit plus 300. After waiting for half a day, the life fruit tree is full of 100 golden fruits. Please place life fruit X100 next to the god tree for incubation. Lu Shu took all the life fruits under the god tree. A divine power incubated the life fruits. It will take another 2.5 days to incubate. A new pet will be born in this world. At that time, Pikachu, Yumi, and the entire God Tree Island will welcome a new family. Next, Lu Shu set his sights on the growth fruit. Growth fruit. Grade. Advanced. Function. Increase the basic attributes of the pet and improve potential. It's time to let Pikachu and Yumi come back. Lu Shu thought. Growth fruit can improve the attributes of pets again. Moreover, in the past 2 days, the large forces in the Grey Realm have been exploring various dungeons, working 22 hours a day and night, and are now a little tired. Moreover, Lu Shu's main body has been promoted to the 5th level of the innate, unlocking the new profession of the necromancer, and it is time to update the strength of a wave of clones. A light curtain descended from the teleportation array. Soon, after engraving a teleportation array on the spot, the large forces of the Grey Realm returned to the God Tree Island. Pika, meow. As soon as they came back, Pikachu and Yumi had starry eyes, looking at the 100 orange fruits on the growth fruit tree. The fragrance emitted seemed to have a unique attraction to these little guys. Lu Shu smiled and said, "Go and eat, this is a reward for you." Pikachu and Yumi immediately shouted excitedly, all went over, and each of them got one. Eat the fruit of growth. The skin of these little cuties suddenly emits bursts of fluorescence, as if they are undergoing a transformation. 100 Pikachus and Yumi all seemed to be a little sleepy at this time, falling to the ground and taking a nap temporarily. These are some reactions after the transformation. Just a little sleep will complete the enhancement. The pet panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Pikachu. Type. Pokemon. Power. 100,000 volts. Shock fruit. Constitution. B. Speed. A+. Spirit. A+. Comprehensive potential. S+. Yumi. Type. Magic cat. Powers. Continuous hit and block. Fishing missile, Yumi possession, strong energy, the final chapter of the grimoire, sparkling fruit. Physique. C+. Speed. B. Spirit. A+. Overall potential. S+. Pikachu has taken Tianling fruit before and has reached a bottleneck period. He cannot break through yet. However, anyway, with Yumi's possession, it has already reached S level, and it is estimated that it will take a while to transform. Yumi's basic attributes have improved a lot, and her potential has reached S+, which is the same as Pikachu 3. Lu Shu nodded. There are 3 trees growing fruits. Of course, it is a pity that there are only 2 production cycles, which can produce a total of 600 pieces. Pikachu and Yumi ate a total of 200 growth fruits, and there were still 100 growth fruits left to take. There are still 2 days until the next hatching of the life fruit is completed. By the time the hatching matures, the growth fruit will have already entered the next production cycle. There is no need to keep these 100 fruits of growth. By the way, give it to the golden dragon koi and see what kind of effect it has. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He came to the river. The golden dragon koi seemed to sense Lu Shu's arrival and swam to the shore early to wait. This is what it feels like to eat something good. Eat. Lu Shu smiled. Feed a life fruit to the golden dragon koi. The golden dragon koi swallowed a growth fruit, and its evolution points +10. The golden dragon koi swallowed a growth fruit, and its evolution points +10. The effect is so good. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. After these few days, the natural evolution point of the golden dragon koi has increased to 50. Now, after swallowing 5 growth fruits, the evolution point of the golden dragon koi has reached 100. Now, compared to a small carp before, the body length of the golden dragon koi reaches half a meter, which is already a big fish. And its level is only level 2. Eating 10 growth fruits in a row. The golden dragon koi still opened its mouth, indicating that it was not enough. Lu Shu could only smile bitterly. As expected of a mythical creature, it eats a lot. Pikachu and Yumi ate a growth fruit and fell asleep. However, the golden dragon koi ate 10 growth fruits in a row, just like playing, and it looked unsatisfied. Are you going to eat all this fruit? Lu Shu thought about it and asked. Golden dragon koi unexpectedly understood the human words and nodded. Okay, let's eat it all for you. Lu Shu was happy. 100 growth fruits are exactly the 1,000 evolution points. In this way, the golden dragon koi can evolve to the 3rd level. By the time, wouldn't it be possible to increase one's own lucky attribute? Not long after, 100 growth fruits have been swallowed by the golden dragon koi. The golden dragon koi has reached the evolution point. Do you want to choose to evolve? Yes. The next second, the body length of the golden dragon koi suddenly became 1 meter. It's like it expanded in the blink of an eye. Lu Shu secretly smacked her tongue when she saw it. This is raising a big fish. I'm afraid it won't be long before this river won't be able to accommodate the golden dragon and koi carp. Golden dragon koi. Category: mythical creature. Level: Level 3. Blessing halo. Luck plus 50, blessing plus 80. Evolution points: 50. In addition to luck, blessing is also a very useful attribute. When fighting against undead souls and curses, blessing can increase the chance of immunity to curses and reduce the duration of various weak buffs. Even if the opponent has a critical hit rate, if there is blessing, there may be problems that cannot be exploded. Condition: the increase in luck value has even changed Lu Shu's attributes. Quickly open the character panel. Figure: Divine Tree Master, Tree Raider. Powers: Resonance, Teleportation, Clone Technique, Hallucination. Occupation: Shadow Assassin, Grandmaster Level, Necromancer, Advanced Level. Skills: Advanced Carpentry, Advanced Miner, Advanced Decomposition, Advanced Disguise, Advanced Cooking, Demonic Curse, Demonic Contract. Cultivation Level: Shantian 5th Level. Talents: 100 times increase SSS level, Fruit of All Realms, SSS level, Spring Resurgence, SSS level. Luck: C+, Spirit: A, Sacred Tree: 3. Besides, the products of the Sacred Tree have also been updated. Products: Purple Chi Fruit, Purple Qigong Fruit, Innate Shenfa Fruit. Production Cycle: 3 days 1655 150ths. Purple Chi Fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved. It seems to be a fruit related to cultivating immortals. But why does it feel different? The purple Qigong method makes Lu Shu feel that this is a brand new practice mode. In any case, wait for a period of time, and when the fruit matures, the answer will naturally be revealed. Dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun passes through the sacred tree and shines on the faces of these sleeping little guys. The sun sets at dusk, and the years are quiet. One Pikachu's eyes trembled and he opened his eyes. It looked like he had woken up. The other little guys also got up one after another. Although it was delayed for half a day. However, Pikachu and Yumi's energy returned to its peak state. It's time to leave for the Grey Realm. Lu Shu condensed a clone again. A light curtain of teleportation array descends. The large army of the Grey World rides again. Grey World. Location: Adventurer Town. Coordinates: 50, 51. Risk factor: E. Items: low-level wood, low-level ore, treasure map, map. This is a safe zone. There aren't even a few zombies. If adventurers can find this town, they can collect a wave of supplies without any worries. Certainly, this place has also been explored by most of the Sacred Tree Masters. Many carpentry shops and mines are now empty. As long as it is a valuable material, in the eyes of the Sacred Tree Master, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. However, Lu Shu's eyes were on one of the items. Treasure map. It is different from other safe areas. In the Adventurer Town, a special item with a treasure map appeared, which attracted Lu Shu's attention. Yumi, Pikachu, open up the exploration formation. A distance of 130 meters from each other. Explore within this area, Lu Shu immediately ordered. Obtain the blessing of the searchlight torch. Now, the sensing range reaches 130 meters. In addition, Yumi has now unlocked the sparkling fruit, and her speed is no slower than Pikachu, and she can also go out alone. To put it simply, the role of this cat is no longer limited to hanging on others, but also has the ability to fight independently. Ability. Soon, the vast army began to search the Adventurer Town. Tip. 130 meters ahead, low-level wood X1 appears. Tip. 130 meters ahead, low-level ore X1 appears. I searched for a while in a pile of scraps. Half an hour passed. Lu Shu didn't seem to find anything valuable. Just when he frowned and thought about leaving just now. Suddenly, text pops up in front of your eyes. Tip. 130 meters ahead, a treasure map appears. If you get the treasure map, you have a chance to find the hidden area in the Grey World. There are endless treasures there, waiting for adventure. The adventurous go explore. Finally found. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The location of this treasure map is really secretive. Hidden under a statue of a god. Fortunately, I have the ability to give hints. After determining the location, I fiddled around here for a while and finally dug out the treasure map. Treasure map. Location. Yunmang Holy Land. Coordinates. 51, 53. Description. The world is hidden in the gray fog boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you will open the 103 doors of the new world. This location. Lu Shu took out other maps and compared them. He unexpectedly discovered that there were basically no copies near this location. There are no iconic buildings or locations. It seems like a blank. And this location is actually the location of the treasure map in the Grey Fog world. Zit. This name is quite interesting. I don't know what it's like inside. Lu Shu immediately called all the troops to assemble. Next, the rush formation is used. Anyway, the location of the treasure map is quite convenient. There's no problem in going and looking for it. En route. There will be 2 normal level dungeons. Lu Shu thought about it. Use the ability of Shadow Kill. A dark shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. The outline of his body is exactly the same as Lu Shu. This is the shadow summoned by Shadow Kill. Lu Shu controlled the shadow and went to the dungeon for a walk. Just walk around the dungeon and turn all the corners. When the Grey World invades, the monsters inside will come and send you away. On Lu Shu's island, there are also plant armies, Tianji formations and spiritual cannons. It will be much easier to eliminate these cannon fodder during the invasion of the Grey World, and it will not waste so much time. The output of clearing this kind of dungeon is too low for Lu Shu now. He must either conquer the Abyss level dungeon or find other good things to explore. Ella, the treasure map I just discovered. After a day and a half of movement. Working hard, Lu Shu finally arrived at the coordinates 51. However, the world that greets us is a vast gray fog. There is no town or copy here, it seems to be a gray area, an unexplored void. The treasure map isn't playing tricks on me, is it? Lu Shu frowned. He glanced around and didn't seem to find any Yunmang Holy Land. Take another look at the description on the treasure map. Quote. Quote. The Gate of New World. Could it be that the location of the treasure map is hidden in this area? Lu Shu once again asked the large forces to launch an exploration formation. Use the fastest speed to turn this place in a circle. At this time, a Pikachu suddenly disappeared from the gray mist. And Lu Shu's resonance, at this time was also cut off from Pikachu. Lost vision. Lu Shu was suddenly shocked. This is the first time that resonance has been interrupted. The main body can continue to resonate with the gray world on the island. Where did Pikachu fall? Lu Shu immediately found the place where Pikachu disappeared. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. The next second, a brand new world unfolds before Lu Shu's eyes. Gray World. Location. Yunmang Holy Land. Coordinate. Description. A sealed holy land. Many useful things can be found here. It's best to be careful and don't miss it. The dazzling sunshine slants from the east. A misty fairyland appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The palaces and pavilions in the distance are glowing with golden light. At the end of the field of vision, there is a divine light falling from the top of a sacred mountain, which looks extremely mysterious. Is this the holy land of Yunmang? There was a hint of shock in Lu Shu's eyes. Before coming here, he had no idea that the treasure map would point to such a place. I thought that the Grey World should be a chaotic world with only dead souls, demons and other creatures. Who would have thought that we could see such a scene? Lu Shu suddenly remembered the description of the system prompt. This is a sealed holy land. And over there in Castlevania, there is also the ruins of a lost holy land. Perhaps, before the invasion of the Grey World, there was still human civilization here, but it disappeared for some reason, or it was sealed. Take a breath of the air here. Lu Shu immediately discovered that the aura of Yunmang Holy Land was quite rich. Even as good as your own sacred tree island. You can be sure that this is a safe area, and there are many treasures waiting to be discovered by yourself. As expected of the Golden Dragon and Koi. After providing the bonus of lucky attribute, I really became lucky. Otherwise, I may not be able to find such a hidden treasure location. Lu Shu is certain that he should be the first divine tree master to find the Grey Mist treasure map. No sacred tree master has ever discussed the treasure map on the forum. Even with his ability to give hints, it took a lot of trouble to find these places, and it was even harder for other sacred tree masters to find them. Subsequently, The figures of Pikachu and Yumi who stayed behind the Grey World came to Yunmeng Holy Land one by one and stood with Lu Shu. Little guys, let's go look around to see if there's anything good. Lu Shu used resonance again to reconnect the visions of Pikachu and Yumi who entered the Grey World. The large army began to disperse, looking for nearby treasures. Without the obstruction of gray fog, Lu Shu's vision was bright. Not long after, several prompts appeared in front of me. The seeds of jade spirit grass are found ahead. 1,000-year-old ginseng discovered ahead. Ice crystal lotus found ahead. Yunmeng cotton is found ahead. Lu Shu immediately followed the prompts and found the pass. Sacred mountain. This place is rich in aura. Various kinds of ambrosia grow in it. Step forward. Millennium ginseng. Category: rare food materials, rare medicinal materials. Function: a good thing to assist in spiritual practice, and can also be used to cook special delicacies. Other spiritual herbs are introduced in the same way. Good stuff. Lu Shu's eyes immediately lit up. These spiritual herbs can all be taken back and planted. Moreover, the 100-fold increase of the sacred tree should also promote the growth of these spiritual grasses. In addition to promoting the growth of cultivation, spiritual grass can also be used as high-end ingredients. Doesn't this unlock many recipes again? Just relying on the peas and corn at home, there is too little garden material. With some unique spiritual herbs as ingredients, you might be able to cook a real delicacy from another world. When the time comes, go to the auction house and get a limited edition, maybe it will be a product that will be snapped up again. Pikachu, Yumi, collect all the spiritual herbs around here. Lu Shu said. Soon, Pikachu and Yumi both turned into flashes of light and were frantically plundering spiritual herbs nearby. You have obtained the seeds of Jade Spirit Grass X 10,086. You have obtained Millennium Ginseng X 10,086. You got Ice Crystal Lotus X 10,086. More than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs growing in the sacred mountains were all plundered by Lu Shu. The warehouse was suddenly filled with all kinds of medicinal materials. This is simply a treasury. Except for spiritual grass. Lu Shu also discovered a special kind of cotton. Yunmeng cotton. Type: clothing fabric. Grade: rare. Function: in conjunction with advanced clothing production, clothing with special attributes and effects can be produced. Clothes can also have attributes. This is the first time Lu Shu knows about this. As for haute couture making, although it is not there yet, it does not prevent Lu Shu from taking all the cotton directly. Good things are right in front of you, why don't you give them up? You got Yunmeng Cotton X 10,086. At this time, a Pikachu located among the palace buildings broke into an abandoned library and suddenly made a discovery. Tip: there is an illustration of clothing making skills hidden in the Sutra Pavilion. Pikachu, go find the skill manual. Lu Shu uses thinking resonance to convey her thoughts to Pikachu. Pick up. Pikachu immediately agreed, immersed himself in the pile of discarded books, and began to search. Ding! You have obtained the primary skill illustration, clothing making. Ding! You have obtained the intermediate skill illustration, clothing making. Ding! You have obtained the advanced skill illustration, clothing making. Do you want to study? Yes. The next second, a new skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Clothing production. Level: advanced. Function: can use various fabrics to make clothes with rich styles. Try it. A thought came to my mind. Lu Shu uses the skill of advanced clothing production. A frame pops up in front of you. Would you choose to use Yunmeng Cotton X80 to make your own Yunmeng suit? Yes. The next second, Lu Shu's body bloomed with a white light. The cloud-like coat is draped on Lu Shu's body, which further highlights her extraordinary temperament and appearance. Immediately afterwards, a clothing panel appeared in front of me. Yunmeng clothing. Attributes: luck +10, blessing +5. Exclusive: divine tree master, tree raider. Level: advanced. Function: clothes that increase your temperament and luck, you deserve it. Can it actually increase the attribute of luck? Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He somewhat understood why this kind of clothing could only appear in the secret realm indicated by the treasure map. This means looking at faces. As the saying goes, handsome people are lucky. While clothing can enhance your temperament, can't it also increase your luck? Lu Shu now realizes more and more that sometimes the attribute of luck is really important. The days when your luck value increases are when your luck is at its most explosive. Because luck is relative, in the short period of time when the luck value increases, luck can explode. If you find a location recorded on the treasure map, the reward may not be smaller than clearing an abyss-level dungeon. Moreover, there is no danger here, everything is free. Certainly, it is certainly not easy to find a holy place. There are only a limited number of places like this in the Grey World, so look for one with less. If it weren't for Lu Shu's luck, it would have been difficult to unearth such a hidden treasure location. Correct. Let's make a set of Yunmeng costumes for Pikachu and Yumi. In this way, the entire army will have the effect of improving luck. Lu Shu thought about it. Would you choose to use Yunmeng Cotton X25X100 to make the Waimeng suit for Pikachu X100? Yes. Would you choose to use Yunmeng Cotton X25X100 to make Yunmeng suit for Yumi X100? Yes. Immediately afterwards, a white light appeared on the bodies of 100 Yumi and 100 Pikachu. With the advanced clothing production obtained by Lu Shu, she can make the clothing into any style as she pleases to suit all characters. Soon, everyone is wearing Yunmeng suits. Looking at the Divine Tree game, there are not many people who can wear such good clothes. If you look at it at a glance, Lu Shu's army seems to be the only player of Tian Hao's Krypton Gold system. Yunmeng clothing. Attributes. Luck +4, Blessing +2. Exclusive. Pikachu X100, Yumi X100. Level. Advanced. Function. Clothes that increase your temperament and luck, you deserve it. Because Pikachu and Yumi are petite, they don't consume that much Yunmeng cotton, and their attribute improvements are also limited. However, when this amount is multiplied by 100, luck is not as simple as adding a few points. Continue to explore in Yunmeng Holy Land. Shortly after, a Pikachu found a pile of ore behind the sacred mountain again. Collect, collect, collect. Without saying anything else, Lu Shu collected all the ores. You have obtained the rare ore, Tianling Ore X 50,000. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shu obtained another large amount of ore. This can be used to station a second line of defense on the island. Lu Shu plans to put all kinds of rare plants on the Sacred Tree Island into the hands of the Second Army and the Second Army's defense line. The space freed up is used to plant spiritual grass. Close to the Sacred Tree, the spiritual energy conditions are more intense, and the amplification effect of the mythical building has a very good amplification effect on the cultivation conditions of spiritual grass. As for the magical plants, if there are sunflowers there to supplement the sunlight, they can basically break through slowly. Collect all the Tianling ore. At the end of the mine, a conspicuous stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Tip. The ruins of a mythical building appear ahead. Lu Shu stepped forward. The aura of the stone tablet is quite similar to that of Tianmen. I tried it with my hands and moved it away. Found it can be moved. Lu Shu carved a teleportation array on the spot. A teleported light curtain landed here. The next second, Lu Shu moved this stone tablet to his own Sacred Tree Island. Sacred Tree Island. When the stone tablet appears near the island, Tianmen suddenly let out a trembling sound. It seems that there is some kind of connection with the stone tablet. This moment, the stone tablet also exudes a mysterious atmosphere. There is an invisible connection between them. It seems that due to the existence of Tianmen, the steel also recognizes Lu Shu. Immediately afterwards, a panel pops up in front of you. Mythological site. Site. Tianmen incomplete. Tiandao steel incomplete. Attribute increase. Attack power +200. Defense +200. Spirit +50. Critical hit +15%. Puncture +30. Blessing +30. Description. There are a total of 12 Tiandao stone tablets. If you can collect them all, maybe you can see the real road. 12 stone tablets of heaven. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. When he received the reward of mythical buildings, he was still thinking about where these buildings came from. Looking at it now, there may have been a mythical civilization in the Grey World in the past. These mythical buildings are actually ruins of the Grey World. If we get more treasure maps and explore more holy sites, maybe one day in the future, we can really hope to collect 12 Tiandao stone tablets. If we can collect them and restore the glory of the mythical civilization of the past, the bonus to ourselves will also have an extremely terrifying effect. This time, someone really got something. Lu Shu took a long breath. If you just rely on a Tianmen, the effect of increasing the Lu Shu Island territory is not that obvious. However, the addition of the Tiandao stone tablet brings the mythical buildings into contact with each other, the increase effect is almost doubled, and the bonus effects of some special attributes are also quite amazing. Lu Shu is not the only one to enjoy this effect. Instead, all combat power in the entire field, including rare plants, etc., can receive such a terrifying increase. Even if there are 10 more difficulty level dungeons, the army on Lu Shu Island will still be able to kill them. By the way, plant spiritual grass. Lu Shu remembered that he had collected a lot of spiritual herbs in Yunmeng Holy Land, but Zhao Nuo and Zhao had not planted them. Should you choose to plant Millennium Ginseng? Should you choose to plant Ice Crystal Lotus? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Always select yes. The next second, near the Sacred Tree Island, a large piece of white light appeared. All the spiritual herbs collected were planted near the sacred tree, amplified by mythical buildings and nearby spiritual energy. All spiritual herbs thrive. Soon, Lu Shu will have an inexhaustible supply of high-end ingredients. Click on Haute Cuisine. As expected, the number of recipes displayed in front of me has increased a lot. Ice Crystal Lotus stewed beef cup, beef brisket with centifolia, beef tenderloin stir-fried with green onions. This is a high-end recipe using rare ingredients like spiritual grass. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. I quickly tried to make a few dishes. Feel free to take a bite. The fresh and tender juice with the aroma of meat fills your mouth. The unique fragrance of Lingsao easily blends with the top-quality ingredients. The flavors are indistinguishable from each other, and the heat is just right. Every bite of the flavor leaves people with no aftertaste. Poverty. It's so cool. Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. This taste is simply irresistible. With the wide variety of ingredients, the taste has also become more diverse. In this way, you won't be afraid that those on the trading interface will get tired of it. The most important is limited edition ingredients. It will definitely spark a wave of discussion. And when the time comes, maybe this kind of ingredients can be exchanged for items of higher value. Open the transaction interface. Lu Shu first put on the shelves 50 portions of food with ordinary ingredients. 10 more limited edition spiritual grass recipes are on the shelves. Do it all. At this time, several reminders came to Lu Shu's ears. Ding! Your life fruit has been hatched. Escape Fox plus 100. Click, click. Foxes with fur as pure as snow hatched out of the eggshells. First glance, Lu Shu saw their ruby-like eyes. Like the most noble species in the world. Suddenly, the figure of a flying fox flashed. The next second, the white fox rubbed Lu Shu's face with its nose. It feels soft, quite comfortable. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, the ability activated by the Dunkong fox made Lu Shu feel very unusual. This is a space-based ability. Quickly click on the Pets panel to view. Escape Fox. Type: Elf. Powers: Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Cracks. Physique: C+. Speed: A. Spirit: A+. Overall Potential: S+. Elves are a race that is born with a very high level of understanding of the mysteries of natural laws. The attributes of the Sky Fox were as powerful as those of Pikachu, who swallowed the growth fruit when he was just born. And its potential is born with S+. This is without swallowing any devil fruit or the attributes brought by the growth fruit. Little White Fox, what are your skills? Lu Shu looked at it with surprise. I feel that although this little fox looks small, its strength cannot be underestimated. Dunkongu nodded obediently. Then, with a slightly proud look, he temporarily displayed all his skills in front of Lu Shu. Void Teleportation. The first skill is activated. The figure of the little white fox flashed instantly. At most, it can flash to 1,000 meters away. Space powers are different from teleportation in that they can directly reach the other side of a large space. Lu Shu couldn't help but nodded. This skill can be said to be quite practical. Then, the little white fox suddenly opened a crack in the void in front of him. As the figure disappears into the crack, the little white fox has disappeared. B. relying on the mental perception of the little white fox. Lu Shu noticed that the Dunkong fox was actually moving in the crack. However, in this state, other enemies cannot detect the existence of the sky arc at all. It can be described as elusive. The little white fox's ability is really amazing. Very suitable for conducting survey dungeon type tasks. This kind of stealth is much stronger than shadow. Not only can it move instantly, but it can also hide in another space. It will not be discovered by the enemy and avoid all damage. It's equivalent to a creature from another dimension. Lu Shu was surprised. The only drawback may be that the little 253 white fox itself does not have many offensive skills. The remaining hostility perception is also reserved for detecting crises at any time and for escaping. The creator will always leave some flaws in the masterpieces he creates. There is no absolutely perfect existence in the world. However, Lu Shu doesn't worry about this problem. His sacred tree can also produce devil fruit and supernatural fruits. When the time comes, give the little white fox a piece of fruit and it will be able to take off. By the way, the fruits of growth. Lu Shu suddenly realized that the second production cycle of her growth fruits had arrived. There are also 300 growth fruits in the warehouse, which can be given to the little white fox. Come here, little ones, it's time to eat. Lu Shu greeted all the little white foxes and gathered around here. Soon, 100 little white foxes started teleporting, and all of them touched Lu Shu's face. Suddenly, Lu Shu's face was surrounded by endless, white, soft things. Have to say, the hair on the little white fox is so soft and delicate. Once you touch this feeling, you simply can't put it down. DB. The same goes for the face. He gave a wry smile. Lu Shu took out the fruits of growth. Ba, ba. The sound of the little white fox swallowing crazily could be heard on the field. These growth fruits seem to be fatally attractive to pets. 3 times 5 divided by 2. All the fruits have been eaten. At this moment, the body of the little white fox changed. My body is bigger than before, and the hair on my body has become longer. However, the longer hair not only does not look messy and shabby, but also brings out the nobility of the white fox. Her graceful arcs and impeccable bright figure make her look like God's beloved child. After growing up, her ruby-like pupils reveal invisible nobility. This is the bloodline of the king engraved in the bones. The most important is, the white hair feels better to the touch. Happy X2. TXJ. I have 100 little white foxes. Happy X200. Open the pet panel again. At this time, the attributes of the little white fox have been updated again. Escape fox. Type. Elf. Powers. Void teleportation. Hostile perception. Void cracks. Physique. B+. Speed. A+. Spirit. A+. Overall potential. S+. The basic attributes have improved a lot. But these attributes are not so critical to the little white fox CCAC. So the potential is still at S+. If you can swallow a suitable devil fruit, then the potential of the little white fox will exceed the SS level. I'm afraid it won't be a problem. Lu Shu looked expectantly. Did not expect. The next pet that will break through the SS level the fastest will be the newly born little white fox. Little guys, go to the teleportation array. There are other partners in the gray world. From today on, you will fight side by side. Lu Shu touched the hair of the little white fox, Min said. 100 little white foxes nodded at the same time. The next second, 100 little white foxes arrived at the teleportation array at the same time. As the teleportation light curtain descends, soon, the little white fox went to the gray world, preparing to fight side by side with Pikachu and Yumi. Trading panel. Seller. Lu Shuren. Product. Braised beef brisket. Quantity. 50. Condition. Exchange for a pack of primary fertilizer. Seller. Lu Shuren. Product. Braised beef brisket. Quantity. 50. Condition. Exchange for a pack of primary fertilizer. When the product is on the shelves. Soon, the chat box is becoming lively again. World public screen. It's almost time. Lushu boss has started to put out delicious food. Why don't you hurry up and grab it? Don't rob. Don't rob. You crazy people are robbing more and more every day. Can't those big guys who have eaten before let us try something new? I advise you newbies who have never tried the delicious food of Lushu Daoguo, it's best to give up. It's not that you won't be able to grab it in your life, it's because you grabbed Beyond Meow regrets 10 generations. Correct answer from upstairs. Ever since I took a bite of Lushu Boss's delicacies, I now dream about grabbing food. However, every time I have such a dream, I wake up hungry in the middle of the night. That feeling is it's so uncomfortable. After you said this, I am even more curious about the taste of the delicious food made by Lushu Boss. At this time, some old customers who didn't get it let out extremely painful wails. Why did Sengshu Dachu only distribute 50 portions of ingredients today? Wait a minute, look, there is a limited edition one there. Why do you suddenly need 10 packs of primary fertilizer in exchange? This is too expensive. The sales are so good, the price has increased. One portion of food and 1 pack of primary fertilizer are okay for a try, but 10 packs of primary fertilizer are a bit too expensive. Well, you think it's expensive, but I just took a look and found that it was sold out. Awesome. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Many big guys who were not short of money also began to spend money to buy Lushu's delicacies. Their minds were turned on and they agreed without thinking. I didn't see clearly that the condition is 10 packs of primary fertilizer. The price is a bit expensive. The expressions of some bosses became a little distorted. Forget it, it's just this luxury once, what's wrong? At least I still got it. Although it is a bit of a loss, they are not short of this. However, when they opened this, beef stir-fried with green onion, the unique fragrance overflowed and entered the nasal cavity, immediately stimulating the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. Zilliu, I can't help but salivate. Quote. Quote. The bosses who grabbed the limited edition ingredients widened their eyes. They carefully put the food on the plate into their mouths, not daring to waste a drop. The next second, the chat box exploded again. Mr. Lushu, please forgive me, I have made such the ultimate delicacy in the world. Tears. I am in tears. I can eat such delicious food in this life, and I will die without regrets. I thought 10 packs of basic fertilizer would be a big loss in exchange for such a portion of food, but if I was given another chance, even if it was 100 packs of high-level fertilizer, I would be willing to exchange it. What the hell? Are these guys upstairs the same group of bosses who grabbed the limited edition delicacies? Is it that exaggerated? Not to the point of. I, Zhao Rishan, swear that if there is even a trace of hypocrisy in the feelings I express, I will never fail to express my feelings in this life. I am willing to go bankrupt and sell all the items in my warehouse, and I also want to eat this kind of food again, it is so delicious. Why do I feel that the food I grabbed today is a little bit off? You guys, you just grabbed it, why are you showing off? Jealousy. The limited edition delicacies sold by Lushu once again triggered a storm of discussion. These discussions naturally fell into Mu Yutingfang's eyes. I saw there is better food. Restlessness in sleeping and eating, restlessness in sitting, tossing and turning. Mu Yutingfang took a deep breath and looked melancholy. That guy actually made something even more delicious. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Mu Yutingfang can confirm that the tree lubber will not just sit on the ground and raise the price. He felt that the value of limited edition delicacies was 10 packets of primary fertilizer, so that was 10 packets. After all, limited edition delicacies can only be made with very rare ingredients. Such ingredients are hard to find. Maybe the tree lover won't have a lot of them in his hands, which can be exchanged for 10 packs of primary fertilizer. In Mu Yutingfang's eyes, it seemed reasonable. Think hard. Mu Yutingfang finally couldn't sit still. An invitation was sent to the tree lover. Chat window. Mu Yutingfang. I want to exchange for limited level delicacies. I can use 10 packs of high-grade fertilizer. Tree Raider. Sorry, all sold out. Mu Yutingfang. What about the superpower fruit? Tree Raider. What kind of power? Mu Yutingfang was immediately speechless. This guy, at first glance, seems to still have supplies. As expected, you've been fooled, but there's nothing she can do about it. After all, she needs someone else, and there's nothing she can do about the price being raised. Mu Yutingfang. I have a monster profit fruit. When I get close to the dungeon, I can see the types of monsters inside, as well as the boss information and location. This kind of fruit. Do you really need it? Tree Raider. It can be exchanged. Mu Yuting Fang. I need 1 meal of this limited edition delicacy every day. Tree Puller. The output is limited, once every day. Mu Yuting Fang. 3 days. The Tree Lover. 10 days. Mu Yuting Fang was immediately dumbfounded. Is this possible to lower the price even more? 7 days. The value of my fruit is very high. At least it's S-level. I don't know how many sacred tree masters begged me, but I haven't changed it yet. Mu Yu listened to the wind and said, okay. Lu Shu agreed. 7 days was indeed Mu Yuting Fang's psychological expectation. Lu Shu has long seen this. It's not that easy to play price psychological warfare with yourself. Seal the deal. Ding. You have obtained a monster profit fruit. Lu Shu swallowed the fruit immediately. Soon, a new superpower panel pops up in front of you. Monster Profit. Level. S-level. Function. When you are in a copy, you can get the location and information of all nearby monsters, and you can see the boss situation outside the perception range. This skill is indeed powerful enough. Lu Shu nodded. Thus, he was also able to confirm that one of Mu Yuting Feng's fruit talents was the ability to predict. The other 2 talents are unclear. This woman can achieve such high points in the rankings, and the other 2 powers should be no different. Record this information. Lu Shu condensed a clone again and returned to Yunmeng Holy Land through the teleportation array. Yunmeng Holy Land. At this time, there were 100 more little white foxes around Pikachu and Yumi. When those ruby-like pupils fell on Pikachu, the little guy took a step back in fright. Why do you have red eyes? Very scary. The little white fox suddenly felt sad. Are you serious about taking a step back? Fortunately, Yumi turned into a flash of light and landed on Xiaobai. Yumi's character is more playful, and she quickly became familiar with the little white fox. Pikachu saw that the little white fox didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so he approached it cautiously. It didn't take long. These little guys became familiar with each other. Lu Shu smiled and watched the little guys playing and making the scene lively. At this time, a voice came from my ears. Tip. There is a prophecy stone wall behind you. Lu Shu frowned and followed the direction of the prompt. In an overgrown area, the prophet's words are engraved on the hidden stone wall. It's similar to the prophecy Lu Shu saw in the Lost Holy Land. Disaster is coming, and the prosperity of any holy land will be just a bubble. The existence in the disaster is watching us. Just one short sentence, but the amount of information contained in it made Lu Shu frown slightly. Existence in disaster. Does it mean the gray world? Why does the gray world exist? He shook his head, unable to find the result yet. I searched around a lot. Almost all places in Yunmeng Holy Land have been visited. There isn't much left of value. It's time to get out of here. Lu Shu led the large army and walked back towards the junction point between Yunmeng Holy Land and Gray Realm. Return to the Gray World with coordinates 51, 53. Here, we are very close to the Abyss of Dead Souls. No danger was encountered on the way. Lu Shu spent a day and successfully arrived near the Abyss of Dead Souls. Open the panel. Countdown to Gray Realm Invasion. 1 day. Chapter 61. Gray World. Location. Abyss of Dead Souls. Coordinates. 53, 55. Risk factor. S. In front of Lu Shu, a large chasm canyon appeared. The breath of the curse of the dead souls emerged from the abyss. A few steps closer. Ahead, a dead soul, filled with the aura of the abyss, appeared nearby. The imprisoned soul. Type. Revenant, Abyss. Risk factor. A. Sensing range. 100 meters. Strength. 200. Speed. 150. Defense. 220. Skills. Call of the Dead, Vicarious Death, Howl Scream, Abyss Amplification. Description. The immortal soul specifically uses the power of the abyss to refine these lonely ghosts into its scapegoats. Is there an immortal soul? Lu Shu frowned slightly. The next second, he tried to activate the ability of Monster Prophet. Soon, a boss attribute panel pops up in front of Lu Shu. Immortal soul. Type. Revenant, Abyss. Risk factor. A+. Sensing range. 200 meters. Force. 510. Speed. 430. Defense. 410. Skills. Soul Resonance. soul immortality, soul reincarnation, soul scream, abyss amplification. Description: the immortal soul was a decent magician during its lifetime. Unfortunately, it specialized in the magic of immortality in its later years. As a result, the undead soul became a monster that cannot be dissipated and transcended unless all its replacement souls are killed. It will have endless opportunities for resurrection. Through the ability of Monster Prophet, Lu Shu could easily sense that there were at least tens of thousands of imprisoned souls in this abyss. These dead souls are all the dead souls of the undead souls. Unless all these 10,000 surrogate death souls are killed, the non-death souls will have unlimited opportunities to be resurrected. However, all of these 10,000 dead souls have the ability to call the dead souls. Simply put, when killing the dead souls, they must be killed instantly, and they cannot be allowed to use the skill of calling the dead souls. Otherwise, you will encounter the endless siege of the dead souls in the abyss. And if we kill them one by one, I don't know how long it will take to kill them until they can kill the immortal souls. Although the boss strength of Abyss of Dead Souls is not as good as Castlevania. However, its risk factor still reaches S level. As you can imagine, this copy is much more difficult than imagined. If he hadn't had the ability of Monster Prophet, he might have encountered some troubles. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The immortal soul also has the ability to reincarnate as a dead soul. If the undead soul is not killed, even killing the other two nightmare revenant souls and corruption revenant souls will not help. This ability to be immortal should depend on the abyss to continue. There are two ways. 1. When you become stronger in the future, you can directly wear the dungeon when you come back. Find a way to move the undead soul to another place to isolate the connection with the dead soul, then kill them, then sneak to the other two boss locations and kill them to pass the dungeon. Quote, all the dead souls here have the effect of abyss amplification. The attributes are much higher than those of ordinary monsters. Moreover, the abyss amplification makes the dead souls here have a reduced effect even on attacks with restraint attributes such as purification and lightning systems. It's best to just go in and kill all the monsters. Suddenly, Lu Shu looked at the countdown to the invasion of the Grey World, had an idea, and smiled. Correct. The Grey World still has 1 day before it will be invaded. I just need to control the exploration range of Dead Soul Abyss, just explore the undead soul, and then go back. At this time, the undead souls will come to attack my Sacred Tree Island, but other dead souls will not come here until they have explored it. Using this method, not only can we weaken the troops around the undead souls, but we can also make them lose the effect of abyss amplification. What's more, there is a Tianji formation on my island that can weaken evil spirits, as well as an army of plants and psychic cannons. These dead souls are no match for me. Take out the Marauder's map. Do you want to spend Advanced Soul X1 to keep displaying it for 15 minutes? Yes. The next second, on the parchments of the Marauder's map, various Madara bloodlines began to appear, displaying various information about the monsters in this instance. Lu Shu's eyes were on the little white fox. Little white fox, can you follow this route to get me to the location of the immortal soul? You have to move fast. Do it in a day and come back. Lu Shu said. The little white fox nodded immediately. If you are sneaking normally, the undead souls are located in the depths of the abyss, and there are a bunch of dead souls on the way. It is really difficult to get through. But, the little white fox has the skills of Void Teleport and Void Crack. This distance is not a problem for it. Good. Seeing how confident the little white fox was, Lu Shu nodded. Release the thinking resonance on the little white fox. At this time, Lu Shu can feed back the information about changes in the Marauder's map to the little white fox at any time. In order to adjust the course of action at any time. There is only 1 day left before the invasion of the Grey World. You must move quickly. Cast Void Teleport. Suddenly, the little white fox swayed and appeared in the abyss. Just landed. The little white fox fled towards the void again. The dexterous figure entered the crack in the void. Even if the soul of the dead passes nearby, it cannot sense the existence of the little white fox. Sneaking with the help of the power of the void. With Lu Shu's Marauder's map, you can observe the movement of monsters at any time. This is more convenient than activating Monster Prophet all the time. This skill is more used to see boss skills in advance, and the location is secondary. Every time you perform a void teleport, even the little white fox can find a landing point with fewer dead souls. In this way, not only can it speed up, but it can also greatly reduce the scope of exploration and avoid contact with more dead souls. During the invasion of the Grey World, the souls outside the exploration range will not be selected for this Grey World invasion. This mechanism allows the Divine Tree Master to use the invasion of the Grey World to eliminate some special monsters with the help of the island's defensive properties. Boom! At this time, the grey fog suddenly trembled. There seems to be some terrifying existence that is resurrecting. Lu Shu's expression changed slightly. With less than a day left before the invasion of the Grey World, there will also be some unexpected turmoil in the Grey World. System prompt. All Sacred Tree Masters, please pay attention. There is less than 1 day left for the invasion of the Grey World. Those Sacred Tree Masters who are still exploring the Grey World, please return to the Sacred Tree Island immediately, otherwise you will face death. When the Grey World begins to shake, the dead souls in the abyss seemed to have become restless and started to move around quickly. On the Marauder's map, dense red dots move erratically and quickly. In this case, it will be difficult to find a good foothold. Little White Fox, just choose the nearest route. Lu Shu conveyed his thoughts to the Little White Fox. Anyway, the defense of the Sacred Tree Island is strong enough. Come in for the dead soul if you pull more, and those who should be killed will still be killed. Move along the shortest path. Soon, the Little White Fox came to the location of the immortal soul. A dead soul, wrapped in the aura of decay, stood quietly in the depths of the abyss. The breath of the immortal soul is quite strange, as if it is connected to the abyss. Perhaps, it is with the help of this power that the immortal soul can obtain such troublesome abilities. Little White Fox, don't stay too long, come back. Lu Shu said. The shock in the Grey World has become more and more intense. The Little White Fox also sensed the crisis and did not dare to neglect. He hurriedly followed the shortest path and returned to Lu Shu at the fastest speed. Carve a teleportation array around it. The next second, the light curtain enveloped the large army in the Grey World. Only Lu Shu's clone was left, still in the Grey World. This time, let me see what will happen when the Grey World invades. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Last time, my perception range was too small, only a few dozen meters, and I couldn't see clearly what happened here when the Grey World invaded. However, this time, Lu Shu's perception range has reached 130 meters. He can see the scene of the invasion of the Grey Realm more clearly. Anyway, after the clone is broken, he can just condense another one and it's done. It's free. After exploring the Yunmeng Holy Land, he has seen many prophecy stone tablets. Lu Shu is becoming more and more interested in what the Grey Realm is. World Public Screen. Ah, time has passed too fast. The Grey Realm invasion is coming before I know it. I really ran back like crazy. I will never explore the Grey Realm again. It's too dangerous. Last time the Grey Realm invaded, I didn't dare to explore the dungeon. I only dared to explore some safe areas. I shouldn't die, right? Upstairs, look at it more openly. Everyone will die one day. It seems that you can live forever if you don't explore the Grey Realm dungeon. I wonder which bosses will be on the list in this Grey World invasion. I showed an envious look. I also want to be a boss on the list. What do you think? What results can the tree-pulling boss achieve in the list this time? Needless to say, it must be the first place. Don't forget that the tree-pulling boss got the first kill of the Abyss-level dungeon not long ago. My opinion is a little different from yours. According to my research on the dungeon map of the Grey World, each area basically has only one Abyss-level dungeon. Not to mention whether other Abyss-level dungeons can be found, it takes a very long time to run the map. Yes, the tree-pulling boss chose to directly conquer an Abyss-level dungeon, so the time he spent exploring other dungeons should be much shorter, so he may not be able to get a very explosive score in the Grey World invasion this time, because the overall scope of exploration is small. But, the number one on the list can't be bad, right? It's definitely not bad, but I heard that several more God Tree Masters have taken off recently, and Mu Tingfeng and Anyi seem to have made a lot of preparations for this Grey World invasion, just to challenge the number one on the list. Not only those two, there are also some new dark horses. I heard they are also very powerful. Let's see who is the real king of the list. I used 10 bags of primary fertilizer to bet on the tree master. Hey, then I used 10 bags of primary fertilizer to bet that the number 1 on the list this time is someone else, just the opposite of you. During the Grey World invasion, some people even started to open the market and bet whether the number 1 on the list is Lu Shu. Now, primary fertilizer has basically become the hard currency of the Grey World. Whether it is used for exchange or as a bet, it will be accepted by most god tree masters. Most people have always believed that Lu Shu is still the number 1 on the list. After all, he got the first kill in an abyss-level dungeon some time ago. There are also some people who speculate that if Lu Shu clears the abyss-level dungeon, the time to explore other dungeons will be compressed. And the number of abyss-level dungeons is very rare, so it is concluded that Lu Shu cannot go to the second abyss-level dungeon again in such a short time, so the upper limit is also compressed. In addition, after the first invasion of the Grey Realm, many other divine tree masters have understood the rules and their strength has been greatly improved in a short period of time. The latecomers have surpassed the latecomers. Under this trend, some divine tree masters who dream of getting rich are betting that Lu Shu will not become the number 1 on the list. Many divine tree masters at the top of the list are also focusing on the name of the tree man at this moment. This number 1 name is so dazzling, and it is also the common goal of these strong men. Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath. During this period, she has not conquered many dungeons, but she is studying how to get higher points in the Grey Realm invasion. This time, Mu Yu Tingfeng was fully confident that the score this time would reach more than 1 million or even 2 million. At least, I can't be crushed by that guy with 3 times the score. Thinking of the ranking list of the last Grey World invasion, her name was suppressed by Lu Shu 3 times, becoming the biggest background board of the Shenshu game. Mu Yu Tingfeng was not convinced. Even if she can't beat the opponent, at least she should be defeated with honor. What the hell is being crushed by 3 times the score? Mu Yu Tingfeng was not sure of defeating Lu Shu, but at least this time, she was sure that the opponent could not crush her 3 times. After waiting for half a day, finally, a prompt popped up in front of everyone. Grey World invasion is about to begin. Knife, Sacred Tree Island. There is only a little time left before the invasion of the Grey World. The magical plant has been moved behind the first line of defense by Lu Shu. 2 lines of defense work together to prevent the invasion of monsters from the Grey World. The spiritual power cannon has also been carried out. Lu Shu's 2 clones took 50 Pikachu and 50 Yumi respectively to the sacred trees on the other 2 islands, waiting to deal with the monsters coming from other islands. Correct, I still have the shadow fruit and the undead magic fruit, which are already ripe. I haven't taken it yet. In the past few days when Lu Shu entered the Grey World to explore, shadow fruit and undead magic fruit produce 1. The remaining 1 would have been almost mature if it hadn't been for the invasion of the Grey World. Go to the corresponding island. Lu Shu took both fruits. You have swallowed a shadow fruit, and there is still 1 more fruit left to upgrade to the 2nd level of Grand Master. You swallowed an undead magic fruit, and your career level was upgraded to Master level. The next second, Lu Shu's career panel was immediately updated. Profession, name, necromancer, level, master, attributes, spirit plus 100, perception plus 50, magic plus 500. Skill, undead sense LV2. You can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 3,000 meters. Undead control LV7. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is below S+ level. Undead magic LV4. Consume spiritual power and magic power to summon an undead with a level A danger coefficient. Undead storm LV1. Control up to 500 undead around with a danger coefficient below B level, and launch attacks at the corresponding target. 860. Undead control professional exclusive. Defeat an undead, completely control it with mental power, and cultivate undead monsters. Available skill points, 5. Lu Shu's eyes immediately turned to the new skills. Undead Storm. This skill is amazing. It can be used not only for group damage, but also for dealing with individual targets. Lu Shu first tried adding a little bit to Undead Storm to see what the effect was. Turn out, whether it is the danger coefficient of the undead or the number of simultaneous controls, there has been a very good increase. Lu Shu added 4 skill points to Undead Storm, and then added the last skill point to Undead Control. In front of me, the skills panel is updated again. Undead control LV8. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is below SS level. Undead storm LV5. Control up to 2,500 undead around with a danger coefficient below A+ level, and launch attacks at the corresponding target. Now, unless they are undead creatures in abyss level dungeons, ordinary and difficult level undead, even boss, are just nothing in front of Lu Shu. All preparation work has been completed. The next second, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. The invasion of the Grey World has begun. A bunch of monsters suddenly emerged from the border of the Grey Fog. The first wave of Grey World invasion, mostly zombies. These are the ordinary level dungeon monsters Lu Shu encountered along the way to the Abyss of Dead Souls. There are also a small number of upgraded wild boars, as well as larger upgraded rhinoceros, upgraded camels and other creatures, pouring out of the grey mist and rushing towards the center of the Divine Tree Island. However, this line of defense formed by Tianling Mine is much higher than the original ordinary ore. Zombies are not that easy to climb up. At a glance, the densely packed zombies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, are an endless trail of rumors. However, the first line of defense alone can keep out 80% of zombies. The first wave of invasion. Only 20% of zombies can climb onto the body of the same kind in the first place and invade towards the second line of defense. However, just behind the first line of defense, tens of thousands of plant armies are waiting for the arrival of zombies. 10,000 peas were launched simultaneously. 10,000 pieces of corn and cabbage fell towards the zombie group at the same time, bursting out a range of damage. The tall nuts formed in a circle form a small defense line of nuts to block the invasion of zombies. The sunflowers at the rear continuously gather sunlight to target all plant companions, increasing their attack power. With the blessing of mythical architecture and Tianji array, plants have several buffs in their combat capabilities. An extremely dense hail of bullets made of plants shot wildly at the zombies. Every second, countless zombie armies fell on the way to break through the second line of defense. You kill zombies x 10,000, defense points plus 10000. You killed a large zombie x 10,000, defense points plus 5000. You killed the giant zombie x 10,000, defense points plus 10000. 2 other islands. Johnny's Island is not invaded by monsters. Basically just a few zombies. Lu Shu did not set out from the Dark Knight Island to explore the Grey World, so in the judgment, it was basically equivalent to staying in his hometown, and he would not encounter many monster invasions. Just send out a clone and kill 2 monsters and that's it. Lu Shu sent all his troops to the island of the Sacred Tree of Undead Magic. Have to say, the scope of Rakshasa exploration is still very wide. The number of zombies that came to invade reached thousands. Do you want to spend primary ore x 10,000 to create a line of defense? Yes. White light comes. A line of defense quickly blocked the nearby zombies. These ores were decomposed by Lu Shu, the primary ores that were originally built on his own Sacred Tree Island. Since it was replaced by Tianling Mine, these primary ores were re-decomposed into materials by Lu Shu, which can be transferred to other Sacred Tree Islands at any time to build defense lines. With a new line of defense, 0.0100042222 Filu 154,112,390. The invasion speed of nearby zombies was quickly slowed down a lot. Pikachu, use electric shock, Lu Shu said while sweeping away the sword energy. Pikachu nodded. There are 50 Yumi and 50 Pikachu here, and there is a town temple. With Yumi's possession, Pikachu's mental power reaches S level, and releasing ordinary electric shocks is basically costless. However, if this attack falls on a zombie, it won't be that pleasant. Sizzle, sizzle. As bursts of thunder and lightning emerged, various thunderous explosions sounded on the field. Lu Shu uses the thousand-blade magic knife. With his current attack power, he can kill a zombie instantly with just one blade. Soon, the battle on the Undead Magic Island is also over. If Lu Shu kills too quickly, monsters from both realms will invade in advance. Keep up the speed and keep killing, and the monsters won't be able to come out. Lu Shu also let all the pets on the Undead Magic Island return to the island of the Divine Tree. After the zombie invasion there is almost complete, more advanced monsters have appeared, the undead have begun to invade. The border of gray fog. The lowest level of dead souls have begun to move towards the sacred tree island. Generally speaking, such monsters should come from difficult level dungeons and will not invade the sacred tree island in one wave. Can only say, the area of the gray world explored by Lushu is really too wide. Therefore, even the undead monsters that only appear in difficult level dungeons are also invading in the first wave and appearing on the sacred tree island. Those dead souls instinctively rushed towards the position of the defense line. However, when they arrived at the defense line of Tianling Mine, a blue aftermath suddenly spread out, blocking out the dead souls. The dead soul numbly bumped towards the defense line. Even if it was bounced away by the energy of Tianling Mine again and again, it had no intention of giving up. These monsters only have the instinct of walking zombies. It didn't take long. Outside the first line of defense, in addition to a lot of climbing zombies, there are also a bunch of dead souls. Lu Shu hesitated for a while and did not choose to release the undead magic. Because these dead souls are too low level, using magic consumes too much mental energy. Just let Pikachu use his thunder power to kill these undead and that's it. At this time, the pets on the undead magic island have all returned to their natal island and come to Lu Shu's side. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, go to the defense line and use electric shock. When the number of dead souls is almost gathered, use an electric shock to clean them up. Lu Shu said. Soon, Pikachu took action as Lu Shu said. Now, these pets understand Lu Shu's meaning easily. The little white fox's ability is temporarily weak in terms of combat effectiveness, and is more suitable for exploration work. Therefore, when the gray world invaded, Lu Shu did not let the little white fox go on the battlefield. He would wait until the sacred tree produces devil fruit again to add attack type abilities. After a while, 100 Pikachu arrived not far from the first line of defense. Tens of thousands of the lowest level dead souls have gathered nearby. It was so densely packed that it was almost endless as far as the eye could see, blocking the outside of the first line of defense, like a swarm of ants. Sizzle, sizzle, the violent current began to move around like a thunder dragon. The nearby dead souls suffered restrained attacks and were instantly killed. Thousands of dead souls turned into black mist and disappeared on the field. Whenever the dead souls gather in batches, when the number is almost the same, Pikachu will perform an electric treatment. Instead of being able to cross the line of defense, the ghosts that followed one after another were like a swarm of mosquitoes, flying onto the electric mosquito swatter. Bang bang bang. There was a sound. The dead souls that came over didn't even get over the first line of defense and were already dead. Performing even worse than zombies. As for the zombies on the ground, Pikachu didn't even bother to take a second look. Leave it to the magical plants to fight the zombies. You kill zombies x 10,000, defense points plus 10000. You kill the dead soul x 10,000, defense points plus 5000. Finally, the number of monsters on the field has become more and more sporadic. The first day of the Grey World invasion is finally almost over. Killed the last soul. Lu Shu open. The points panel. Defense points, 666,666. Did you actually get 600,000 points on the first day? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. This is nearly 7 times more than the last time the Divine Tree Island invaded. Just the first day of invasion, the points are already so high. Lu Shu began to think about whether she was a copy of Exploration, too much. At this time, several prompts popped up in front of me. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey Realm invasion on the first day. Get Primary Fertilizer x 500, Intermediate Fertilizer x 100, and Advanced Fertilizer x 10. Get Wild Boar x 1000, get Chicken x 500, get Beef x 500. Obtain Primary Wood x 10,000, Primary Ore x 5,000. Obtain Searchlight Torch x 5. Obtain the Primary Skill Illustration, Synthesis. Get the Intermediate Skills Illustrated Book, Synthesize. Acquire Advanced Skill Illustrations, Synthesis. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. This reward is too generous, right? After all, this time, even in the first wave of invasion, several copies attacked at the same time. The number of rewards is of course completely different from last time. Lu Shu's eyes were on the new skill illustration. Whether to learn skills, synthesis. Yes, The next second, a new skill panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Synthesis. Level. Advanced. Function. Using 10 low-level materials, they can be synthesized into higher-level materials. Good stuff. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Many divine tree masters do not have the skills to synthesize. It is estimated that the lucky attribute exploded again, and a rare skill illustration dropped. To know, in the current trading market, so many high-end fertilizers were robbed all at once. This is also because few sacred tree masters have the skills to synthesize them, so they can only exchange them at a higher price. If it is synthesized, then 10 packs of primary fertilizer can be synthesized into 1 pack of intermediate fertilizer, which can even be exchanged for 11 to 12 packs of primary fertilizer on the transaction interface. If it is a high-grade fertilizer, 15 packs of intermediate fertilizer, or 150 packs of primary fertilizer will be bought by someone. With the skills of decomposition and synthesis, wouldn't it be possible to harvest wool infinitely on the trading interface? Of course, the quantity cannot be too large, otherwise the price may fall after the market demand is saturated and adjusted. Anyway, with the synthesis skill, Lu Shu can turn waste into treasure if she gets these low-level materials in the future. The first day's battle was quite easy. Basically no consumption. Except for the natal island, the battles on the other 2 sacred tree islands have ended, and no monsters have invaded again. The shadow god tree and the undead magic god tree also bathed in sunlight again and began to produce fruits. Next, you just need to focus all your attention on your natal island. It didn't take long. Several prompts popped up in front of me. The invasion of the Grey World begins on the second day. In the grey fog, looking towards the border, the endless army of demons poured towards the sacred tree island one after another. The average threat coefficient of these monsters has reached level B or above. There are no more low-level monsters like zombies and primary undead. If you encounter it occasionally in a copy, of course you can kill it casually. But they formed an extremely huge army, coming in patches like a tide. Tens of thousands of monsters attack the island every second. If any other sacred tree master were to encounter such a scene, they would probably go crazy with fear. Psychic cannon, prepare, Lu Shu said calmly. 8 psychic cannons surrounded the defense line in all directions, aiming at all the surrounding monsters. The spiritual energy from the spirit gathering tower poured into the psychic cannon crazily, accumulating energy for its next attack. As long as monsters dare to come over, they can be violently bombarded at any time. Pikachu and Yumi's expressions became much more focused than the first day, and they began to take things seriously. The overall strength of the monster increases and becomes threatening, so be careful in the next battle. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Lay out a thunder and lightning formation and bombard all monsters at the maximum range. Lu Shu commanded. The Pikachus immediately dispersed to every corner of the defense line. Densely packed monsters began to attack the defense line. Some high-level evil spirits and dead souls can break the barrier of Tianling Mine through skills. After all, the Tianling Mine only has a certain blocking effect on dead souls and evil spirits because it contains aura energy, but it does not have the restraining effect of purification. Once there are too many, or the level of the evil spirits is too high, the role of the Tianling Mine defense line will be greatly weakened. When the monster is close, 100,000 volts. 100 Pikachus activated their thunder powers without hesitation. Sizzle, sizzle, endless thunder light falls from the blue sky, cleaning the world and making the entire sacred tree island as bright as day. Yumi, who was possessed by Pikachu, also began to use the power of sparkling fruit at this time to purify various evil spirits. The energy gathered by the psychic cannon turned into a huge beam of light, shooting in all directions. All evil spirits and dead souls affected by the energy beam of the psychic cannon will be destroyed. You killed the ferocious evil spirit x 10,000, defense points plus 20000. You killed the painful dead soul x 10,000, defense point plus 20000. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Although the efficiency of clearing the area is quite fast, the number of evil spirits and dead souls is too much. Lu Shu frowned. Next, he took out the devil's staff. Cast, Undead Storm. A black wind of death suddenly swept towards the nearby undead. The next second, 2,500 undead souls began to kill each other towards the surrounding dead souls and evil spirits. As long as the spirit body. When the necromancer uses undead storm, he can make them kill each other. But Lu Shu's mental power is quite high. Continuously casting undead storm is not a problem at all. Now, 10,000 undead were rushing towards each other, fighting each other, and their number was suddenly halved. Pikachu and Yumi are also less stressed. Roar. Suddenly, from the other end of the battlefield, there was a roaring sound. A demon with an evil aura all over his body appeared on the battlefield. The next second, in front of Lu Shu, the boss panel popped up. Demon Gul'dan. Type: Demon. Risk factor: A+. Sensing range: 200 meters. Force: 510. Speed: 430. Defense: 510. Skills: Blood Demon, Demonic Power, Dominance, Spiritual Roar. Description: Gul'dan is a race of demons, of course, the weakest kind. Are you coming? Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. In this attack, the most powerful existence among all monsters is probably the demon Gul'dan. Among all the dungeons, the one where the demon Gul'dan is located is the only one with demon blood. Certainly, compared with Castlevania, demon Gul'dan's strength is certainly not as strong as the cursed demon king. But it has the ability to control, and has 5,000 demon imps under its hands. Far away, a group of small demons with red skin and flaming bodies jumped onto the battlefield in the gray world. Devil Imp. Type: Demon. Risk factor: A. Sensing range: 100 meters. Force: 150. Speed: 230. Defense: 120. Skills: Demon Flame, Imp Jump. In the battlefield, the Devil Imp rushed into the defense line and immediately showed great fighting power. The Devil Imp is performing the Imp Jump, doubling the speed. Suddenly, the field is full of dancing figures of devils and imps. They are extremely fast and elusive. Soon, the Devil Imp jumped the first line of defense. The magical plant attacks the demon. Peas, corn, cabbage and other plants were thrown towards the devil. However, these demons are so fast that they can dodge such intensive attacks in the air. Demon Imp starts plant throwing, Devil Flame. If you are burned by this kind of fire damage, the magical plant will be unable to withstand such high damage. However, the flame attack was in midair and was blocked by Gao Nut. Tall Nut is like the father of all magical plants. He is usually silent, but always stands in front, shielding the plants behind him from wind and rain. Pikachu and Yumi rushed to the defense line and began to kill these devils and imps. However, the efficiency of lightning superpower killing is not high. Each lightning beam can only take away a few demon imps. The speed of these mobs is too high. Even Yumi's fishing missiles have a hard time hitting them. If an ordinary Divine Tree Master encountered such an enemy, Mo would be in disarray. Pikachu, use Shock Fruit. Lu Shu said. Pikachu uses Shock Fruit's physical damage. Suddenly, traces of fragmentation spread in the air, much faster than lightning. The demon clown was instantly squeezed to death by the power of Shock Fruit, and his death was tragic. Lu Shu even cast the Devil's Curse on the side. Thousands of gray auras appeared on the Devil Kid's body at the same time. The attributes of these flexible monsters were immediately reduced several times, and their speed slowed down. Then, Lu Shu took out the Holy Sword of War. This is a weapon exclusively used against demons. The Holy Sword cannot even defeat the Cursed Demon King, let alone the Demon Gul'dan, a demon with a risk factor of only A level. The moment the Holy Sword appeared in Lu Shu's hand, cast 1,000 blades of the magic sword. The next second, the Holy Sword split into thousands of fragments and slashed straight at all the demons and imps nearby. The Devil Imp was critically hit by the Holy Sword, causing instant kill damage. Match Pikachu's output. In front of you. Every second, messages about the demon imps being killed pop up. You killed the Devil Imp, defense points plus 1,000. You killed the Devil Imp, defense points plus 1,000. One Devil Imp can combine the benefits of defense points. And when the Holy Sword is used in conjunction with the 1,000 blades of the demonic sword, it kills everyone on the battlefield. It's so satisfying. In just a few minutes, Lu Shu gained hundreds of thousands of defense points. At this time, the demon Gul'dan in the distance roared angrily. It felt that its own kindred were dying in large numbers, and it became extremely angry. You humble insect, die in the roar of hell. The demon Gul'dan launched a mental roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire sacred tree island. However, the mental power of Lu Shu and Pikachu and Kyumi are both very high, and ordinary mental attacks have no effect at all. The demon Gul'dan roared for a long time, but it had no effect. Even on the sacred tree island, no one cares about him, including Pikachu and Yumi. Lu Shu continued to kill the demon imps jumping around to prevent these monsters from threatening his magical plants. A truly outstanding commander will cherish the lives of every unit under his command. Demonic clowns pose a certain threat to magical plants, so it's best to kill them first. Wait until the demon Gul'dan finishes roaring. Lu Shu has recovered his holy sword. Thousands of demon imps died under Lu Shu's holy sword. Even if these little devils can jump, they can't fly faster than Lu Shu's blade. After killing all the devils and imps, Lu Shu's eyes turned to the demon Gul'dan. Die. The words just fell. Cut down with a sword. The bright sword light bathed in the aura of the holy sword immediately enveloped the figure of the demon Gul'dan. The demon Gul'dan was immediately hit hard. Roar. It roared. The demon Gul'dan activates the blood demon. The demon Gul'dan has activated the power of demons. The next second, the attributes of this boss are instantly doubled. The momentum has also increased a lot. Frills and bells and whistles. Lu Shu's eyes were calm. Another sword strike. The holy sword's exclusive damage to demons is quite high. Lu Shu's cultivation has reached the 5th level of Shantian, and he has unlocked a bunch of sub-professional attributes. The demon Gul'dan was not as powerful as the cursed demon king. As the sword light fell, its figure also disappeared in the holy sword light. You killed the demon Gul'dan, defense points plus 50000. The defense points gained from killing the boss are really amazing. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. Sizzle, sizzle. The battlefield outside the defense lines. Pikachu cooperates with Yumi to continuously cause a large number of attacks to the dead souls. Even an evil spirit with a risk factor of level A is helpless in the face of such a terrifying lightning attack. This is their nemesis. The 8 spiritual cannons continuously draw out the majestic spiritual energy from the spirit gathering tower, turn it into a beam of light, and shoot towards the surroundings. With every shot, a large group of dead souls died under the bombardment of the spiritual cannon. Lu Shu's undead magic. As a result, these dead souls began to bite each other, and the scene looked extremely cruel. In such a battle, a huge army of undead would turn into gray mist and disappear every minute. Other types of monsters are no better than evil spirits and dead souls. When they attack behind the first line of defense, they are defeated by the army of plants. You killed the ferocious evil spirit x 10,000, defense points plus 20000. You killed the painful dead soul x 10,000, defense point plus 20000. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. It doesn't take long. The nearby undead army was gradually put down by Pikachu's large army. When the last monster fell to the ground, open the panel. Defense points, 2,234,110. 2 million defense points. This is significantly higher than Lu Shu's previous highest score. It only took 2 times for Lu Shu to break his own record limit. Moreover, it is twice as many as the last 1 million points. This time, it's not safe for me to be on the list. Lu Shu smiled. Don't forget, on the 3rd day, there will be an abyss level boss coming. Killed all the monsters today. It didn't take long. In front of Lu Shu 487, several prompts popped up. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey Realm invasion the next day. Get Primary Soul X 100,000, Intermediate Soul X 30,000, Advanced Soul X 8,888. Obtain Devil Grass Seeds X 100. Obtain Demonic Arm Guards Diamond Level. Obtain the Intermediate Demon Skills Illustrated Book, Curse. Lu Shu immediately set her sights on the Devil Arm Guard. A equipment panel popped up in front of his eyes. Demon Arm Guard. Type: Arm Guard. Grade: Diamond Grade. Attributes: Defense 410, Magic Resistance 220, Resistance plus 20, Durability 600. Devil's 8-piece set Sad Face 3/8. Set effect: Demon Restraint plus 30, Demon perception plus 25, demon gain plus 20%. Description: a staff forged by demons. My devil suit has reached 3 pieces. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Next, if you want to explore other dungeons, you will probably go to the Abyss level dungeon, or if there are any higher level dungeons above this, you will have to find the map first. In advanced dungeons, demons will be the main race. Being able to explode a piece of demon equipment and increase the attributes of the set is a good thing in Lu Shu's eyes. Next, Lu Shu's eyes were set on the Intermediate Demon Skills Illustrated book. A prompt pops up in front of you. Would you like to learn the Intermediate Demon Skills Illustrated book, Curse? Yes. The next second, the skill panel in front of Lu Shu has been updated. Devil's Curse. Level: Intermediate. Effect: put the target into a weak state, and reduce the postage of each attribute by 2%. At last, Lu Shu set her sights on Devil Grass Seeds. Devil Grass Seeds. Type: Devil Plant Seed. Function: cultivate the devil grass that grows only in the Devil Abyss. This grass looks like a devil and can swallow the undead and evolve. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Devil grass can even be swallowed by evil spirits. It is a good thing to restrain the souls of the dead. In the future, by adding magical plants to the display, those dead souls will no longer need to waste Pikachu's mental energy to eliminate them. Leave it to the devil grass to devour it, and it will continue to evolve into stronger dead soul grass. Lu Shu immediately buried the devil's grass in the soil. Product: Devil's Grass X 100x100. Production cycle: 0.6 days, 365 550ths. Certainly, the island is still shrouded in gray fog, and all the plants on the Sacred Tree Island will stop growing. Lu Shu will have to wait until the battle is over for all the products to gradually recover. The third day of Grey World invasion is about to begin. Besides, there were 2 notification sounds in Lu Shu's ears. Ding! You got a shadow fruit. Ding! You have obtained an undead magic fruit. Go to the Divine Tree Teleportation Array. Lu Shu teleported to the other 2 Sacred Tree Islands and picked the ripe shadow fruits and undead magic fruits. Swallow it. You have eaten the shadow fruit, and the Shadow Assassin's level has been raised to Grandmaster level 2. You have eaten the undead fruit, and the necromancer profession has been upgraded to the 3rd level of master. The next second, Lu Shu's career panel was immediately updated. Profession: Name: Shadow Assassin. Level: Grandmaster level 2, upgrade to level 9. Attributes: attack power plus 120, speed plus 320, dodge plus 75. Available skill points: 1. The effect bonus of the skill has not changed, only 1 skill point has been added. At this stage, Lu Shu no longer used the Shadow Assassin's skill points, but chose to keep them. Wait until new skills appear, then wait and see, maybe leave them to new skills. The benefits of improving other skills are no longer very high. Then, Lu Shu sets her sights on the profession of Necromancer. Profession: Name: Necromancer. Level: Master level 3, upgrade to level 5. Attributes: Spirit plus 150, Perception plus 70, Magic plus 600. There are 2 more skill points. Lu Shu added all the options to Undead Storm. Skill: Undead Storm LV7, control up to 3,500 surrounding undead with danger coefficients below S level, and launch attacks at the corresponding target. The level of control of the dead souls is already high enough. Next, I have to face the attack of Abyss of Dead Souls. Increasing the Storm of Souls more points can reduce more battle losses. Lu Shu has her own judgment and decision. The invasion of the Grey World begins on the 3rd day. The surrounding gray fog suddenly shrouded towards the Sacred Tree Island. The next second, from the gray mist, a mighty army of dead souls walked out. However, it is different from ordinary dead souls. These dead souls are entangled with the aura of the Abyss. It is the army of dead souls that came from the Abyss of Dead Souls. A dead soul, whose whole body was filled with the aura of the Abyss and whose aura was extremely terrifying, appeared in the center of all the dead souls and was protected. A mortal soul. Thin black lines appeared around it, connecting other dead souls. Boom! The ray of the psychic cannon suddenly shot towards the undead soul. A burst of white light enveloped the immortal soul. Make a violent explosion. It was full of fire and a mess. The nearby substitute death souls suddenly turned into a mass of black energy, covering the spot where the undead souls originally stood. It didn't take long. The immortal soul reappeared in front of him. Really, only by killing all the nearby dead souls can the undead souls be killed. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The next second, the psychic cannon was aimed at the other dead souls. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously outside the defense line. However, an aura of the abyss spreads from these dead souls. The psychic cannon hit them among them, but it didn't cause too much damage. Isn't it hurt enough? Lu Shu's eyes moved. These dead souls have the aura of abyss amplification. Although the undead soul was pulled to the island and away from the abyss, the amplifying effect was still there. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Yumi, use sparkling fruit. Attack the nearby dead souls. Lu Shu commanded. Electric light and flashes are flying and spreading in the field. In the blink of an eye, many of the monsters on the team were killed. Compared to Abyss of Dead Souls, the number of dead souls here has been reduced by less than 1/10. The Tianji array suddenly burst out with a burst of light. On the ground, a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram slowly appeared. Now, Lu Shu also activated the defensive ability of the Tianji formation. The spiritual energy stored in the spirit gathering tower dropped rapidly. And all the dead souls were also weakened by the Tianji formation. Your Tianji array activates, repelling evil, and the attributes of all undead monsters will be reduced by 1%. Then, Lu Shu took out the dead soul sword. Cast, 1,000 blades of the magic sword. The next second, the extremely sharp magic knife, carrying the purifying breath of holy water, cuts off all the nearby dead monsters. Every second, a large number of souls are dying. You killed the imprisoned soul, defense points plus 10000. You killed the imprisoned soul, defense points plus 10000. Just killing one dead soul is enough to increase the total score by 10,000 points. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. With the purification of Tianji array and holy water, even with the abyss boost, these monsters are no match for Lu Shu. In particular, the Tianji formation almost offsets the effect of abyss amplification. Thus, all the dead souls have changed from the dead souls blessed by the abyss amplification to ordinary dead souls. The efficiency of killing must be as high as possible. Whether it's purification or Pikachu's electric power, it can cause a lot of damage to the dead souls. Far away, 100 little white foxes were hiding in the cracks in the void, watching the battle. Looking at Pikachu and other friends, they are so brave. Those ruby-like pupils were filled with admiration and envy. One day, I also want to learn combat skills from my brothers and sisters, and help Lu Shu kill thousands of enemies on the battlefield together. Finally, in the entire battlefield, there was only one boss, Immortal Soul, standing alone among the team. In fact, among the three major bosses in Abyss of Dead Souls, the undead soul should be the weakest in combat power, not even much stronger than the imprisoned soul. Apart from immune to death, there's really nothing special about it. Now, all the surrogate souls around were killed. The immortal soul no longer has any black thread that can connect other dead souls. But Lu Shu did not choose to kill the opponent immediately. Cast, Devil's Curse. The power of the curse, which has reached an intermediate level, wraps around the body of the undead soul, constantly weakening the opponent's combat experience. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu began to try to use undead control to completely gain control of the undead soul. At this time, the immortal soul realized that its spiritual ocean had been impacted, and immediately launched a resistance. That extremely sinister aura wants to pass by and bite Lu Shu back. 4 plus or minus. The surrounding Pikachus immediately gave the disobedient immortal soul a set of electric treatments. The immortal soul immediately became calm and calm. Complete the final spiritual connection. Now, the immortal soul can be controlled by Lu Shu's spiritual power at will. You control the undead soul, defense points plus 1 million. As expected of an abyss level boss. Just by killing one, you can get millions of defense points. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Then, try controlling the undead soul. Except that the combat power is a little weaker. The immortal soul is still very good. At least. You can move, right? After the Grey Realm invasion is over. I will go to the Abyss of Dead Souls and control the other 2 Dead Soul bosses. When the time comes, control the nearby Dead Souls as well, and use the Immortal Souls to connect with them. If I really succeed, maybe I can have an Abyss-level army of Dead Souls. Lu Shu thought, when conquering the Abyss-level dungeon. The most difficult problem is that there are too many monsters in the Abyss dungeon. The life of every member of Lu Shu's pet army is extremely important and cannot be messed with. Therefore, we need such a force that is not afraid of death to attract firepower from the front. Anyway, after the soul of the dead is dead, you can either continue to summon it or continue to control it. There will always be extra to replenish it, but the life of the pet is priceless. Killed the last enemy. Finally, this time, the battle of the Grey World invasion is almost over. Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 6,210,020. 6 million defense points. Compared with the last million, it has improved 6 times. Not bad. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. Certainly, with these points, getting the first place in the rankings is a sure thing. However, what Lu Shu pursues is to break through himself. Lu Shu is quite satisfied with the 6 million defense points. The gray fog above the head is slowly moving towards the surroundings at this moment. A ray of sunlight breaks through the dark clouds in the sky, like dawn breaking through the darkness, illuminating the earth, everything on the island, and the sacred tree in the center. Now, the sacred tree has resumed its growth again. The water and soil in all directions continued to be nourished by it. Finally, several prompts popped up in front of me. You successfully resisted this invasion of the Grey World. Defense points, 6,210,020. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS-Level. Unlocking SSS exclusive rewards for you. Open SSS-Level rewards. A dazzling array of prizes suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained Zon level ore, Purple Spirit ore X 50,000. You have obtained a special building, Jingxin Pavilion Prefecture level X1. You have obtained a city defense prop, Spiritual Power Cannon Earth level X10. You have obtained a rare seed, Ice Archer X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Destruction Mushroom X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Sunshine Mushroom X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Street Lantern Flower X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Coffee Beans X100. The area of your Sacred Tree Island has been expanded by 200 square kilometers. Ranking rewards will be issued when ranking points are announced. When the ranking points are announced, the Grey World will be opened again. Please stay on the island during this time, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Lu Shu's eyes first focused on the Zon level ore. Quote. This kind of ore is rarer than Tianling mine. Quote. Contains the effect of purple energy. Wait a minute, will this have some connection with the next purple Qigong method? Lu Shu suddenly thought. Use, decompose. First, remove the defenses surrounding the sacred tree. Line, completely removed. The defense line in the highlands must be built with the best ores. It is also quite convenient to break it down. Soon, the area near the sacred tree island became an open space, much wider. Demolish first and then build. Rays of white light shrouded the surroundings of the sacred tree island. The next second, a magnificent city defense building was built around the sacred tree island. The sunlight shines on the walls of Zilling Mine, reflecting a dreamlike luster. The towering sacred tree in the center of the island has grown a lot, like a giant, eating its weight on the earth. The lush branches and leaves, bathed in dreamy purple light, form a fairyland-like picture. Jingxin Pavilion. Type: special building. Function: suitable for practice and meditation, and has the effect of increasing efficiency. Choose a location near your cabin. Lu Shu built the Jingxin Pavilion here. A small and exquisite secret cultivation room appeared not far from the cabin. There is a futon inside. Go in and meditate and practice, which will increase your practice efficiency a lot. The power of the Earth-level spiritual power cannon is even more powerful than the grade-selected spiritual power cannon we got last time. Put them up, and they will be more effective when dealing with the third invasion of the Grey World in the future. The kings came to the middle of the first line of defense and the second line of defense. This is where magical plants grow. Next, Lu Shu buried all the seeds in the surrounding soil. Ice Shooter X 10,000, growing. Destruction Mushroom X 10,000, growing. Sunshine Mushroom X 10,000, growing. Street Lantern Flowers X 10,000, growing. Coffee Beans X 10,000, growing. New Magical Plants. I don't know what they all look like. In only 0.6 days, new magical plants will appear on Lu Shu's island. There's still a little time. My natal sacred tree can be upgraded to a high-level spiritual tree. When the time comes, 3 new fruits, the purple chi fruit, the purple qi gong technique fruit, and the innate body technique fruit, will be able to grow. Lu Shu calculates the harvest time. Next, he walked towards the edge of the island. The fog is fading. Based on the area Lu Shu last explored in the Grey Realm, the scope of his island this time has directly expanded by 200 square kilometers. This range is quite large. Come to the edge of the island. A golden beach appeared not far away. And as the gray fog faded, the blue sky and sea appeared before our eyes, as if we had returned to the normal world. Lu Shu looked at the vast sea and felt happy. Immediately. At the border of the island, Lu Shu built his third line of defense. What was used was the Tianling mine that was decomposed not long ago. Now, Lu Shu's island has 3 lines of defense. At this time, a prompt pops up in front of you. The Grey World ranking has been announced. At this time, the rewards for this ranking pop up in front of you. The ranking list of this Grey World invasion has appeared, and all Sacred Tree Masters will receive different rewards according to their rank. First place, God level reward. Second place, Extraordinary Weapon plus Diamond Suit. Third place, Diamond Suit. 4th to 10th place, Diamond Weapon. 11th to 30th, Platinum Weapons. 31 to 50, Searchlight Torch X10 plus Searchlight Candle X20. Number 51 to 100, Searchlight Fire Candle X20. The rankings will be announced soon, please wait a moment. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on the God level reward for first place. Other rewards are definitely insignificant to him. Extraordinary weapons already exist. Diamond level suits, Lu Shu has a 3-piece devil suit, and after a while, gathering more suits will not be a problem. The following rewards are not very cost-effective for him. But Lu Shu knows very well that God level rewards are items related to mythology. Either a mythical building or a mythical creature. If we only gathered once or twice, maybe the increase would not be so obvious. However, one day, if you could collect all the mythical buildings, this is definitely a huge improvement for the overall combat strength of the island territory. The collected Tiandao Steel and Tianmen have already provided a lot of amplification effects for Lu Shu's island domain. With my 6 million points, it's safe to be ranked first in this ranking. Other rewards are of no use to me at my current stage. Only God level rewards are meaningful to me. Lu Shu glanced at the top of the ranking list indifferently and didn't look at anything more. Anyway, it's all yours. Why need to rush? World Public Screen. When the rewards from the rankings appeared in front of everyone, it immediately aroused heated discussion among everyone. Why do you feel that the rewards in the rankings seem to be the same as last time? Who said there is no change? Isn't it that the weapons and suits given away will be broken through to a new level? Can this be called a change? Our overall strength has become stronger. Shouldn't the equipment rewarded by the rankings be upgraded to level 54 simultaneously? I don't know what the God level rewards are. At this time, it's time. Ahem, I will definitely not reveal what the God level rewards are to you. This is his own thing. Speaking of which, can the big tree lubber get the first place on the list this time? That's definitely possible. I bought 1,000 bags of primary fertilizer and went bankrupt. The tree rolling boss's points this time will exceed 1 million. The guy upstairs is awesome. 3 million is already a huge score, you dare to bet on it? If you don't dare to bet, I'll bet that Mr. Lu Shu can get 4 million. The 5 million bets are now open. Is there anyone who wants to buy? I'm done with it. I'm here to buy a 5 million, 100 pack of primary fertilizer, let's take a gamble. The brother upstairs is awesome, you really dare to bet, this is 5 million. Although it is said to be the first in the list of tree betting bosses, the score of 5 million is too small. The ratio is 14:1. Boss, please think clearly. Don't lose your wealth if you get too excited. Bet, I will follow 1-2. Brother, if the big tree guy really gets 5 million points, you can kowtow to him. These people are really crazy. You dare to think about 5 million points. Are you crazy about fertilizer? Normally, gamblers have this mentality, either they will get rich or they will be poor. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Open the world public screen. Lu Shu didn't expect that these people were actually making an offer against him. By the way, can I participate in the bet? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Lu Shu now has as much primary fertilizer as he wants, so he is too lazy to join in the fun with this group of people. At this time, two refreshing sounds came to his ears. Ding! You have obtained the Purple Chi Fruit X1, the Purple Qi Gong Technique Fruit X1, and the Innate Body Technique Fruit X1. Ding! Your intermediate spiritual tree has been upgraded to an advanced spiritual tree. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking towards the sacred tree in the center of the island. That lush tree has become much bigger than before. It's like a city made of forests. Each leaf becomes more crystal clear and radiant than before, as if it contains divinity. Seen from a distance, the sacred tree appears even more sacred and inviolable. The sacred tree nourishes the water and soil in all directions, the grassland here becomes more lush, the spiritual energy becomes more intense, and the whole world becomes integrated, harmonious and natural. In front of Lu Shu, Sacred Tree Panel 2 immediately appeared. Sacred Tree. Stage. Advanced Spiritual Tree. Sunshine. 340 per day, 3.4x 100. Aura. 340 per day, 3.4x 100. Subspecies Spirit Tree Remaining Capacity, 12 total 12. Products. Devil Fruit, Growth Fruit, Tianling Fruit. Production Cycle. 4 days 2,200 550ths. Growth Points. 20,325 15.3x 100 equals 1,530 per day. Next stage. Holy Tree 100,000 growth points. Holy Tree. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. After upgrading to the advanced spiritual tree. The next stage of the sacred tree has evolved from a spiritual tree to a holy tree. And the required growth points also span from 20,000 to 100,000. If you wait until the day it grows into a holy tree, I am afraid the sacred tree will produce unexpected changes in Lu Shu. I wonder if the holy tree will unlock any new fruits by then. Lu Shu's eyes became expectant. Next, that's 3 products. Devil Fruit, this thing is really good. After the little white fox was born, it happened to lack 10 kinds of aggressive energy. I wonder what kind of special powers this devil fruit can have. Lu Shu's heart moved secretly. The little white fox's ability to move in space is really strong. If you have a power with a very high attack type, it's time to take off. Just right. The next devil fruit will be produced in 4 days. The rest just needs to wait. Lu Shu sat down cross-legged. Run the exercises, absorb spiritual energy, and start practicing. After these rounds of battles, Lu Shu felt that her insights had made several new breakthroughs. Swallow the Tianling fruit. As expected. Avertisement. As if everything fell into place, he easily broke through to the 6th level of Shantian. The next realm behind Shantian is getting closer. At this time, the 100th place on the ranking list has been released. 100th place. I am really not long a ocean. Defense points. 208,777. Comprehensive evaluation. A level. World public screen. When the first name appears in front of everyone, everyone began to discuss it enthusiastically. Dear me, the ranking of the second Grey World Invasion, the 100th place has already reached 200,000 points. Isn't your progress too fast? It's rolled up. The big guys on the rankings are starting to roll it up. 200,000 defense points. This time, will it only have an A-level rating? As expected of a leader in the rankings, it is truly terrifying. Brother Long seemed to be around 50 last time, but now he has dropped to 100. Isn't this a normal thing? The competition for rankings is so fierce. Who dares to say that they can always be on the list? Yes, Brother Long can still continue to be on the list, and he can be said to be quite an Ilhai sacred tree master. As the list continues to be announced on the leaderboard, there are familiar names and unfamiliar names. Have to say, The changes in the rankings are really unpredictable. No one knows where the Sacred Tree Master who ranked high in the rankings last time will be positioned next time. Even some of the big guys who have been on the rankings have entered a position in the Grey World that they should not have entered, or they encountered some problems when clearing the dungeon. Their names will never appear on this ranking list again. No, the gambler whose admiral treasure was lying on Lu Shu immediately felt nervous. The following ranking changes have been so drastic. Then something will happen at the top of the rankings, right? Of course, no one is sure what the final ranking will be. Now, because there is a betting opening, many people became nervous as they watched the list of rankings being announced one after another. An island. Mu Yutingfang's heart skipped a beat at this moment. She didn't know where she would be on the rankings this time. The most important thing is Lu Shu. Last time, he tripled his points. Mu Yutingfang swore that she would never lose so miserably this time. Call. My current points have reached 2.07 million. I don't believe it. This score can't be crushed 3 times by the Tree Raider. Look at the points gained this time. A confident smile appeared on Mu Yutingfang's face. No matter how strong the treeman is, this is only the second invasion of the Grey World, so his points can never be as exaggerated as 5 million, right? What's more, Lu Shu still went to conquer an abyss-level dungeon. From all indications, Mu Yutingfang took a deep breath and suddenly realized that with these points, she still had a chance to surpass her opponent. Her heart began to beat, puff puff. Next, every name that appeared on the ranking list aroused his heartstrings. Number 51. Xiaoao Qinchuan, defense points, 508,777, comprehensive evaluation, a level. 50th place. Leading the way, defense points, 528,977, overall evaluation, a level. When the ranking is announced to the 50th place, many Sacred Tree Masters discovered that the defense points had reached 50 million points. This score should be very high. B. Why is the comprehensive evaluation still rated A? Hey, this is already a rating of 500,000. Yeah, why is the overall evaluation still A level? When the Sacred Tree Masters reached 50 last time, their overall evaluation should have reached S level, right? Is there something wrong with the system? Maybe it's this year's Divine Tree Master, but he's not very good at it. Upstairs, do you dare to say this in front of the list boss? Woo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Unconsciously. The ranking list has been announced to the top 20. 21. Master of the Hermitage, defense points, 1,008,777, overall evaluation, S level. 20th place. Legend of Feng Zhaolin, defense points, 1,028,777, overall evaluation, S level. Finally, when the defense points reached 1 million points, the comprehensive evaluation at this time barely reached S level. World Public Screen. Wow, why is this system becoming more and more strict? It takes 1 million points to achieve an S level rating. This is too difficult. Seeing that among billions of people, only 20 can achieve S level evaluation, my heart suddenly became balanced. I wonder what score Mr. Lushu will get this time. Holy shit, do you think it's possible that the score of Mr. Lushu is too high this time, which has raised the scoring standards for all of us? When you say that, it seems like this is really possible. Ha ha ha, let me just say that betting on the tree playing boss is correct, right? The trees are full, and the villa is close to the sea. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. When Mu Yutingfang saw the conversation above, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sist, it's really possible. At present, the ranking is around 20, and 1 million ratings is an S level. Isn't this exactly the same as last time? Could it be that? This time it was Lu Shu again, raising the rating ceiling for all of them. 1 million is only S level. So, how high should Lu Shu's own score be? No matter what, this time, he shouldn't be able to crush my 3 times the points, right? At this moment, Mu Yutingfang felt extremely uneasy. She could only rely on this method to gradually comfort herself. The rankings have been announced to the final stage. 3rd place, Rakshasa, defense points, 1,990,022, overall evaluation, S level. 2nd place, Mu Yutingfang, defense points, 2,017,777, overall evaluation, S-Level. The top 3 names on the list are so similar. Last time. The top 3 are also Luasha and Mu Yutingfeng, occupying the first and second place respectively. So, there is only one list left that has not been announced yet. The results should already be obvious, right? However, at this moment, the billions of players of Shenshu games are only concerned about what kind of heaven-defying results Lu Shu can achieve. Just the next second, the list of number 1 has finally been announced. First place, Lu Shu, defense points, 6,210,020, overall evaluation, SSS-Level. First place, Lu Shu, defense points, 6,210,020, overall evaluation, SSS-Level. The moment this reward pops up, billions of players in the entire Divine Tree game were all shocked when they saw this long series of numbers and the conspicuous 6 at the top of the numbers. Even the usually busy chat box was temporarily quiet at this moment, with no one talking on it. There was silence for about 10 seconds. What ushered in was all kinds of news that crazily scrolled tens of millions of times per profit. World public screen. I don't know how to describe my mood. Forgive me, I can only use 3 consecutive sounds to describe my inner thoughts at this moment. Oh my god, 6 million defense points, how on earth did the tree-lugging boss do it? I could never dream of achieving this heaven-defying score. Don't say it's a dream, give me this decimal point, so that I can achieve this result. I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. Is this the boss of Lushu? The supreme god number 1 on the list, only he can break through himself. Heaven-defying. This is the invincible number 1. Who just said that it is impossible for Mr. Lushu to break through to 5 million defense points? Now, I will tell you with the sky-breaking number 1 points, there is no score that cannot be scored. Facts have proved that there are changes in the rankings, but the group of Sacred Tree Masters who are at the forefront are still the strongest among a billion people. It will be difficult for others to catch up with them. Oh my god, 6 million defense points has once again refreshed the historical upper limit of the Divine Tree game. This number blinds my titanium alloy dog eyes. Mu Yutingfeng, who is second in the rankings, already has 2 million points, but is still crushed 3 times by the top guy in the rankings. What kind of terrifying level has this guy's strength reached? I can't imagine what kind of talent the top guy on the list has awakened. Maybe he secretly opened a cheat. An island. Mu Yutingfeng's face suddenly froze. That long string of numbers made her unable to react for a long time. After a while, only then did Mu Yutingfeng suddenly realize a problem. This time the Shuren seemed to have crushed his own defense points 3 times again. Wrong. Last time, the tree lubber's points were 1,090,000, and I also had 370,000 points. It was just nearly triple the points. Right now, his points are 6.21 million, while mine are only a little over 2 million. This guy actually crushed me more than 3 times. 3 times more. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. This moment, Mu Yutingfeng's eyes suddenly darkened. Like a salted fish that has lost its dream, it collapsed on the ground. I promised not to be crushed by triple points. It used to be close to 3 times, but now it has become more than 3 times more. Not only has the gap not narrowed in any way, but it is still growing. If it were said that Mu Yutingfeng was challenging a mountain that was difficult for him to climb. So, the most desperate thing is to try hard to climb, but the mountain peak grows faster than she climbs. Ix. Is it a person? In addition to discussing the rankings. Today, a lucky day for some gamblers. Some Sacred Tree Masters who have placed their treasures on Lu Shu have now reached the time of harvest. And some of the Sacred Tree Masters who put huge sums of money on Lu Shu, and even went so far as to smash the plate with a high score of 5 million, are about to make a lot of money at this time. World public screen. Ha 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 ha, I would say that the tree puller should be number 1 on the list. With 100 packs of primary fertilizer, I earned 5 more packs of primary fertilizer. I'm so happy. Follow the big boss, the warehouse will be full, you will get rich, and your villa will be close to the sea. Upstairs, the slogan is, 666. I would like to call you the leading brother. I remember that there was a big boss who had the full 5 million defense points of Lushu boss. Who knows how much he has earned now? Well, I didn't make much, I just made more than 5,000 yuan of primary fertilizer. So showy. Awesome. More than 5,000. This is crazy money. I was still too conservative. I only invested in the 3 million plate. Billy was not even a little bit behind. It's so uncomfortable. If I had known it earlier, I would have believed in the big tree lush guy. I could have made thousands, but now I only made a few hundred. Looking at the chat box, everyone bets on Lu Shu to earn fertilizer. No matter how small the bet is, there will be some rewards. Another part. Those sacred tree masters who did not push Lu Shu to be ranked first on the list, but still suppressed him from being ranked first, did not even dare to say anything. Looking at the other people in the chat box, bathing in the spring breeze and enjoying the results of victory, they are just counting the lost money behind their backs, gnashing their teeth and regretting. Why? What is the wrong thread in my brain? Why do you think the big tree lover guy can't get on the list? Now, the list of the rankings is out, place your bets. The sacred tree masters at the top of the Lu Shu list are all happy, but they can only rely on their own sacred trees and look up at the sky, shiitake mushrooms. The gap in life is sometimes so disparate and so great. Looking at the sacred tree masters who made a lot of money in the chat box, they were so proud that they, the sacred tree masters who were losing money, were so regretful that they would bite their teeth to bits. They were jealous. The sacred tree masters who lost money all secretly swore behind their backs that they would never pressure the big tree master again next time. If you do it yourself, you will not live. Rewards for the Grey World Invasion rankings have been distributed. In the ranking of this Grey World Invasion, you ranked first. Prizes are being distributed. Have the rewards finally been distributed? Lu Shu's eyes lit up. This time, the God level reward for the top spot in the rankings has finally been distributed. I don't know what kind of God level rewards I can get this time. Lu Shu is looking forward to this. The next second, several prompts popped up in front of me. You have obtained a God level building, the 5-color altar. You have obtained a mythical treasure, 5-color sacred stones x5. You have obtained the mythical building, Shintong Pavilion. You have obtained a mythical creature, crane. That's right. Another reward related to mythology. However, the rewards this time seem to be much richer than last time. After all, the Tianmen that was rewarded for the first time seems to be still incomplete. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Should the 5-color altar be built on the sacred tree island? Yes, an open space was chosen. The next second, a magnificent altar appeared on Lu Shu's sacred tree island. The altar revealed the atmosphere of eternal vicissitudes, and the traces and lines on it seemed to tell the mysterious history that no one knew about for tens of thousands of years. Each of the 5 corners of the altar has 5 grooves, which can be used to inlay sacred stones. The second mythical treasure reward, the 5-color sacred stone, is the special energy used to activate the colorless altar. Would you choose to inlay the 5-color sacred stone into the 5-color altar? Yes. The moment when the 5-color sacred stone is embedded in the 5-color altar. The entire altar suddenly erupted with mysterious brilliance. It's like some kind of existence that was sleeping in ancient times has quietly revived. Lu Shu took a deep breath and felt the vastness of the myth. A panel of mythical architecture popped up in front of me. 5-color altar. Level. Myth. Function. Place items on the 5-color altar for sacrifice. When the energy of the 5 sacred stones is activated, you will get a chance of a lucky critical strike. Luck critical strike. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Simply put, the 5-color altar allows you to put your excess items over for sacrifice. Although some things were redundant for Lu Shu, he didn't really want to exchange them at the auction. First of all, the income that can be exchanged for treasures of equal value to Lu Shu is no longer high. Secondly, it will also promote the progress of other sacred tree masters in disguise. Carefully weigh it, and the return of throwing it into the transaction interface to exchange for things is not high. Throw them all on the 5-color altar and exchange them for a luck critical strike. Isn't this much better than exchanging some ordinary items? Not to mention, Lu Shu knew that there were treasure maps and secret realms in the Grey World. If the 5-color altar triggers the luck critical strike, maybe the treasure map can be found easily. Experience the pleasure brought by the lucky attribute. Lu Shu knows that this attribute can sometimes play unexpected roles. A moment of luck may bring you a hundredfold return on your hard work. Suddenly, Lu Shu threw all the remaining equipment and a lot of extra useless items onto the 5-color sacred stone. A brilliant divine light descended on all items on the altar. As the light flashes, golden particles floated in the air. All the items placed on the altar have disappeared. The energy transformed into essence poured into the sacred stones placed at the 5 corners of the altar. Buzz buzz. 3 strange sounds sounded. The 3 sacred stones were lit. Are there still 2 divine stones left? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. It is indeed difficult to light up the sacred stone. But Lu Shu didn't even think about lighting up the sacred stone all at once. This is just an attempt. After roughly knowing the sacrifices required to light up the 5-color sacred stone, Lu Shu was sure of the future. Luck crit, of course, should be used at critical moments to generate greater benefits. Next, Lu Shu will go to the Abyss of Dead Souls and conquer the other 2 Dead Soul bosses. If the luck critical strike only wishes you success in the strategy copy, or just explodes more equipment, then the use of this luck will be a big loss. Next, it's just another mythical building. Shentong Pavilion. Level, Myth, Function, deducing various secrets of exercises, evolving the great ways of heaven and earth, and understanding the laws of nature to promote spiritual practice. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, a pavilion appeared out of thin air on the south side of the island. It echoes the 5-color altar. The pavilion looks ordinary. However, if you think about it, you will find that the pavilion seems to contain endless secrets, making people feel as if they are deeply trapped in it and feel its mysterious atmosphere. Lu Shu walked into Shentong Pavilion. I thought that there would be many books on exercises and secrets in this pavilion. But it was beyond Lu Shu's expectation. Entering Shentong Pavilion, another world has evolved here. It is the scene of a fairy family. It is surprisingly similar to the Yunmeng Holy Land that Lu Shu visited before. However, the landscape of heaven and earth here appears more natural. Every flower and tree is integrated with the heaven and earth, as if every corner contains some kind of profound truth. Lu Shu stepped into it and her eyes suddenly lit up. I see. This secret realm of Shentong Pavilion contains the atmosphere of the Great Avenue. There is no specific operating trick. You need to understand and experience it yourself, and then create your own magical powers. What kind of skills and magical powers you can create all depends on your own destiny. Lu Shu nodded. This Shentong Pavilion is quite interesting. He tried to sit cross-legged here for a moment. Unfortunately, in addition to being able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster and assisting in practice, it is difficult for Lu Shu to think of any way to use magical powers. Now, my realm is only the Shantian realm. It's too early for me to create my own exercises and enlightenment laws. What's more, understanding the Great Road requires more understanding. Tried it for a while. Lu Shu withdrew from Shentong Pavilion. This place, with his current level, is not difficult to access for the time being. You still have to become stronger. A panel of mythological ruins popped up in front of me. Mythological site. Relics. Tianmen incomplete. Tiandao stone steel incomplete. 5-color altar. Shentong Pavilion. Attribute increase. Attack power plus 500. Defense plus 400. Spirit plus 200. Critical hit plus 25%. Puncture plus 100. Blessing plus 50. At last, Lu Shu sets her sights on rewards for mythical creatures. A burst of white light appeared in front of my eyes. From the white light, a crane emerged. The crane is extremely spiritual, and the moment it came out, it breathed out spiritual energy. Lu Shu was a little surprised. A truly mythical creature. Even a crane can learn how to cultivate immortality. At this time, the pet panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Enlightenment Crane. Category: Mythical Creature. Level: First Level. Blessing Halo. Comprehension plus 5. Evolution Points: 5. Evolution Points required to upgrade to Level 2, 100. When Lu Shu's eyes were on the Blessing Halo, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wide understanding. Comprehension may not be that useful to Lu Shu originally. However, got Shentong Pavilion. If your understanding increases, it will be easier to understand the rules and gain insights by chance in the Shentong Pavilion. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. There are still 4 days until the next growth fruit is produced. When the fruits of growth mature, the level of the enlightenment crane will be improved. After your understanding improves, go to Shintong Pavilion and you might get unexpected gains. To Lu Shu's surprise, unexpectedly, the crane flew near the Juling Pagoda. Then, start breathing in nearby spiritual energy. The spiritual beast, enlightenment crane, absorbs spiritual energy, and its cultivation base is +1. The spiritual beast, enlightenment crane, absorbs spiritual energy, and its cultivation base is +1. Look at the prompts in front of you. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. What I didn't expect was, the crane can actually practice and upgrade itself. It didn't take long. A small cyclone was set off around the crane. Immediately afterwards, a pet panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Enlightenment crane. Category: mythical creature. Level: first level, cultivation level, chi training level 1. Blessing halo, comprehension +5. Evolution points, 10. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 2, 100. One more level of cultivation. Have you already broken through to the first level of chi training in such a short time? Moreover, the evolution points have also increased. Lu Shu discovered unexpectedly, after the crane's training level was improved, its evolution points were also increased. If we keep upgrading at this speed, wouldn't we be able to gain a lot of evolutionary points? But, 080. Lu Shu later discovered that the crane's evolution points were not that fast. Only when he broke through his cultivation level could he obtain so many evolution points. On average, more than 10 or 20 evolution points are added a day, which is almost the limit. But that's not bad. At least the natural growth at the evolutionary point is a little faster than that of the golden dragon koi. As expected of the enlightenment crane that increases understanding. I can actually cultivate immortality myself. Could it be that this crane can become an immortal in the future? Lu Shu thought about it carefully. It was not impossible. The crane is a mythical creature, and it appears from a god-level reward. Maybe it will actually become a Taoist achievement in the future. As long as the crane's level is improved, Lu Shu's understanding can also be improved. These are all good helpers for practicing. At this time, in front of Lu Shu, a prompt popped up. Ding! Your purple energy fruit tree has finished growing, obtained 100 purple energy fruits. Purple fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: purple air fruit. Period: 0.6 days, 365 550ths. Production times remaining: 1 right pointing arrow 0. When the purple energy fruit just grows. Lu Shu buried the fruit. Half a day passed. The purple gas fruit has reached the production cycle. It is a pity that this kind of fruit only has one production cycle once it is buried. Ordinary spiritual energy fruits are produced about 3 times, but purple energy fruits are only produced once. This means that Lu Shu can only get 100 purple energy fruits. However, this side reflects the efficacy of the purple energy fruit, which may be very unusual. Looking in the direction of the purple energy fruit tree. The trees are already covered with purple fruits. However, this kind of purple is more similar to the color of glow. At a glance, it seems that at sunrise, purple air comes from the east. Lu Shu stepped forward. Gently pick all the purple fruits with your hands. Take one bite. You swallowed a purple energy fruit, and your innate spiritual energy was transformed into golden elixir purple energy. You swallowed a purple energy fruit, and your innate spiritual energy was transformed into golden elixir purple energy. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. From the innate realm to the golden elixir realm, you need to transform the spiritual energy in your body. At this time, spiritual energy will generally have the properties of the natural laws of heaven and earth. Either fire attribute, or wind attribute, or thunder attribute. However, purple energy is a more advanced attribute. If I can transform all spiritual energy into purple energy in the Shantian realm, then when I reach the golden core realm, my strength will be stronger than the average golden core of the same realm. Suddenly, Lu Shu's whole body bloomed with a burst of purple energy. The glow is overflowing with color, like a dream. After swallowing the purple energy fruit, the innate spiritual energy in Lu Shu's body was successfully converted into a higher level purple energy. And his cultivation level also broke through from the 6th level of Shantian to the 7th level of Shantian at this moment. Feel the changes inside your body. Isn't this cultivation speed too fast? Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just by swallowing a few purple energy fruits, the transformation rate reached about 20%, and he had already broken through to the 7th level of Shantian. Thus, perhaps, the Golden Core realm, which is above the Shantian realm, is no longer that far away. And reaching the Golden Elixir realm, Lu Shu had a hunch that her mental power might have a chance to break through to S level. By then, all his abilities will be enhanced, and his mental power may also undergo some changes. Correct, I still have a purple Qigong fruit that I haven't taken yet. If one obtains the purple Qigong method, the degree of transformation of these purple Qi should be even higher. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately took out the purple Qi Kung Fu fruit from the warehouse and swallowed it. Ding! You swallowed a purple Qi Kung Fu fruit and obtained the purple Qi Kung Fu, purple Qi from the east. Run, purple air coming from the east. Lu Shu suddenly felt her own purple energy, and her absorption rate increased crazily. The conversion efficiency is also much higher. Swallowed a few purple energy fruits. Lu Shu originally felt a little bloated. There is still excess energy that has not been fully absorbed. But, after learning the technique of purple energy coming from the east, with a little movement, the purple energy in the body is converted into golden elixir crazily, and the cultivation progress is even faster. It can be said that there is not much bottleneck period left. Lu Shu quickly swallowed the remaining purple energy fruit. You swallowed a purple energy fruit, and the innate spiritual energy was transformed into golden elixir purple energy. You swallowed a purple energy fruit, and the innate spiritual energy was transformed into golden elixir purple energy. When you swallow the 30th purple energy fruit, Lu Shu felt that the innate spiritual energy in her body had completely transformed into purple energy. Now, his cultivation realm has also reached the 8th level of Shantian. In the second stage, the effect of swallowing the purple energy fruit seems to be very slow. There are 3 stages in the purple Qigong method. The first stage, transform innate spiritual energy into innate purple energy. The second stage, condensing the purple energy in the body into golden elixir and breaking through the golden elixir realm. The third stage, opening up the power of purple energy. The third stage is also the highest state of purple air coming from the east. I don't know what the pupil power of Kaikai does. Lu Shu thought. Next, we only need to slowly transform all the purple energy into golden elixir, and break through to a higher realm, which is just around the corner. Open the panel. Figure. Divine Tree Master. Tree Raider. Powers. Resonance, Teleportation, Clone Technique, Hallucination, Monster Prophet. Occupation. Shadow Assassin, Grandmaster Level 2, Necromancer, Master Level 3. Skills. Advanced Carpentry, Top Miner, Advanced Decomposition, Advanced Disguise, Advanced Cooking, Intermediate Curse, Devil Contract, Advanced Clothing Production. Cultivation Level. Innate 8th Level. Talents. 100 times increase SSS-Level, Fruit of All Realms, SSS-Level, Spring Resurgence, SSS-Level. Lucky. B. Spirit. A+. Sacred Tree. 3. At this time, several prompts popped up in front of me. Your Ice Shooter X 10,000 is mature. Your Destruction Mushroom X 10,000 is mature. Your Sunshine Mushroom X 10,000 is mature. Your Street Lamp Flower X 10,000 is mature. Your Coffee Beans X 10,000 are mature. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This time when you activate the SSS level rewards, the magical plant seeds you obtained have finally grown. A row of ice shooters and a row of pea shooters are planted together, like twin brothers. But, although they are all shooters, the peas shot by the ice shooter have the effect of freezing the enemy. Even if you can't freeze the enemy, you can still slow it down. If you encounter a high-moving monster like a demon imp, the ice shooter can freeze the opponent or achieve a slowdown effect. It can also play a very good role in the protection of other plants. The destruction mushroom can produce explosions in the surrounding area. Not only does it cause extremely high damage, it also has artistic effects. In order not to harm other plants, Lu Shu planted the destruction mushrooms in relatively open areas, far apart. It's equivalent to setting up an explosive defense line. As long as an enemy comes over, just blow it up and that's it. Next, Lu Shu focused on 3 other types of plants that were more auxiliary. Sunshine mushrooms can absorb daylight at night and provide sunlight to the sacred tree at night. The street lamp flower also has the function of the sun mushroom, but the difference is that the street lamp flower can regularly produce wicks, which can increase the level of the fire source and gain more field of vision. Coffee beans also have the effect of temporarily increasing mental power, which is equivalent to a short-term mental power increase buff. Lu Shu nodded. This time, the magical ability of plants to produce brought some surprises to Lu Shu. Especially the 3 plants with special functions at the back. If there are sunshine mushrooms and street lamp flowers, the growth speed of Lu Shu's sacred tree will be increased. Because you can also receive sunlight at night. And even when the gray world invades, sunshine mushrooms and street lamp flowers can also continuously increase sunlight, so that the production of the sacred tree will not be interrupted. This is what Lu Shu values most. Soon, Lu Shu planted sunshine mushrooms and street lamp flowers next to the sacred tree. Since these plants are not used for combat, there is no need to plant them on the front line. When night comes, street lantern flowers and sunshine mushrooms exude a dreamy luster. If you could fly in the air, overlooking Lu Shu Island from 1,000 meters high, you would feel like the stars in the sky have landed on the ground. Street lamp flowers and sunshine mushrooms. It emits golden light and lights up the earth, making the sacred tree island look more dreamy and mysterious at night. Now, the growth rate of the sacred tree has also been increased. Open the Sacred Tree panel. Sunshine. 410 per day, 4.1x 100. Growth points. 21,325, 16.0x 100 equals 1,600 per day. Come to the side of the ice shooter. Lu Shu conveniently took away some ice cubes. Then, got some coffee beans. Make an iced coffee. Drink it. It's simply refreshing. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You drank coffee, and your mental power temporarily increased to S level. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooling time: 1 day. Drinking coffee will allow me to temporarily gain S-level mental power. However, mental power that relies on external objects to enhance is not considered a true S-level. Lu Shu closed her eyes. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to touch the edge. Any disturbance around you can be discerned. Compared to ordinary people's senses, this is simply a godlike experience. But Lu Shu noticed that the S-level spirit had divine power and might be able to sense some special existences. There was a margin that isolated him. It takes true S-level mental power to reach that realm. When my cultivation reaches the golden core realm, I will know what kind of new abilities I can awaken with S-level mental power. Lu Shu thought. White lights lit up. A lot of delicious food appeared in front of these little guys. After successfully passing the second invasion of the Grey World, of course we need to hold a celebration banquet to reward these cute little guys. A little white fox came to Lu Shu aggrievedly and made a small cry. Seems a little embarrassed. Lu Shu recognized the little white fox and felt that she had not done much to help in the invasion of the Grey World, so she felt a little sad. He smiled, touched the soft hair on the little white fox, and said with a smile, "When the devil fruit matures, you will become stronger. When the time comes, you can go to the battlefield and kill the enemy." The little white fox nodded obediently, showing an expectant look. Bah, bah, these delicacies are all made with top-quality ingredients, and a lot of spiritual herbs are also included. There are also many types of dishes. Lu Shu made herself a cup of iced passion tea. Unconsciously, living on this sacred tree island, Lu Shu can even drink milk tea from her previous life. And the taste is much better than ordinary tea. After eating and drinking, a system prompt came to my ears. The Grey World has been reopened. All sacred tree masters can return to the Grey World for exploration and adventure. The remaining time for the next Grey Realm invasion, 15 days. When the countdown to the invasion of the Grey World appears in front of all the sacred tree masters, it triggered a wave of discussion. World public screen. The Grey Realm has just been opened. Why has a countdown been added? It should be Mr. Tree, ready to conquer dungeons above the abyss level, right? Just for the difficult level dungeon, it will take 3 or 4 days at the fastest to clear the level. For an ordinary sacred tree master, the abyss level dungeon will also take 10 days. So if you calculate it, if the tree master plans to challenge the abyss level or above next, if you have a copy, it will definitely take more time. Got it. It's the tree lugging boss's credit again. The boss is too strong. Gray World. Location: Abyss of Dead Souls. Coordinates: 53, 55. Risk factor: S. In front of Lu Shu, the abyss appeared again. Only. Execute. Control of dead souls. The immortal soul has become his servant. Now, the immortal soul was floating quietly behind him, staring blankly ahead. And in the abyss, without the immortal soul, the difficulty of this dungeon immediately dropped a lot. Lu Shu took out 5 search torches from the warehouse that he had received as a gift after successfully resisting the Grey Realm invasion on the first day. All added to search torch. The firelight once again dispersed the surrounding gray fog. The surrounding field of vision expands into the distance. Lu Shu's perception range has been increased from the original 130 meters to 180 meters. Even an abyss-level boss has a perception range of about 200 meters. Now, Lu Shu's perception range is basically equivalent to the abyss-level boss. Walking towards the abyss of dead souls. Do you want to use Advanced Soul X1 and display it for 1 minute? Yes. The next second, the ancient parchment scrolls once again revealed the location and activity tracks of nearby monsters. The location of the Abyss of Dead Souls boss has been confirmed. Cast: Night Concealment. Pikachu and Yumi talked about the range minister who hides in the night. The little white fox can directly travel through the cracks in the void and use the space of another dimension to move. Then, Lu Shu led the mighty army and set off towards the Abyss of Dead Souls. Reaching the depths of Abyss of Dead Souls. In front of Lu Shu, some unseen monsters appeared one after another. Maleficent Evil Spirit. Type: Revenant. Risk factor: A. Sensing range: 50 meters. Force: 180. Speed: 200. Defense: 120. Skills: Curse Entanglement, Resentment Corrosion. Description: They have extremely ferocious souls and turn into extremely powerful evil spirits after death. It is best not to provoke them at will. Cowardly Undead. Type: Revenant. Risk factor: B+. Sensing range: 70 meters. Strength: 80. Speed: 150. Defense: 120. Skills: Hostility Perception, Rapid Elegance, Call for Rescue. Description: They have extremely weak souls and are afraid of death even if they become ghosts. They had better not be provoked by anything, otherwise they will scream and attract the attention of all the dead souls. Not far away, several cowardly undead floated past Lu Shu. When their passive hostile perception discovered the presence of Lu Shu, they were immediately ready to scream. Lu Shu took out the devil's staff. Execute: Undead Control. The next second, before these cowardly undead could make a sound, they exploded and died instantly. According to the monster movement trajectory on the Marauder's map, Lu Shu quickly followed the planned route and headed towards the location of the boss. The Nightmare Revenant and the Corrupted Revenant are not far apart. As long as the undead soul is solved basically, you have to face the attacks of these two boss at the same time. On the Marauder's map, the huge red dot is getting closer and closer to Lu Shu's position. Finally, in sight, two souls that were several times larger than the other souls, with the abyss aura on them, and even more terrifying souls, appeared in front of Lu Shu. Pop up the boss panel. Nightmare Revenant. Type: Revenant, Abyss. Risk factor: A+. Sensing range: 150 meters. Force: 610. Speed: 530. Defense: 510. Skills: Soul Resonance, Nightmare Coil, Abyss Amplification, Abyss Curse. Description: The Nightmare Ghost was originally the leader of a human tribe during his lifetime. During a migration, he took the wrong path and led the entire tribe into the abyss. When that troop came out again, it turned into an army composed of dead souls. Corrupted Souls. Type: Revenant, Abyss. Risk factor: A+. Sensing range: 150 meters. Force: 630. Speed: 500. Defense: 410. Skills: Soul Resonance, Decay and Corruption, Abyss Amplification, Curse of Corruption. Description: The Corrupted Soul and the Nightmare Soul were two brothers during their lifetimes. They jointly ruled the tribe and became one of the leaders of this army of dead souls. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, you are responsible for stopping other dead souls from coming. Little White Fox, prepare the holy water and wait for my orders at any time. Lu Shu quickly ordered. Yumi turned into a stream of light and flew to Pikachu. According to the plan that has been designated long ago, Pikachu first formed a circle, guarding outside the nightmare souls and corrupt souls, making a battlefield for Lu Shu instead of actively attacking the boss. The one who stayed in the battlefield was the Little White Fox. Lu Shu did not intend to kill these two bosses, but wanted to use the revenant soul control to change the nightmare souls, corrupt souls, and undead souls into his own souls. Then, Lu Shu drank the coffee. You drank coffee and your mental power increased to S level. Remaining time, 10 minutes. When mental strength improves, Lu Shu immediately took out the demon staff. Execute. Control of dead souls. DFL. The nightmare souls and corrupt souls suddenly let out a shrill cry. They sense someone and want to control them directly with mental power. However, Lu Shu's mental power reached S level, tightly suppressing the nightmare souls and corrupt souls. The two bosses could only resist desperately. At this time, the nightmare ghost held a bone staff in his hand, and a dark light suddenly burst out. The nightmare revenant has activated the curse of the abyss. Lu Shu suddenly felt that a cursed energy was trying to wrap around herself. Little White Fox, prepare the holy water. Lu Shu said calmly. The Little White Fox hiding in the crack immediately poured the holy water on the nightmare soul. Ba, 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 ba. A terrifying black mist suddenly appeared on the body of the nightmare soul. The nightmare soul has been damaged by the purification system, and the skill effect is cancelled. However, the corrupted souls took advantage of this opportunity and activated the resonance of the dead souls. After sensing the enemy's invasion, the nearby dead souls rushed towards the boss territory like a tide. Soon, all around are dead souls with risk factors between B+ and A. Although the difficulty coefficient of Abyss of Dead Souls is not very high, as an Abyss copy with an S-level danger coefficient, the other monsters here have very high attributes and are not much worse than the boss. Densely packed high-level dead souls are heading towards here to kill. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Yumi, use the final chapter of the grimoire. Prevent these dead souls from approaching. Lu Shu commanded. Suddenly, overflowing lightning swept away the nearby dead souls. The mysterious light of magic dispels the erosion of darkness. 100 Pikachu and Yumi stood guard next to Lu Shu. Next, you can continue to control the nightmare souls and corrupt souls. The mental power has been upgraded to S level, and Lu Shu's control intensity of dead soul control is now very high. Nightmare Revenant and Corruption Revenant, even if they work together to defend against each other, it will be difficult to achieve any effect. Little White Fox, continue to use holy water on them. Lu Shu frowned, not expecting these two bosses to be so resistant. The Little White Fox immediately came out of the crack in the void and sprinkled the holy water on the two dead bosses again. Waves of black mist emerged. The nightmare souls and corrupt souls were constantly purified by the holy water and gradually became weaker. They want to use dead soul resonance to call the undead souls over. What I didn't expect was the immortal soul actually floated out from behind Lu Shu. When those empty eyes fell on the Nightmare Revenant and the Corruption Revenant, the other two bosses were stunned. When did you betray your opponent? The appearance of the undead soul behind Lu Shu can be said to have completely destroyed the resistance of the nightmare souls and corrupt souls. As Lu Shu increases his mental control, soon, these two bosses no longer resist. Choose to surrender to Lu Shu. Several prompts popped up in front of me. You used undead control to control the nightmare souls. You used undead control to control the corrupted souls. Your undead control has reached the maximum control authority. Please continue to expand it after the necromancer's career is upgraded. When Lu Shu successfully controlled all the boss in Abyss of Dead Souls. Several prompts popped up in front of me. You have successfully defeated all boss in the Abyss of Dead Souls. Obtain the Undead Bone Staff Extraordinary Level X1. Get Search Torch +1. Get the Sage's Prophecy Book X1. Lu Shu's eyes first focused on the Undead Bone Staff. Undead Bone Staff. Type: weapon, exclusive for necromancer. Grade: extraordinary level. Attributes: spirit plus 400, magic plus 2000, spell penetration plus 100, durability plus 3000. Skill: Army of the Dead. Description: the tribal faith staff of the nightmare revenants fell into the abyss. This staff seemed to be contaminated by the abyss and became a weapon to control the army of revenants. It's actually a weapon exclusive to the necromancer. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. No wonder Rakshasa got this map. It turns out that this is a map he obtained specifically for his career development. The entire relationship of the Dark Knight Alliance may be behind it. If it is just the attribute of the Undead Bone Staff, add. The effect is not that obvious. The skill of Army of Revenants can control all the armies of Revenants in Abyss of Revenants. And only the power of the staff is used, and there is no need to occupy the space of the Dead Soul control. More importantly, Lu Shu can use the Army of Dead Souls to gather the entire army of the Dead Soul Abyss into the Bone Staff. In this way, it is equivalent to Lu Shu having a portable army of dead souls. The number of B+ to A level souls alone reaches thousands. As for the imprisoned dead souls, as well as some relatively weak dead souls, there are even tens of thousands of them. Pushing other Abyss level dungeons may not be a problem now. When Lu Shu raised the Undead Bone Staff, nearby, all the dead souls stopped for a moment. As long as Lu Shu makes a thought, these dead souls will be controlled by him. Receive. Lu Shu launches the Army of Dead Souls. Following the top of the bone staff, a burst of dark light burst out. The nearby army of dead souls all poured into the bone staff. Although this is just a small bone staff, there is an army of tens of thousands of dead souls inside. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. Next, he set his sights on this Book of Sage Prophecy. Open and read. The above reading is probably some history. Disaster is following our tribe. We must run faster than the disaster to have a chance of survival. If you want to reach a safe area, you have to cross the abyss. In fact, this is just another abyss of despair. The pollution there will turn us all into monsters. Read the brief content in the book. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. This army of dead souls was originally supposed to be a human tribe. However, in order to escape the coming disaster, they chose to cross the abyss. It was because of the pollution of the abyss that everyone in the tribe died, including the leader. They all became dead souls, but they still retained the consciousness of escaping disaster during their lives, so they went here. The pollution of the abyss is not the abyss of dead souls, but the abyss they passed through when they came over. There should be a copy with a higher risk factor. I don't know where this copy is. At this time, a card fell out of the sage's prophecy book. Pick up this page of cards from the floor. Lu Shu immediately discovered that there were outlines and traces of the continent on the card, which was a more complete map. Devil Manor. Coordinates: 64, 55. Risk factor: S. Boss: Demon Manor Lord. Abyss level. Items: Special Fertilizer, Search Torch, Demon Advanced Skills Illustrated Book, Demon Suit, Demon Seed. Endless Flame City. Coordinates: 64, 57. Risk factor: S+. Boss: Fire Demon. Abyss level. Items: Special Fertilizer, Search Torch, Demon Advanced Skills Illustrated Book, Demon Suit, Demon Seed. Ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Coordinates: 63, 55. Risk factor: None. Howling Abyss. Coordinates: 67, 58. Risk factor: SS. Boss: Lord of the Netherworld. Nightmare level. Items: Special Fertilizer, Search Torch, Demon Advanced Skills Illustrated Book, Demon Suit, Demon Seed, Nether Weapon, Sacred Artifact. Lu Shu's eyes immediately fell on the map of Howling Abyss. Nightmare level copy. It turns out that the higher level dungeon above the Abyss level is the Nightmare level dungeon. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful look. The Wailing Abyss is a full 10 coordinates away from where I am. There are not only Nightmare level dungeons there, but also many Abyss level dungeons, which are suitable for me to go there. On the way, you can first clear out a wave of copies encountered on the road. It just so happens that I want to try using the monsters of the Abyss level dungeon to push against the ordinary dungeon. What kind of experience is it? Lu Shu raised the undead bone staff. The mighty army of dead souls immediately followed Lu Shu and began to sweep away the dungeons along the way. Soon, Lu Shu spent a lot of primary fertilizer from the transaction interface to purchase many maps. Basically, all the maps surrounding Castlevania have been purchased. Of course, coordinates that are far away are also included. This is to prevent other Sacred Tree Masters from confirming their location with the map they purchased. The Sacred Tree Masters of the Grey World also began to explore the Grey World extensively at this time, and more maps were put up for auction on the trading interface. Most of these maps can be found in safe areas, and there are a lot of them. You only need to use primary fertilizer to redeem them. All selections light up. The maps on the way to Howling Abyss are basically in a bright state. Next, Lu Shu led the mighty army of dead souls and began a frantic sweep of the nearby dungeons. With such a huge undead army, it is basically possible to conquer several difficult level dungeons at the same time. The monsters in the undead army all have extremely high attributes. Ordinary dungeon monsters, after being attacked by Lu Shu's soul army, were like locusts sweeping over them, leaving nothing behind. If other Sacred Tree Masters saw this scene, they would probably think that Lu Shu was not a human at all, but a very powerful boss in the Grey World. The scene of leading such a terrifying army of dead souls across the Grey World is so shocking. Just a moment, several dungeons have been wiped out by the army of dead souls. These difficult level dungeons are simply not enough to watch when faced with the siege of a bunch of A-level souls. Fragile as a monster, and various rewards kept popping up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You have obtained Primary Wood X1000, Advanced Wood X1000. You have obtained Revenant Boots, Silver Level X1, Revenant Armor, Silver Level X1, Revenant Breastplate, Silver Level X1. You have obtained Searchlight Candle X10, Searchlight Torch X5. Grey World. Location: Plague Village. Risk Factor: Level A. Boss: Source of Plague, Difficult Level. A team of 5 people is engaged in a fierce boss battle in this village. The source of the plague looks like a giant rat. In its hands, it continuously sprayed out corrosive and toxic mucus, shooting towards the surrounding Sacred Tree Masters. Use Holy Light to purify him quickly. Where did the human shield go? The protection mage outputs it. This dead rat's attack also has a slowing effect. It's really disgusting. The difficulty level of the difficult boss is too high. What are we, a bunch of rookies, trying to do here? Stop talking nonsense. If we can survive this dungeon, if we dare to invade the Grey World in the future, if we dare to fight, it might not be a problem to get 100,000 points. Do you think 100,000 points is a lot now? The big names on the list are at least hundreds of thousands. Wait until next time, maybe 1 million points. The average strength of this team is relatively average, at most below the average level, but the tacit understanding is still good. Basically, the professions in the team are relatively complete, and the quality of their skills is also very high. After a hard-fought battle, finally, the difficult boss of the Plague Village is about to fall into everyone's hands. At this time, far away, a dense mass of dead souls suddenly roared towards here. In the blink of an eye, all nearby monsters were torn to pieces by these terrifying dead souls. The source of the plague, which was about to be purified by the holy light, was instantly overwhelmed by the souls of the dead, and could no longer die. This sudden change made all the members of the team stunned. About 10 minutes passed. Everyone in the team stood there blankly, watching this scene, and even their brains went into a state of shutdown. At this time, beside, thousands of dead souls suddenly turned their heads. When those 1,000 pairs of deep and empty eyes fell on the team members at the same time, the aura of death that rushed towards them made them wake up instantly and realize what they should do now. Plus, run quickly. Maid, what the hell? This group of teams fled towards the outside of the village like crazy. The dead souls seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to them. Continue in the dungeon to harvest and explore. To be precise, it's Lu Shu who doesn't bother to pay attention to them. That's right, this army of dead souls is exactly the army controlled by Lu Shu. I raided the nearby dungeons, and to my surprise, I encountered a team of Divine Tree Masters. According to the pop-up panel, the comprehensive talent of this team is not very high, otherwise they would not still be challenging difficult level dungeons after the second invasion of the Grey World. Lu Shu was naturally not interested in the sacred trees on their bodies. It's better to save all the energy you spend killing the tree master to explore the dungeon. Lu Shu didn't forget that the copy also had treasure maps. He sent out the dead souls, frantically searching for the whereabouts of the treasure map in all areas, and would not miss any corner. As for the equipment dropped from raiding dungeons, the grade can generally reach the silver level, and a few can reach the gold level. Certainly, equipment of this level is no longer useful to Lu Shu. All were thrown to the 5-color altar on the Sacred Tree Island. After 2 or 3 days of raids, another one of Lu Shu's 5-color sacred stones lit up. With only the last one left, you can perform a luck critical attack. During this journey, Lu Shu focused on searching for the whereabouts of the treasure map. If hard work pays off. BBA. The next time all the 5-color sacred stones light up and you get a lucky critical hit, it should be the time for those who work hard to be rewarded. Separated by a coordinate, a relatively safe neutral area. The team of several people who were scared away by Lu Shu leaned against the wall panting. Now, they almost exhausted the last bit of energy and the group stopped. A young man couldn't help but cursed. Where did those dead souls come from? Didn't we see these things when we entered the dungeon? The woman in red frowned and said, the source of the plague we attack should be relatively simple upgraded creatures, and the background also said that there are no dead souls and humans in this place, only contaminated upgraded creatures. Why, how could there be so many terrifying dead souls coming out? Another white-haired girl had a horrified expression on her face. I used the power of monster information and saw a very, very, very scary dead soul inside. Everyone turned their heads and looked at her. The white-haired girl took a deep breath. I saw a dead soul with a risk factor of A+ level. What? When this sentence is spoken, everyone was shocked. The first reaction was disbelief. You didn't lie to us, did you? What we conquered was just a difficult level dungeon. Why did so many terrifying dead souls appear? That's outrageous. A+ level and difficult level BOSSs are not that powerful, right? Moreover, there is more than one, there are many A-level souls. What exactly is going on? Everyone present looked at each other, unable to understand what just happened. Send it to the world's public screen and let the universal chat box solve the problem for us. In the team, the strong-looking man was also their captain, Taguchi said. Everyone nodded. World public screen. At all members, we discovered a very strange phenomenon in the gray world. When the captain launched a full-screen shout, he attracted the attention of other sacred trees. These people now recounted everything that happened in the plague village. It immediately aroused everyone's discussion. Real or fake? A revenant army suddenly wiped out the copy. Why do I sound so unreal? Not only is it not unreal, it also feels a bit familiar. Wait a minute, I think I heard the story you told me not long after the game God Tree started. I remembered it when you said that. Isn't that the story of Guangong the rat? Yes, but later this story was proven to be false. Later, there were not many sacred tree masters who encountered the legendary rat Guangong. Moreover, the last memory video only contained a yellow-skinned mouse in the fog. Maybe they were too nervous and insane at the time, so this situation occurred. Several people in the team suddenly became anxious when they saw that the people on the world public screen didn't believe them. They all sent their memory videos. I have several memory videos for comparison. Moreover, they are all very high-definition pictures, recording the scene of the reeking ghosts. This kind of memory video is usually impossible to be fake. It's still real. These dead souls are too scary. Could it be that this group of unlucky guys got the wrong dungeon and went to the abyss level dungeon? It's okay to run the wrong dungeon. You can still find the wrong dungeon these days, and the boss can't help but give you a 666. It shouldn't be. Look, there is clearly a difficult level boss there, which has been beaten to a very crippled state. This means that their boss did not make a mistake. This place was originally a difficult level dungeon, but I don't know where these dead souls came from. Where did it come from? To be honest, it's a bit scary. There are at least several thousand souls with strength that reach a level. I have never seen so many monsters with explosive attributes in the difficult level dungeons I have been to. Yeah, this is at least something that only abyss level dungeons will encounter. I really don't know what kind of luck this team has awakened today, and they can encounter things that other billions of divine tree masters can't encounter. I think the most awesome thing is that none of these people died, and they all ran away. When it came out, I wanted to ask them how they did it. Maybe they ran fast enough. Look at their memories of the second half. That speed can be described as a flying person. Suddenly, the story about Plague Village, a difficult level dungeon, that was suddenly swept away by an army of dead souls has become the biggest hot topic in the Sacred Tree game recently. Some people are worried about this, fearing that the army of dead souls will affect them. Some people don't care about this, thinking that it is impossible to encounter such a thing in this life, and it doesn't matter. Others are quite curious about this and want to find out the truth about this matter, and maybe find a way to defeat the copy. Dark Island. Boundless darkness enveloped the island. And Yi opened his eyes and noticed this, frowning slightly. Suddenly, he discovered the location of the Plague Village, and there was a team from the Dark Knight Alliance nearby. Perhaps, this is a special kind of mobile copy. If you can kill these monsters, you may be able to obtain some special rewards and achievements. Even if I can't defeat this group of monsters, I'll get some information first, and when I encounter them in the future, I'll kill them. Think of this. And Yi immediately notified the team closest to the village on duty to go explore the matter. Soon, a Dark Knight Alliance team composed of A-level Sacred Tree Masters headed towards the coordinates of Shindu Village to explore. Ding! You got a shadow fruit. Ding! You have obtained an undead magic fruit. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. 2 days passed again. The fruits of the other 2 sacred trees have grown again. TJ. Since the natal sacred tree has now reached the level of a high-level spiritual tree, the production cycle has also changed from 3 days to 4 days. There are only 2 days left to harvest devil fruit. Lu Shu teleported to other islands and picked the 2 newly obtained fruits. Swallow the shadow fruit first. Ding! You have swallowed 1 shadow fruit, and there are still 2 fruits left to upgrade to the 3rd level of Grandmaster. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, it becomes difficult to upgrade. It might be easier to wait until the Shadow Divine tree grows into a high-level spiritual tree. Drop the undead magic fruit right before your eyes. Ding! You swallowed an undead magic fruit and upgraded to the master level. The next second, the career panel in front of Lu Shu has been updated. Profession. Name. Necromancer. Level. Grandmaster level 1, upgrade to level 9. Attributes. Spirit plus 300. Perception plus 100, Magic plus 1000. Available skill points, 6. Refining of dead souls. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This skill seems to be developed for the Divine Tree Master. Strictly speaking, most of the monsters in the Grey World are not living beings. Therefore, refining the recently deceased soul of the Divine Tree Master into a dead soul should be the main direction of this skill. Lu Shu thought about it. Add a little bit of necromancy. Undead Storm, adds 1 point. Add a little bit of Dead Soul Refining. Save the last bit and add more depending on the situation. Soon, the Skills panel will be updated again. Skill, Undead Sense LV2. You can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 4,000 meters. Undead Magic LV5. Consume mental power and magic power to summon an undead with an S-level danger coefficient. Undead Control LV8. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is below SS level. Undead Storm LV8. Control up to 4,500 undead around with a danger coefficient below S+ level, and launch attacks towards the corresponding target. Refining of Undead Souls LV4. You can collect the recently deceased souls of the living and refine them into undead souls for control. The higher the level of the living, the stronger the refined souls will be. You can refine souls with a risk factor of up to S level. Undead Control Professional Exclusive. Defeat an undead, completely control it with spiritual power, and cultivate undead monsters. My Revenant magic can now summon an S-class Revenant monster. Once you reach S level, it's a transformation. Now, as long as I have enough mental power, if I encounter many copies of the dead souls again, all the dead souls will be my puppets. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Try to use undead magic. In the midst of a dark magic circle, the souls of the dead, wrapped in evil aura, were summoned from the formation. Black Shadow Revenant. Type: Revenant. Risk factor: S. Force, 810. Speed, 730. Defense, 610. Skills, Death Coil, Shadow Lurk, Shadow Strike, Soul Eater. The shape of this black shadow was exactly the soul summoned by Rakshasa when Lu Shu saw him in Castlevania. However, Lu Shu summoned 610 feet black shadow souls, which was many times stronger than the one summoned by Rakshasa. The 3 bosses in Abyss of Dead Souls are only A+ level in strength. There is a lack of an S-class soul to guard the army. Now, the level of undead magic has been increased, and with the bonus of the Grandmaster level, Lu Shu can already summon S-level undead souls. Grey World. Lu Shu sets his sights on the 10 copies near the map. Evil Spirit Kingdom. Coordinates, 60, 54. Risk Factor, S. Boss. Destruction of Evil Spirits, Abyss level. Items. Search Torch, Revenant Artifact, Rare Ore. Just right. Evil spirits are the most powerful ones among the dead souls. My army of dead souls only has 1 soul with S-level combat power, and it prefers assassination, so it is not strong enough. If you can control the soul of an Abyss-level boss, you will get a more powerful army. The profession of necromancer has been upgraded to the master level. Lu Shu's Dead Soul Control can control even more souls. From here, he will go to the Evil Spirit Kingdom, which will take about a day. Lu Shu did not take any rest and went on the road with all her strength. There is not much time until the next invasion of the Grey World. Since most of the Sacred Tree Masters do not progress as fast as Lu Shu, the interval between Grey World invasions is not very long. Perhaps, when the average strength of other Sacred Tree Masters rises, the interval between Grey World invasions will become longer. Lu Shu wants to explore as much as possible during this period of time, so she must hurry up. This is a prime time for other Sacred Tree Masters to catch up with Lu Shu. But it's a pity that Lu Shu won't give them this chance. Grey World. Location. Top of Screaming Mountain. Risk Factor, Level A. On the top of the Screaming Mountain, the province is rich and dangerous. The wind here is like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, making a harsh sound. A group of Divine Tree Masters appeared here. They had just completed the strategy for a difficult level dungeon. However, there is not even a sweat on these people's bodies. Just like conquering the difficult level copy, for them, it is just a warm-up exercise. When can we go to CCAF to conquer the Abyss level dungeons? These dungeons are so boring. A man in black said lazily. Dark Knight has a new mission for us. The captain of the team said in a steady tone. An army of the undead that will sweep away other copies appeared near us, and we are going to investigate. This must be a lie. Just like the story about the yellow-skinned mouse last time, I don't know who made it up again. The man in black looked disdainful and did not think this legend could be true at all. In his eyes, the Dark Knight organization has grown so powerful and it is simply a waste of time to still only conquer difficult level dungeons. At this time, a mighty undead army spreads from a distance. A woman in the team immediately came back and said, "My sense of the undead senses that there is a large-scale undead army nearby, and they are rushing in a certain direction." What? When the woman spoke, the others were shocked. The woman has the power of perception and can sense the location of monsters from a long distance. Once she opens her mouth, it's basically the legendary army of dead souls. The face of the man in black suddenly froze. He really didn't expect that just when he said it was impossible, the army of dead souls actually appeared. Yao Feng, how is the situation there? The captain immediately stepped forward and asked seriously. Yao Feng reported calmly. The total number of A-level souls is about 3,000, there are more than 10,000 B-level souls, and there are 3 A+ souls. The overall strength is above the difficulty level, and only the S-level souls are missing to reach the Abyss level standard. These armies of dead souls seem to have a clear purpose and are moving towards the kingdom of evil spirits with coordinates 60, 54. The captain rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. Last time, those people on the world public screen said that the dead souls had swept away the plague villages, right? Right. Quote. Then, this time, when these army of dead souls go to the kingdom of evil spirits, they should also be going to clear out the dungeon. The captain's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, in this case, 2 Abyss-level copies will suddenly fight. The battle between them will definitely be quite fierce. It is a good opportunity for the fishermen to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. Yao Feng, you go sense the location of these dead souls, and we will go to the Evil Spirit Kingdom factory immediately. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to conquer the Abyss-level dungeon. Good. Hearing what the captain said, everyone else in the team was shocked. How can such a good thing happen to you? Abyss-level dungeons are killing each other, and they just need to wait nearby and find the right opportunity to take action. Maybe they can successfully kill the boss of the Abyss-level dungeon. If that's the case, the output will be enough to keep them nourished for a while. Maybe, the subsequent invasion of the Grey World and the challenge of millions of defense points will not be impossible. Soon, under the leadership of the captain, this team is heading towards the Evil Spirit Kingdom. It's as if the boss of the Abyss-level dungeon is just around the corner. Spend a day traveling. Finally, Lu Shu came to the Evil Spirit Kingdom. A castle like a Castlevania appeared not far away. The towering city walls look extremely majestic. After Lu Shu scanned the surrounding dungeons, he obtained many sources of search photos. Now, his field of vision has expanded to 33,000 meters. If he only looked at objects within 100 meters, Lu Shu's field of vision was now no different from his normal field of vision. Army attack. Just arrived at the Kingdom of Evil Spirits. Lu Shu just let all the army of dead souls attack directly. Door. The danger coefficient of most of the guard souls guarding nearby is around B level. It doesn't even require a kill. Lu Shu directly uses undead control. Nearby, the hostile souls all stagnated in midair, unable to move. When necessary, Lu Shu even uses them to self-destruct. But since we are here to take this Abyss-level copy as part of our own army of dead souls, then every dead soul here is almost equal to one of our own. Lu Shu has always adhered to the concept of loving soldiers as sons. Although these dead souls are not very valuable, 1 more 1 means more combat power. That's all. Lu Shu successfully entered the location of the boss of Evil Spirit Kingdom. The Kingdom of Evil Spirits. The deepest palace. An extremely ear-piercing roar suddenly came from inside the palace. The next second, the evil spirit, filled with the aura of destruction, was huge, like a mountain. It opened the grand palace door and appeared in front of Lu Shu. Pop up the boss panel. Destroy the dead souls. Type: Revenant, Abyss. Risk factor: S. Sensing range: 200 meters. Force: 810. Speed: 530. Defense: 710. Skills: Destroying Storm, Spiritual Roar, Wrath of the Souls, Abyss Amplification, Soul Control. Description: The violent soul cursed by the Abyss, after getting rid of the shackles of the Abyss, re-established a kingdom of evil spirits. The Revenant of Destruction looks extremely brutal. Lu Shu broke into the kingdom directly and triggered the perception of destroying the dead souls. Destroying the human beings who invaded by the dead souls, they always have the greatest murderous intention. Just when it's about to activate its skills, a silent black shadow suddenly wrapped around the body of the dead soul of destruction. The Black Shadow Revenant launched Death Coil against the Destruction Revenant. The entanglement of death can continuously erode the vitality of the living. But, for souls of the same level, Death Coil has a suppressive effect. They are all dead souls with S-level strength. The soul of the dead soul of destruction suddenly felt unable to move. It stared at the Black Shadow souls angrily, seemingly unable to understand why a human could control such a high-level soul. Then, Lu Shu drank a cup of coffee. You drank coffee and your mental power temporarily increased to S. Duration: 10 minutes. Execute: Control of dead souls. Lu Shu's increased mental power, coupled with the death coil of the Black Shadow soul, instantly suppressed the soul of destruction. The soul of destruction keeps trying to roar. However, it was extremely frustrated to find that it seemed that it couldn't even use a single skill and was about to be suppressed until death. It didn't take long. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have successfully completed the undead control, and controlled the destruction of the undead. Besides, the next second, several rewards popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained the holy artifact of the dead soul, Soul Control Order. You have obtained the Evil Spirit Bone Chain, Diamond level. You obtained the Search Torch +1. Lu Shu's eyes first fell on the holy artifact of dead souls. Soul Control Order. Type: Royal Order. Grade. Sacred Artifact, exclusive for dead souls. Attributes. Mental Power plus 200, Magic Power plus 500. Skill. Jingling Shuangjong. Description. A token specially used to control the souls of the dead. It comes from the abyss. The person who owns it will become the king of the kingdom of the dead. Lu Shu checks the skills of Zhu Lingqiang. Similar to the soul bones. The dead souls who can control the entire country. The number of dead souls from the 2 abyss-level dungeons together formed Lu Shu's army. Now, Lu Shu already has an army of 100,000 dead souls. It is equivalent to controlling the strength of 2 abyss-level copies. If he was allowed to challenge Castlevania now, it would be a completely equal push. Then, the equipment panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Evil Spirit Bone Chain. Category. Jewelry. Grade. Diamond grade. Attributes. Mental Power plus 100, Magic Power plus 200, Spell Penetration plus 50. Set. Evil Spirit 8-piece set 1/8. Effect. None. Description. The bone chain that seals the evil dead souls has powerful magic power. It is best to be careful of the mental impact when wearing it. Lu Shu's mental power has reached this level, so naturally he will not be affected in any way. When equipping the soul control token, Lu Shu suddenly felt that he had gained the range of perception and vision of the entire evil spirit kingdom. There are still some valuable things in this place that can be explored. Lu Shu's heart moved. Different from Abyss of Dead Souls. The kingdom of evil spirits seemed to have had civilization before this. Lu Shu felt that if we sweep this area, we can gain something else. At this time, his brows suddenly frowned slightly. Are there other sacred tree masters here? Feel it and go. Lu Shu suddenly discovered that a large and small team had quietly entered the kingdom of evil spirits. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.